o'clock. I'd like to welcome you all to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. In the first instance, I would like to acknowledge Ms. Jeanette Wakaira, a senior member of staff, and this is her last meeting. So Jeanette was appointed Manahautu General Manager of Māori Partnerships and Policy in June 2021 and moved to the role of General Manager Arts, Culture and Recreation, where she's been for some time. And Jeanette's returning to her home of Thames to begin a new role as the Council's new Group Manager Community. And so we wish her all the best and hope that she enjoys her time, their daughter for the return home. And I would also like to acknowledge the passing of the Pontiff, Pope Francis, who's been a very significant figure in the world and on the world stage, a very significant figure for all Catholics throughout the world, in particular those in South America and Argentina, and has played a big role on the world stage and has been very widely acknowledged by world leaders at a deep and very largely well-attended funeral last week. And I would like to now invite the Catholic Bishop of Dunedin, the Most Reverend Michael Dooley, to open this meeting with a prayer.
Thank you, Mayor Radish, and thank you for the invitation to be here and to, I think first of all, for in this prayer to pray for the great work you do for our city and to pray for encouragement and strength in that. And as at this stage in our faith community, we're mourning the loss of Pope Francis, who was a really inspirational and great leader. And it wasn't planned that I was to be here today. It was sort of a few weeks ago it was organised, so it's perhaps providential that I'm here and as we remember his passing, and also keep in our thoughts and prayers the elections, which you'll all probably be aware of. Elections, a little bit of a different process, but nevertheless we wait for the leadership that will come. So for the prayer today, I'd like to have a prayer that was written by Pope Francis himself, written in 2015 in a letter he wrote called Laudato Si. And I think it expresses something of his concern for the world, for the environment, for the people, that was very much at the heart of his ministry and faith. So, Ki Inwe Tātou, let us pray. All-powerful God, you are present in the universe and in the smallest of your creatures. You embrace with your tenderness all that exists. Pour out upon us the power of your love that we may protect life and beauty. Fill us with your peace, that we may live as brothers and sisters, harming no one. O God of the poor, help us to rescue the abandoned and forgotten of this earth, so precious in your eyes. Bring healing to our lives, that we may protect the world and not prey on it, that we may sow beauty, not pollution and destruction. Touch the hearts of those who look only for gain at the expense of the poor and the earth. Teach us to discover the worth of each thing, to be filled with awe and contemplation, to recognise that we are profoundly united with every creature. As we journey towards your infinite light, we thank you for being with us each day. Encourage us, we pray, in our struggle for justice, love and peace. So as we gather here today as the City Council, I pray that God will guide you and encourage you in your important work, and pray for open hearts and minds as you seek to represent the citizens of this city and surrounding areas. In all that is discussed around the council table, we pray for a spirit of tolerance, understanding and insight. We pray for that justice and fairness to be achieved for the benefit of all our citizens. And we ask all of this in the name of our loving Creator. Amen. Amen. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And now it's time for public forum. We have 5 speakers at public forum. And I'd just like to mention to everyone that you have 5 minutes to speak about your subject, which will be followed up by 5 minutes of questions from councillors. There will be a timer on the screen behind me. You can see it there in the corner. And it will turn red and start to flash if you get to the end of your 5 minutes. So please keep an eye on that. And when you come to the microphone, please push the button on the microphone each time you speak. If one of the councillors asks you a question, then they will press their button, which will cut your microphone off. You don't need to turn the microphone off. You only need to turn it on when you're ready to speak. So anyone else turning their microphone on will automatically kill the others. So firstly, I'd like to start with Mr. Jeff Gabbates, owner of Cycle Journeys, and I think perhaps Rachel Elder will be also joining him or spectating. Okay. So Mr. Gabbates is here to talk us about Cycle Trails vision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and I appreciate your 5 minutes. My name is Jeff Gabbates. I own Cycle Journeys. We operate as a trail outfitter on 5 of the major South Island trails, and we also have a business up in Samoa. To put scale to it, we employ about 50 plus staff, and I own something like 1,100 bikes, which scares me. Yeah, it's more than you. It's there. I'm here for a couple of reasons. Commercially, I've got a real interest, obviously, in cycle trails around the South Island. This is my business, and we do it really well. And I've been following your trail for some time as the trail has come down from the Central Otago and the conversation around the tunnels. Over Christmas time, I came back. I'd make the point that I lived here for 13 years. In the early 70s, we started what went on to co-found MacPac. So we came back over Christmas time because I wanted to ride your harbour loop, and I also wanted to ride the trail that comes down from Lawrence into Milton and on to Waihola. I came away from there thinking, if only I was 20 years younger, I would be now looking to buy or set up a depot here in Dunedin, because Dunedin is going to become a major hub of cycleways. It's a thing that's happening. You can join it or you can wait for it to happen. I'm here to urge you to be an active part. Cycle tourism makes incredible sense, and we're seeing that developing strongly in the Central Otago. Here's some numbers. From a standing start back in 2012, the 23 great rides have now generated on an annual basis $951 million. And that was a survey done in 2021. We're co-funding the other survey the next survey with MB. That'll be out in October. So the goal for Ngāhe Ringa is to actually grow from that 1 billion to 2 billion, because it's part of something that MB have taken on. What happens with trails is that they bring an enormous amount of development into local trail communities. The existing network was set up with $120 million from government, and then about another $40 million out of local government. Out of that, the government nets 100 to 140 million in GST and taxes annually, each and every year. In terms of local governments, it's really good for you as well. 86% of the users surveyed see the trails bringing a source of pride for local communities. 88% value their trail. 78% see it as a catalyst for local investment and employment. So cycle tourism brings regional development, identity and recreation. And I just sort of suggest to you that with election time in October, this is a popular product to support. The trails show to drive local employment, investment. Interesting enough, they've generated on an annual basis in excess of 1 million riders, and surprisingly enough, 1 million walkers. So people are using the trails as a recreation facility. They certainly act as a stimulus 5 minutes is not long, is it? Cycle trails in Dunedin, you've got a great reputation. People like Hamish Saxon have been tremendous at developing a really good product in that space. There is this connection coming down. It's at Waihola. If you listen quietly, you can hear it getting closer and closer. You have a couple of tunnels there that would be ideal to bring things through. I noted Sir Ian Taylor highlighted recently of Dunedin, where we talked around Dunedin being the happiest city, I think. And cycle trails and cycle experiences add to that. Interesting enough, the Wellington City Council put money into the cycle development around Makara Peak. They didn't do it because they thought this was a great thing to go cycling. They did it because they surveyed and found that the people that they wanted to attract went cycling. So you create an environment that helps attract people into your city. Lastly, well done on your concern for, there you go. Well done your concern for the investment and the money. As a ratepayer, I'm delighted to have councils doing that. But I just really I'm here really to make sure you don't throw out with the baby with the bathwater, because what's in the tub is really, really worthwhile hanging on to. Look at that. 5 minutes. I get a clap.
So we have questions from councillors Houlihan, Walker and Lofiso, and I just ask you to be concise with your questions and just have one per person so that we can make room for everyone to have a turn at asking a question. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. How important is it to our city to have the Tunnels Trail with the connection from Queenstown coming closer to us, getting nearer Waihola to connect up to the Tunnels Trail? How important is that?
I think it's important, really important.
Sorry, microphone, yes.
It's really important in order to provide the natural finish. If you want people to be finishing in Mosgiel, you're missing out on a huge amount of potential finish. People. I came down at Christmas times expressly to stay here and ride those trails. So the economic development that will bring is really outstanding. And the really interesting thing is that I think your numbers on the tunnels will be locals rather than actual visitors, and I liken it to what we see on the Great Taste, where there's about 180,000 locals using it for commuting and recreation.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Jeff. I've just come back from Queenstown and ridden some amazing rides there. So, in essence, we have some amazing rides on Dunedin's borders. So the question is, what could be the economic, social and environmental impacts if they were better connected to Dunedin? And further to that, can you speak a wee bit to the Hugo Tunnel that's just opened in Queenstown related to the previous question?
Okay. Where was I going to go to with that? Firstly, we're updating the survey that we did in 2021. So that'll show, my predictions is it'll show that we've moved from 1 billion to about 1.3 in revenue. And I work in and out of Twizel every now and then. And every time you get to Twizel, there is the stream of vehicles arriving in, as you probably did with your bike strapped on the back. Cycling has happened since COVID. During COVID, apart from redecorating our kitchen, we also went out and bought e-bikes. So in the last 5 years, our e-bike numbers, percentage of usage, has gone from 22% to 67 to 75%. And the thing about that is it's old people like me. And we have remained cycling. It is inspirational to sit there and deal with some of our clients who are regularly in that 70 to 80 age group. So it's a societal thing. It brings enormous amount of money. I think the Alps to Ocean generates about 29 million, but we'll be able to confirm that in October. Socially, well-being is the other component which we tend to overlook. It's about cycling with your friends. In your case, you're with your wife? Yep. Or somebody else? She's a friend. Yes, there we go. Now, the Hugo Tunnel, that's sort of one of these features that creates the attraction. And on the Alps to Ocean, we have the tunnel there, and on the Great Taste, we have Spooner's Tunnel. So people run a day trip up to Spooner's. It becomes the thing that people, it's a tick must do. It's a bit like the Dunedin Trail and cycling that, the overhang.
Great. Councillor Fiso?
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koe, Mr Gabbatees. My question is one that I ask most tauiwi businesses and rōpū community organisations. Given that your businesses or your operations are within the takiwa of Ngai Tahu, what relationship do you have with mana whenua?
Particularly on the Alps to Ocean, I've got to say, of the trails we work on, it is probably the least developed, and the interpretation element is exceedingly underdone. The conflict then you get is who's going to organise the interpretation and the interaction with local iwi. So that sits with a trust, which sort of goes to the importance of having an organisation that can act as the intermediary. So sadly, on the Alps to Ocean, we have very limited. Over on the west coast, we've got a much better connection with Ngāti Waewae, so we're able to tell better stories. So as businesses, we're interested in storytelling. Thank you.
Great. And look, I'm afraid that's all we have time for.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
No trouble. Thank you.
So next up, we have Kylie Rufio Kawana. Karawana.
But not quite. That's okay. Okay, kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, ko Kāre Rewhiu Karawana tōku ingoa no ngā pui ahau, kei oti puti ahau no hoana. Hi, my name is Kāre Rewhiu Karawana, and I could be sitting here today to talk to you as the director of an award-winning Māori tourism business here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin, but I'm not. I'm here to talk to you today as one of two owners of TRC Tourism. We are a global leading consultancy. I have 18 consultants across Australia and New Zealand, and we operate in 4 kind of buckets of focus. We work in the sustainable tourism development space. We work absolutely in the Indigenous space. We work within the strategic planning space, but we work in trails. And you're probably looking at me going, when was the last time that girl was on a trail? And I can tell you it was a long time. I'm not your typical trail user, but what I do is I connect Indigenous communities with the opportunities and challenges, but normally the opportunities that trails can present for communities, and specifically Indigenous communities around the world. Why? Because many of the trails that you walk on now, my people and many of the Indigenous people around the world have walked those trails for tens of thousands of years beforehand. The challenge is, from an Indigenous perspective, in many of the countries that we work with, they don't get access to that land anymore. They don't have the ability to walk on the trails that their grandparents, their great-grandparents and their great-great-grandparents have walked on. They don't have the ability to learn the stories in place, in situ, because they aren't given the access to those lands. So I work in the Indigenous space a lot. And I'm very proud of the work that we do within TRC Tourism in the Indigenous space. 2 weeks ago, because everything's merging, I'm approaching 50 very quickly. 2 weeks ago, I was in a place in Coffs Harbour working with the Munjay Gumba people, and one of our elders, her name was Auntie Ruth, she said to me, our youth do not know who they are. They do not know where they come from. We do not have a place to go. We have no country. And that broke my heart to see this lady in her 80s with tears on her eyes falling down her face, because she had nowhere to take her grandchildren and her great-great-grandchildren, of which she has about 30, to show them what country and what being on country means. They don't have a physical anchor. And the development of trails means that they can take their children out onto country and show them the way that they lived in their lifetime, and how their parents lived, and how all the stories that we can bring to life in those spaces, they can finally do if a trail is in those spaces. So from an Indigenous perspective, it's enabling us to allow those cultures and allow those Indigenous youth to feel connected, to not be untethered, which was the word that she used, to have that anchor point. And trails in public land and trails on private land, they allow us to walk in places that our footsteps have echoed for centuries in the past. The other element is, of course, when I met with lovely Rachel, she showed me a map. I can't remember where the map came from, but it was all the trails that kind of lead to Ōtepoti, Dunedin. And what was glaringly obvious in that map is Dunedin was a black hole. there was no connection to a lot of those trails that people travel locally, nationally and internationally to come and do. And as a tourism operator, I'm watching people heading off in all manner of different directions and not coming here to Ōtepoti Dunedin. And I just think that's an opportunity we could lean into to really see better, stronger benefits for Ōtepoti and Dunedin, socially, culturally, environmentally and economically. And I deliberately put economically last. Even as a tourism professional, and I've devoted, someone told me the other day, 3 decades, kia ora for that, 30 years of my life to this sector, economics should always play a part, because without it we can't thrive, but it should always be the last kind of the cab off the rank. And these 4 well-beings need to rise as a tide. Trails has the ability for us to do that, but we need to have a trail to enable people to actually come out with us. So fixing that black holeness. I don't think that's a word, I've made that up. But my sister told me I've got a degree and I can do that, and she's a doctorate, so that's what I'll say. Okay, so that's part of what I wanted to be here. The biggest part for me around trails, I'm not going to give you the statistics that my lovely friend Jeff was able to do, because I'm really terrible at remembering numbers, but I do know about the emotions that trails, whenua, country, land, histories, stories enables us to transfer the knowledge to our younger generation that may or may not, from my children's perspective, welcome or appreciate at the time. But when they get older, I hope they will understand the strength of the land that we have, because what is tourism without people? It is the people and the place and the stories in the right place at the right time. I've still got 8 seconds. Jules? Anyway, I finished. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and be proud of being in your 40s.
For the next 31 days.
Okay, cool. Your talk started depressingly, but it got much better. So my question is, basically, you pointed out that trails are your whenua. There are impediments to the Indigenous people accessing them. So what can we do as a council, and I'll use your words, to make sure that the people of the land can become more tethered? You have to press your button.
I thought you could just leave it on and it stayed on. That's what you said.
No, I said you've got to press it every time you want to talk.
But basically, I think it's just support trails, be available to trails. Don't focus and put resources into the development of trails, because it's not just the well-beings toward it is huge, but the Indigenous connection to it, as I've explained, and I won't go over it again, provides benefits that are, I believe, unmeasurable. So I think it's more about the support, and it's listening to people like Rachel, who has been flying the Trails flag for many, many years, and it's something that I've appreciated as I've watched in the background in Dunedin Host, and because our business doesn't, when we don't do a Trails business in Dunedin. But that's what they want, I think, just the resources and the focus and the support of those that are doing some amazing things and are doing it, in spite of the lack of resources and support that they've had historically, and achieving some really wonderful things.
There will allow me.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Okay.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Rufiu Karawana. I just wanted to ask, what is your advice to the councillors and council staff, given the coalition government signalled intentions to take well-beings out of the Local Government Act, the 4 well-beings?
Look, I have my personal views as to what's happening in that space. But look, the well-beings give us a platform to understand. They can give us a pillar of understanding, metrics to measure, and controls to understand if we're working in the right direction, socially, culturally, environmentally and economically. And I will say globally, and I work globally, and I'm off to the conferences in Fiji next week to talk about the move from sustainable to regenerative to resilient tourism for the next 12 days. But those types of things, they're built around the well-beings, and we get looked at as a country because of this focus that we've placed against those well-beings. So, feel free, okay, to buy if you're going to pull them out, but I still don't think we won't work to those well-beings, because they work. Sorry.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm just a little confused. I seem to get the impression you think that we've pulled out of cycleways.
Not pulled out. I just think that there could be more support and resource placed into the development of trails Trails strategies, doing it more strategic in a planning perspective, and then also the alignment and development of trails leading into the city to connect with some fantastic resources that we already have. So no, I don't believe you're pulled out of trails. I do believe there has been resource and continues to be so.
I'm sorry. Okay. In as much as if you look at where the cycleways are moving on the north coast, which are moving in large distances, getting a lot of cycleway put down there in one place with a council resource, I think Rachel's going to talk about removing the cost for consensus. I think it's a good idea. I feel that it's hard to answer the desire to get these cycleways built and also deal with the cost of doing it alongside the requirement for almost the same group of people asking to keep the rates low. But also, what would you consider, this is really the question, with losing the co-funding of building the cycleways, are you suggesting that we just move ahead and build them without the co-funding and therefore twice as expensive as before? Or do we wait until the change of government and the co-funding comes back? Because we have a strategic plan which is 30 years long. So is a 3-year pause out of whack with a 30-year long plan?
I think you've got to look at the opportunity cost of not doing it. I'm not going to sit here, I don't know what the financial implications would be to council. I agree, I don't like the fact that my rates go up, but I also understand the commercial realities for ensuring that we've got a city that is going to be robust and resilient into the future. And I think trails is an opportunity to do it. How you fellas are going to work that out financially, that's all on you. That's why you're sitting around the table and I just swan in for 5 minutes. But yeah, I don't have a direct answer to how you could do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. That's all we have time for. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we have Mr. Peter Foster. He's going to talk about land transfers regarding subdivisions and road closures.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I've come to you this morning about the time it has taken to close a unformed road that's on my property, totally surrounded by my property. And this issue affects all development in Dunedin. My situation is just an example, but it affects everybody taking so long. Even Alan Dippy has said that what used to take 1 year to get consents now takes 3 years. So far, I put in an application in February 22. We're now looking 3 years, 3 months. It was advertised today, and it will take 40 days plus. It'll be another several months. I started when I was 76. I'll be 80 by the time this is approved. I don't have that many years to wait around for the DCC to just transfer a bit of land. How long does it take to take 4 points on the surface of the earth, join the dots, say that now belongs to so-and-so? So this is quite unacceptable. If I complained to the CEO, I'd get a list of excuses, which wouldn't solve the problem. So I've come to you. Now, in my view, if the CEO was not aware of how slow this department was, then she should be. It's her job to know. She has a people appointed to find these things out. If she did know and has done nothing, then she's derelict in her duty. It's as simple as that. So the road closure process, which has taken 3 years and 3 months to date, some questions need to be asked with proper answers obtained. How many people had to handle this application? Of those people that handled it, how many actually needed to? One of the issues is far too much red tape, far too much bureaucracy, far too many people having their finger in the pie and they don't need to. This was a very, very simple road closure. No one else affected, no facilities on it that needed to be protected or anything. How long did it sit on each person's desk before it got moved to the next? Because from what I understand, some 99% plus of that 3.5 years, the file has been sitting on someone's desk untouched. What happens is person A gets the file, it takes 3 or 4 months to come to the surface, they do something with it, pass it on to person B, it takes 3 or 4 months for them to get to the top of the pile, they then hand it back to person A, who takes...
Sorry to interject, Mr Mayor, but this the submitter is making accusations against our staff which are completely unfounded, and I'd like you to respond to that, please.
Yeah, look, Mr Foster, there's your line of discussion or discourse is really based on conjecture and speculation as to what might have happened. Do you have any evidence to suggest any material evidence to demonstrate what you're accusing people of?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor.
So,
Michael Tannock had the file, and it took a year for him to get it to the committee who approves the...
yeah, look, I think if you have got a range of accusations, there's not much point in bringing them to us, because we won't be able to answer any of those questions for you. I think if you write a detailed submission and send it to us and the chief, we will be able to deal with it that way. Because
okay, I'm just bringing this. I'm put this in the form of questions that you should ask. I'm just saying that this is anyway. So it's now this is not to actually denigrate the people involved, because I have it from my solicitor, who is your property solicitor, John Van Baldwin, that the people involved, the 4 people in the property department, are very good at doing what they do. The problem is that there are not enough of them, and that is something which the CEO can fix. The second thing is that there appears to be, and I've been talking to these people for 3 years now, there appears to be no oversight on any file as to how long it's been sitting around. And
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mayor,
Look,
point of order.
We can't be having this. I mean, you've got a whole range of accusations here. I think you need to lay them out in an email, and they'll be they'll be dealt with in due course. Because it's not appropriate to be here, coming up with all of these accusations. We're not in a position that anyone can answer them at this point, and we're not in a position that any of the staff that you're accusing of this, that and the other are in a position to defend themselves or speak to the point. So I think it's be far better if you write it down in an email and send it through the normal channels, and it can be dealt with there.
I appreciate that, Mr Mayor, but this is an issue which it is for the council to determine, because, as I said, if I wrote to the CEO, I doubt if I'd get any response.
Mr Mayor,
Once
I took
again,
a point
it's
of order.
speculation. Yes, point of order.
This is really disrespectful to the staff, and I have a question as to whether this is a road stopping process. That's the official name for it. And if so, there's a designated process for it that takes some time. So is this, perhaps Mr West could answer, would this be a road stopping process? You're not sure?
Well, we can't determine.
I can't answer that question, but what I can say is if you were to put this down in writing to us, I can give you my guarantee we'll investigate it. But unless we can't respond to this today, I don't have the details, and as the councillors pointed out, the staff aren't here to be able to respond to these accusations. So if you put it down in writing, we'll investigate it. I'll give that guarantee to you.
I think that's going to be a much better way, because every time we've interjected, you've continued with a range of accusations. So we're not going to have those. So how about you just write a formal email to the council, and we'll deal with that then.
Okay, I'm happy to do that, Mr Mayor. I think it's an issue, though, that needs your oversight.
Look,
because at the end of the day, the inescapable facts are that this very simple road closure has...
It's not...
Point of order.
We're just going straight back to... We're going straight back to the accusation and the speculation that it is a very simple thing. So none of which can be spoken to at this point. But you do have oversight of 15 people here that do offer that oversight over the council. So please write us a formal letter and, lay out your concerns, and you'll get in due course a formal reply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank
you, councillors.
Right. Sorry. Oh, yes. So I move that we extend public forum beyond 30 minutes, seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next, in the public forum, we have Kirsten Gibson.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I've had my hand up wanting to ask a question of Mr Foster. I don't believe he's been given a fair whack.
Well, look, we have a situation where, the staff and the councillors present are not getting a fair whack either. So we've just called it to an end, and we're going to have a letter which will then be circulated and answered in due course.
So why wasn't I able to ask a question of Mr Foster as everyone else has been able to ask of everyone else that comes to forum?
Well, I didn't see your hand up, to be honest. I was busy focused on Mr Foster. So, moving on, we have Kirsten Gibson, manager of the South Dunedin Community Network, who wants to talk about the South Dunedin Library.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak here today. I'm grateful for the mutually beneficial relationship that we, the South Dunedin Community Network, and the council, including councillors and the council staff, have. So I'm here this morning to talk about the upper floor of the new South Dunedin Library and the DCC plans for that space. I want to reiterate and share how disappointed the network and other community groups were with the vote late last year to only seek commercial tenants in the upper floor space. As we expressed then via media and recently in an email to all councillors, this decision has had detrimental effects to the community and to the relationship with the council. Two of these effects are a sense of betrayal and impacts resulting from that sense, and a loss of community space. So just to speak about the sense of betrayal and the resulting impacts. While there were no direct promises made by DCC, staff or otherwise, to myself or the network regarding the upstairs of the South Dunedin Library and Community Complex, there was every indication that the council was looking for ways for local community groups, such as the Community Network, to make use of this space. Prior to my time with the South Dunedin Community Network, I started last year, there were years of extensive hui and consultation done by council with community groups about having library and community spaces together. From May last year, when I started working at the Community Network, there were several hui that I attended, hosted by council, regarding the upper floor space. Two examples of these hui that I attended were primarily focused on updating us with the progress of the building, and discussions that sought community groups' ideas on how to include community in the upper floor space. These were really well run events by council staff with a wide range of community organisations in attendance and contributing ideas. While council staff had made it clear, as I said, that they could make no promises, the fact that these hui were held and members of the community groups were asked for their ideas regarding that space sent a very clear message to us that our voices mattered, and that the council was intent on delivering a community hub as part of the new library complex. One of the hui's specific focus was, and I quote, how the upper level of the new South Dunedin Library and Community Complex can be best used to benefit the community. These consultations were also mentioned on the DCC's website. So one example talked about co-designing with the community, where the DCC worked with a range of community groups to help with design and services. South Dunedin community stakeholders were asked to nominate representatives to ensure the facility will meet the needs of the community and everyone will feel welcome. Though many hours of community consultation have gone into this work, with clear indications signalling community presence in the upper floor, there appears to be a lack of awareness by councillors through the vote of what the engagement and the consultation and how it was done. Unfortunately, going forward, the impact of this decision made last year, the network is very concerned about the disconnect of the decision making of councillors and the work councillors doing to engage the community in that decision making. We believe, unfortunately, this does not bode well for future decision making regarding South Dunedin community in particular. And this is of an utmost concern with the recent release of the South Dunedin future recommendations around flood issues and the current consultation that's happening within the community around that. The other issue or effect that I mentioned was having a loss of community space. So I and many in the community, we're really looking forward to this new library being open, quite excited. However, having a lack of designated community space where community organisations can be placed is a missed opportunity. A central hub is crucial to enable the community to connect and access services that various organisations provide. These services could result in health benefits and information sharing, just as one small example. Things like this in turn help to build community and social cohesion. We acknowledge that in times of economic caution, if the upper floor is to include community, that a financial contribution towards rent may be likely. We would not be expecting that council does not get some contribution. A financial contribution that is in addition to the services and benefits that people in the community would receive from the organisations that would be up there. Bearing these issues in mind, the decision, its impacts and the lack of community space, I just wonder if there'd be a better way forward. A community-focused space on the upper floor of the library could be a win-win for council and community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kirsten. You talked during the speech there about, I think I wrote down, the disconnect of decision making, which led me to think, is there anything you would like from us here at Council with regard to the decision making process for the upper floor of the library, and anything else where perhaps community has or hasn't been consulted?
Kia ora, Councillor Walker, thanks. Yeah, I guess it would be really good to know what led to that decision. And then with regards to the disconnect, we're seeking reassurances that, I guess, or mitigations to ensure that that disconnect doesn't continue to happen. And as I mentioned with the South Dunedin future reports that have come out, so we're looking at big decisions to be made in South Dunedin over flooding issues. So if we're wanting, and we want the community to engage with council, so if we're wanting to encourage people to do that, we need to have reassurances that these, I guess, about turns won't happen, or that we'd get explanations or being brought along in the process a bit clearer.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks for your presentation, and I can sort of see where you might be going with this. What councillors were present in those briefings that you had with staff?
From memory, I am unsure if any councillors were in those hui, and I went to at least two, but this is over years and years. There's been dozens of hui, so I wouldn't be able to say who or what other councillors were there.
I actually kind of knew the answer, because the fact of the matter is, would you be surprised to find that the councillors that haven't been at those huis, and then would you consider that might have contributed to where we got?
Absolutely. I guess my question, I mean, I am not in the council, so I don't know how those functions work, but it doesn't sort of take away from the surprise of not just the South Dunedin Community Network being present in those hui, there were dozens of community groups within those hui as well. So, yeah, I guess it's just imploring the council to reduce the issues of that perhaps disconnect between what we're being presented with and then what's happening in the background.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Up until this, did you feel like you've been a partner with council in this build and in this project?
Kia ora. Absolutely, and alongside similarities with the South Dunedin Future team as well, who we have a really good relationship with. So, yeah, I guess just being involved in designing essentially that upper floor, as well as being informed regularly on the progress of the whole building. Absolutely, it was workshopping, not just a passive presentation, if you will.
Thank you.
How did you feel when the...
Sorry, Councillor.
I had one more question.
That maybe we can come back to that. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in and presenting. So I attended some of the hui and I don't recall how many, but I certainly understood what you understood. So the question is, can you just unpack the vision you had for that upper floor when you believed it would be community focused?
Apologies if I was at the same hui and didn't remember if you were there. There were multiple visions spoken about in the hui that I was at. But for example, it was a mixture of community groups. So not even necessarily I'm not just saying that the South Dunedin Community Network needed to be in that space. It was multiple community groups, a sort of a space where someone could come and access services in one group, but there'd be other groups there, a bit more cohesion between community groups as well. Because I'm sure you all know, it's a big space on that upper floor. So the conversations varied from being wholly community space or then partially community space. I mentioned there were no promises made, so absolute decisions weren't made on how it would look, but the idea that community groups were there was present throughout the whole conversations.
Thank you. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, I said we're nearly out of time. Are you aware, right when we first voted for going ahead with the library to be at the site that it's at now, that it was made very clear to us that there were two levels and only one was required for the library and community space and usage, and that the other level was to be rented out commercially to offset the increased operational costs that the site was going to bring on for the library?
I can't recall that exact vote that you've mentioned, but from my looking into all the council updates, so that's via the media or on the council website, it does not consistently say that or reflect that. So it often talks about, I found one mention of retail, for example, for the space, and it was on an architect's website, not on council's website.
Thank you. And that's all we have time for. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
Next we have Joe Miller from the South Dunedin, well, talking about the same topic, but representing Grey Power.
Good morning, councillors and mayors, and I'm sorry that I'm back here again. I hoped I wouldn't have to be. However, I am. Unfortunately, the reason I'm back is because I wrote you all an email, asked you some questions, and all I can think is that there must be a lot of staff employed in the DCC who are emptying file 13 bins because of the emails that don't get answered. So I'm back here again, and I'm back here on a community.
Point of order. We've already spoken to one person about criticism of staff. Can we keep it consistent, please?
I think so. That's good advice, Ms. Miller. Please.
That's fine. That's fine. So what I'm here today is to talk on the community side of this situation. When I went to the huis that we had about this building, We were shown upstairs, and I have to tell you, all we saw was a blank canvas. But we were told that was going to be the community area. And then I also saw in the website, the new building will provide flexible education, creative and community engagement spaces, and play a pivotal role in connecting the community and enhancing its well-being. So I immediately thought, marvellous. What a great opportunity. We have a lot of our older people who don't go to clubs anymore. They don't go into town because they find it a bit of a hike up from the hub. And I thought, we can also have the ethnic groups that were there at this hui and who were really excited about what was going to happen. And I could see a great way of being able to get some of our older people together with the different ethnic groups and intermingle a lot better. Our biggest problem that we have with some of the ethnic groups is that they had never heard of ACC, they don't understand, they don't know about WINS and what their involvement in. And to me, this was where we could come together as a group, as a community, assist them, help them, and probably make a better life for them as well, because they could get payments that they may at that stage not know about and be entitled to have. The other thought was, what a great way of integrating our communities. Come the school holidays, we can have the young ones there showing us how to use our smartphones and the correct way to do it and not cut people off when we're trying to talk or send messages. We can get them showing us our computers, how we can do a little bit more than just send an email to somebody down the road. So to me, it was a way where we were going to build a thriving community and we would be integrating with all sorts of people within it. And I can't believe that when the situation happened that you decided it need to go commercial, and it was never, ever, ever in the times that I was ever involved, told anything about commercial upstairs. But why didn't you come to us and tell us that there was a problem coming up, and can we put our heads together and resolve it? Had we done that, we could have worked together as a group, and probably we would not have to have this problem we've got at the moment. My reaction is, oh, it doesn't matter, because you just pay your rates, you never get anything for it, you never see anything for it. I know that there are lots of things that we get for our rates that we probably don't look at and see, but to me, this appeared to be, to the community, a viable way in which our rates were being used and they were going to get benefit from it. So that's one of my reasons that I'm here today, is to say that please, if you can't get this community area up there, where are we going to go? Where are we going to have an area that we can meet together as a group and integrate properly? And what can we do to make it happen? Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Miller. I think I heard you correctly, but I'd just like to clarify that you were given a tour of the upstairs and you were told as if a done deal that this is where, or you were shown rather, that this is where the... Right.
So push the microphone button.
Sorry, my apologies. I've got a loud voice. I thought you'd hear me. Sorry.
It's recorded.
That we were shown a blank canvas, and that's where we were told that our area would be up there, that we could integrate in the different groups. What we were also told is that there were going to be sliding doors so that we could open it up in some areas or close it up if there were smaller things to be done. So that's what we were told.
But my question is that it was, you were told that as if it were a done deal, that the upstairs was the community space. Don't forget to press your button again, because it's for the...
That's the impression we all had,
listeners at
yes.
home, yes. Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
It's always a pleasure to see you again, Joe. I think what you might be seeing, do you agree that in fact it looks like that this body may not have been involved in the same conversations that you guys were involved in, and are you asking us now to do a reset at this point and start the conversation again over this particular point?
That's basically what I'm asking. It looks to me as though what's happened here is that there seems to be either some misconnection or miscommunication somewhere along the line where we've got, perhaps we've got the wrong story, but we've got the impression that that's where our community groups were going to be. And if that wasn't the case, then yes, I really do think we need to go back and relook at the situation.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you like to comment on the impact on the trust between the community and council over this?
It's perhaps not as good as it should be. I believe that we do need to do some big mending if we can get that trust back, because it came as such a shock to everybody when we suddenly found that our community area, which we thought we had, was gone, and it was now going to be commercial building. We can't afford to pay commercial rent, but none of us expected to ever be up in that building free of charge. We all expect, as it is, user pays.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Joe, and thank you for mentioning the 4 words, building a thriving community. Kirsten talked a wee bit about a win-win scenario, and I think back to the original motion where the proposal was for partly commercial, partly community space. I presume that as we move on through this process, you wouldn't have an issue if that was what was to emanate from this process.
I wouldn't have a problem at all. All I ask for is enough space for us to be able to congregate up there as a community. So I'm not saying we've got to have the whole... I haven't seen it. Everybody tells me it's huge, and I imagine it is huge by the look of the length of the building. But certainly, I mean, we're not that stupid that we want to have everything for ourselves, but we certainly would like to have a community area that we can be part and parcel of.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I just want to ask how many metres squared, because you're talking about it being huge, and I've got some statistics on. We've got 132 metres of meeting rooms in the library, or the new library already. So I'm just thinking about how we might jiggle space around perhaps. So do you know how many square metres you might need?
I'm the last one to ask that of. I can look at a plan and not even know what's going to come out of it, to be honest. So no, I'm sorry, I can't help you there.
Okay, Councillor O'Malley.
My question is sort of, what about places like the Gasworks Museum? There's community spaces there. Do you guys use that? And do you? I'm not completely over the top of all the community spaces in South Dunedin, but there are some around. And how do they work in relationship to this new one in terms of keeping the rates down and not maintaining a whole heap of community spaces all over the area?
Well, I would say that apart from having community area, I know there are different community areas all around the place, but the beauty of the area that we're talking about now with the library is that we would all be together, and that's what we haven't got at the moment. We haven't got the ability to meet. I mean, the ethnic group may meet somewhere, we may have the Muslim group meeting somewhere else, but up there we could all meet together and be part and parcel of the community.
Great. Thank you. And that's all we have time for today.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Miller. Thank you. Okay, moving on with the meeting. Apologies, I have no apologies, apart from for a temporary departure during the course of the meeting from Councillor Gilbert. Thank you. Number 4, confirmation of agenda. I move that Council confirms the agenda without additional alterations. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour?
Could I raise an issue? I'm just wondering if on our agenda, if we're able to move this, the motion to be doing now while we've just had the public forum, if that's possible.
No, well, we've already been, the motion's already been moved and seconded, but also none of the public forum people are still here. They've all left. So I think it's better to have it at the end of the day. So, confirm the agenda without additional alteration. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Number 5, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making if they have any conflicts. Are there any changes to the interest register? I see none, therefore I move that committee notes the elected members' interest register and the proposed management plans. Seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Number 5, confirmation of minutes. We have a few. From the Ordinary Council Meeting 26 March 2025, page 17 of your agenda. I move the Council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 6.2, the Ordinary Council Meeting of 3 April 25. I move that Council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 6.3, the meeting of 15 April 25. I move that Council confirms the public part of those minutes. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, actions from resolutions of council meetings. Mr West, do you have some opening comments?
No, I'm happy to try and answer questions though.
Okay, so Mr West will take any questions. Are there any? Firstly, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr West, I search in vain for any reference to progress on the SDF real-time parking information stuff that was a decision made and funded by Council just on 4 years ago. Can you enlighten us, please?
Is that the overhead directors?
Sorry. Time information about where parks are available.
We'll hand you over to Mr McLean. Hopefully he might have an answer, but I know there's been work done on tenders for that, but I will hand over to Mr McLean.
Yes, so that's well underway, but fortuitously Mr Spears has just walked into that gallery, so he'll be able to give you a very detailed update of where it's at.
It's past the parcel again.
I was tempted to pass to Ms Chamberlain, who's more informed than I am. So the static wayfinding signs, which are the non-electronic signs, are being procured this financial year and should roll out before the end of the financial year. The electronic signs will be delivered in the next financial year, so we're just putting together the process, look at the civils and the requirements when we're going to put them, and we anticipate that in the next financial year we'll roll them out on the southern motorway and the northern motorway at locations still to be determined, but next 12 months or so.
If I may continue.
Yes.
You talk about access on and visibility on the motorways coming in and out, or there is going to be information in the CBD about the number of parks and where they are too, I assume.
Not necessarily, but there is some budget in the project to look at putting some signage out on the buildings, for example, so that's reasonably simple if we choose to do so. That's a discussion we need to have with property, but there is budget for it.
I'm wondering, Mr Mayor, if we shouldn't actually have a briefing about what's proposed here, because I think many of us recall what was planned and what was funded, and I'm not sure that what's being talked about reflects was in people's minds.
Okay, so can I ask that Mr West investigates the possibility of a workshop at some stage? Obviously we're a pretty busy week next week, there's maybe time in the week after, but certainly the week subsequent to that there's no time. So
yes, I'll talk to the transport team, Councillor, and we'll work out a time that we can get back to you on that and provide you with an update.
Next question is Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just jumping looking for something else. Let me get back to it. Right, so it'll come as no surprise, the questions that I've got. On page 43, the Unitary Council, it's got there about planning for the meeting is underway. What can you speak to what that is? Is it the conversation has started with other parties, or the method or venue is being considered? What does that mean, please?
I am going to have to get back to you on that one. I can't answer that today because I've not been party to that conversation, but I've certainly make a note of it, Councillor, and respond to you all.
Yes. Can I further suggest that we have maybe a workshop on that, because there's a lot of interesting, I think there's quite a significant amount of interest from councillors about that, and it's a pretty big topic.
Yes, I will
At some
find
stage in the future.
information and we will get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My second question is, again, unsurprisingly, on page 45, the declaration that we made around single-use cups, and I note that whilst changes have been made for DCC-run events, we're still at the same place as we were last time, where there are places working towards being free of single-use cups. Now, I'm just curious why we are still not there, given how simple it is.
And I can't answer that, Councillor, today, unfortunately. I have heard, and I think I've seen emails. Has Sandy sent emails out to councillors in recent times? No? Okay, I'm not going to make something up on the hoof. I don't know the answer to it. I'll look into it for you.
Thank you. Then, while you're looking into it, it might be helpful, and I'd certainly be interested to know what conversations were held with the operators of the venues and when. So obviously you don't know the answer to that now, but if that could be part of that answer, please.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
Getting back to Councillor Benson Pope's wayfinding and signage decision, I remember a figure of $9 million being agreed to by council, which I very strongly voted against. And I wonder, is that $9 million figure still in the budget, and is it still going to be spent on signage and wayfinding?
Looking at either the CFO or...
Does anyone have an answer on that at this point, or should we leave it till the workshop?
To that.
I don't have the level of detail right now, but Councillor, but I can certainly circulate updated financials.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, page 46, notice of motion, Dunedin Hospital. That's completed, that activity, but we've had these coming out in the media now that looks like the design may be not actually exactly what the government had promised. And are we going to do anything?
Yesterday, to talk about this.
I mean, it's breaking.
And so I have spoken to people involved, and whilst the current usage, my understanding is that the current number of ICU beds is 16, and upon opening they've got, according to their current modelling, they think the numbers are still sufficient, but they're going to have 20 at opening. That of course can be changed, but there's provision for 40. So there's a degree of flexibility there. The main thing is that the space for those beds is being constructed. So the whole 11 floors, as we know, is being constructed, and the space may be shelled, or depending on how needs evolve, but the modelling at this stage is saying 20.
My question is actually, what are we going to do anything as an institution, as opposed to whether you feel that that's going to be adequate or not?
Well,
what are we going to do?
Well, I asked, well, in the first instance, I've asked what the plan is, and that is where they're at, and they've ratified that modelling, and the planners of the hospital are happy with that situation. Now, we've heard from some people that would like to have more, but we haven't heard from the people inside the hospital saying that. So, look, it's all. I've told you what they've said. There's spaces for 40 planned and 40 on opening, but opening's 5 years away. The main thing is that the space is there and the flexibility is there to change as required.
It sounds like your answer is that our plan is to do nothing.
Well,
to actually say, I want this brought back into the front of the media and made a very public discussion about the promise of delivery, and then the partial and an assessment of whether this partial delivery is in fact an actual meeting of the promise or not, because it appears to have been assessed by the Mayor as being a meeting of that, and we're not going to move any further forward, and I'm a little concerned about that.
Well, I think the hospital, the Health New Zealand would be concerned about fitting out 40 beds, of only which less than half were used. So
you do agree with the government then?
Well, I agree with the planners that they've got it covered.
And so we are going to do nothing?
Well,
I'm not asking to move anything, Councillor Ackland, and you were speaking across the floor, which you're not through the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, look, I have no intention to do anything further at this stage.
Okay,
however, I certainly intend to keep in touch with the situation.
I think that's clarified it.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
I won't apologise for labouring this point, so thanks for mentioning it. Bottom line is we're being lied to. It's going to be starting chipping away. This is not the place to argue it, but I think privately, after this meeting, we should arrange to meet around what Councillor Murray has just suggested. The lies are already beginning, and we need to do something about it.
Right, so, are there any further questions on the forward work plan? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it is the place to discuss it because it's on this action plan list and it is something we've been actively involved in. It was on RNZ this morning. The staff of the ED head, I think he wasn't it, was extremely unhappy about it. Is it worth us sending a letter to the Minister getting him to confirm how many beds there will and how many, to confirm the numbers on this? Is it as bad as we're hearing on RNZ this morning, or is it what you're saying that planners are saying there's going to be 40? Let's get the facts. Why don't we ask for that? I think that's fair and reasonable. Can we ask for that and send a letter, please?
There's no need to send a letter. I have asked directly to the planner.
Wouldn't it have more authority if we sent it as a council?
I've already given you the answer.
Are you shutting this down?
It
feels like that. We have been really strong, as a council, and united on our fight for this hospital. And I think now we've done a good job for the things we've achieved. But if they're going to go back on some of their words, I think we need to ask. You might be right. It might be confirmed that there's no problem. But let's hear that.
Well, we can have a meeting at some later point to discuss and decide it. What I'm saying is that I've asked the specific question and got the specific answer, which I have just relayed to you. Anyway, are there any further questions of the Council Forward Work Programme? I see none. Therefore, I move that Council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of Council meetings as attached. Seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Number 8. Forward Work Programme for Council. Mr West, any opening comments?
No, I again will try my best with the ELT members and other staff present to ask and answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Gary.
Yes, thank you. Page 54. Can someone unpick the comment next to the LAP review? Progress to date, a report will go to Councillor May June to propose that the LAP be reconsulted on, I guess it means in, early 2026. Is that a typo or is that what's planned? Because I thought it was being consulted now and then I read this. Can someone clarify that for me, please?
So, do you want me to answer that, or do you want to try and answer it, Councillor? Is it appropriate for you to answer it?
Take you into the point where I'm not sure beyond that point. I'll take you to what the committee will be bringing in. I was actually hoping it was going to come to this meeting, but it's not. The committee has resolved that there was not sufficient engagement with the tri-agencies for the development of the consultation document, and therefore has recommended that the council starts the consultation again. The consequence of that is the existing LAP effectively lapses, but in its lapsing, and we are not the only city in the country, there are about 5 or 6 that are in the same position, it effectively stays in effect until a new LAP is put in place. we felt as a committee that it was better to do the process properly because it's a 6-year period than to go forward with what we considered was a not properly consulted on pre-consultation document. So I would like to see that moved a little bit closer.
So there are conversations going on with policy staff, and we're looking at what other councils have done and how long it's taken them, and we're still to finalise those dates. But at the moment, because of the election and because of various other things, we're signalling it could be 2026. But that is that's an estimate at the moment until we work through it a little bit more on the timeline.
So that was my next question around capacity. And my secondary question is around the matter of glass and so forth that was going to be considered as part of that. That obviously delays that, and that has implications and consequences. Is that still part of what is the intention?
One of the other things the committee had to deal with was that the consultation document did not contain glass in it, and it was not actually consulted on as a consultation topic. And so it wasn't the reason that we sent that back to the start, but there's, in the chair's decision, you'll see there's a number of other reasons that in them of themselves could have sent it back to the start. And one of them was we need to consult directly in North Dunedin on the glass problem before the committee makes a decision. And it is clearly going to move to a high priority topic in the new consultation.
Okay, so that's reassuring and will be of relevance to the next Sophia Charter meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the fact that there's 3 new members. DLC. Okay, further questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On the bottom of page 52, the sustainability framework, and I'm just point of clarification. Is there going to be a workshop, which is it says in the narrative before the report comes back in June, or I'm just conscious that it's not scheduled in our diaries. Whether that was the intention. It says our workshop to prioritise and align the SDGs and targets with council strategies. So I'm just seeking clarity whether that's what the next actual.
Moran is going to be able to answer that one for you.
No, we had no request to hold a workshop, so that has not been planned. It was just adjourned, and no work is happening on that.
I'll go back and double check, but I thought there was a workshop, and my colleagues beside me are nodding their heads. That's why I was wanting clarification.
We can check that.
Okay. Are there any further questions? I see none. Therefore, I move that Council notes the updated Council Forward Work Programme. Seconded. Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 9, page 57 on the agenda. The NZTA update on State Highway 88 proposals for the Central City. So we have Mr. Spears, Mr. Baker, and someone else. Who's that? And another person.
Good morning. I'm here with my colleague Chad Barker from NZTA to talk about the proposals to the state highway outside the location of the new Dunedin Hospital. And Mr. Gatenby is here to give some technical advice if required, and particularly for one slide. Today we're talking about improving the environment around the hospital to make it safer and better for all people who access the hospital. There'll be, there'll be thousands of people accessing the hospital on a daily basis, including patients, workers and students. And the hospital location as it stands is in an island of state highways, and we need to really put in place a safe environment. So we'll be talking about what's proposed through the State Highway Program, what we'll be looking forward to consult on, and Mr. Barker will talk about what's proposed if the funding is allocated. We've fought for the hospital, and this is the opportunity for us to create the environment around the hospital to make it work as well as possible.
Thank you, Simon. Presumably I can just use arrows here to crack on through.
Yeah, so the purpose of today, and thank you for the opportunity, is to inform you about proposed changes to the state highways at the hospital frontages in particular, and also St Andrew Street, which currently forms State Highway 88. So I just want to note that we've discussed, I think, the flavour of these improvements with Council on a few prior occasions, so we just want to cover some of those key issues that were raised previously. So clearly a map of our key network in the city, and today's presentation is focusing on this box right here, obviously, which is the Cumberland Street Hospital frontages, the St Andrew Street connection, and the potential to move that to Frederick Street to create a different sort of local road environment. And as you'll be aware, we also have some consultation underway at the moment for the rest of the State Highway 1 from the Pino intersection to Anderson Bay intersection, or Anderson Bay Road, where it connects with the Southern Motorway. So today is very much this square in the middle. And we're running sort of two separate pieces of consultation. So the first is everything except that middle block, and then we want to do another session on the middle block there, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. So current situation is, so we know with the current layout, there's going to be a lot of traffic around the hospital location, the frontage, back and between the two hospital buildings. So we're going to have a lot of traffic around people who need to access the hospital. So clearly we need to have a look at making sure that's as best as we can make it. So we also know that on State Highway 1 there is a higher crash risk profile for the city, for Dunedin City, so that we've got to be mindful of that. There's obviously high volumes of traffic, northbound, southbound. I think it was sort of 16,000 vehicles on average per day. State Highway 88, St Andrew Street is sort of, I think, 8 to 10,000 vehicles. So again, a reasonable number of traffic that we have to provide for. And we know there's going to be some changes to traffic movements as a result of the hospital moving location. And a key point in all of this is that the pedestrian trips will be consolidated, and particularly between the two, the inpatient and the outpatient building on the St Andrews and Cumberland Street intersection. So we need to provide for that location. So this just sums up the key proposed changes, I guess, in a nutshell. So we'd quite like to put in some mid-block crossings on Cumberland Street, adjacent to the supermarkets, and we can show you a rough location on the following slide. Some targeted footpath widening is part of that, and some consolidation of bus stops, because currently it's we're working with ORC on that as to whether we can rationalise those and put them in the right place. So a key feature of all of this, as we've mentioned previously, is getting a barns dance into the Cumberland Street, St Andrew Street intersection. And to do that, and to keep the highway functioning efficiently, we need to look at the right turn removal onto Cumberland Street from St Andrew Street to achieve that. And we can talk about that on the next slide as well. So, as mentioned, St Andrew Street and Anzac Ave currently form part of State Highway 88. They would become the new local road, and the new east-west State Highway connection would be on Frederick Street. So this is a bit of a schema showing sort of the rough location of where some of those improvements would be located. And as you can see, we've sort of talked about the barns dance crossing there and the right turn removal. One of the questions raised previously by Council was the concern about people being able to access the central city if that right turn movement was removed. So I've got Matt who is going to talk through that on the next slide in terms of what those different route options are. On St Andrew Street, we're also looking at potentially removing some car park on that northern side there, which is, I'm not sure if this work. You can see where it says left in, left out Leith Street there. Removing that, we really going to do some lane marking changes there and put in some wide shoulders. And the idea is pretty much consistently at that top end by the Barnes Dance, 3 lanes of traffic with some wide shoulders. And the idea with the wide shoulders is that they could be future-proofed for if the council decides to prioritise cycling through that route. Those wide shoulders could be easily converted to cycle lanes. As mentioned, Leith Street, you can currently, I think, technically turn right out of there. Probably not the safest turning movement, so left and left out for Leith Street. We're also looking at around the Anzac Ave intersection. Because of the removal of the right turn, we want to make that right turn onto Anzac more efficient. So there's some work we can do there in terms of phasing and how that works to make that better. On Harrow Street, it's again a little bit of traffic calming there, but there is the opportunity to put in some more angle car parking in that location as well. So that's an opportunity. And I've talked about the targeted footpath widening and bus stop on Cumberland Street. So I think Matt's going to take you through the different routes.
Yeah, so as Chad was saying, one of the key sort of elements of the scheme is to remove that right turn from St Andrew Street to Cumberland Street, which enables that Barnes Dance to be implemented and then therefore maintain the sort of State Highway 1 progression northbound. We've done quite a lot of transport modelling over the past 4 years or so. That's include moving the hospital, allocating where that traffic will go in terms of new car park locations for their destinations and origins and how they access the hospital, the new hospital. In terms of that right turn, currently and in sort of projections, we're looking at between 200, 250, 300 max vehicles doing that right turn. That's in the AM peak. Interpeak and PM peak are quite similar levels as well, so it's around that 200 to 300 vehicles an hour level. Once we remove that right turn, there are quite a few opportunities for reassignment of those trips. Obviously, Dunedin has a network is sort of a grid network, and therefore there are some opportunities. If you're coming from, say, Anderson's Bay area, you can use the State Highway 1, you can come across Jetty Street, you can continue your current route, then turn right and use Hanover, or you can use Frederick Street to cross State Highway 1 or turn right onto State Highway 1 northbound. And as Chad said earlier, sort of the mitigation for us in terms of removing that right turn is some improvements at the level crossing intersection to make that right turn from the level crossing towards Anzac Avenue North, to give that more priority, give that more green time, so we can accommodate more trips doing that particular right turn. In addition, if we can move to Frederick Street probably, so on Frederick Street as well, as the previous slide, we're expecting a bit more traffic on Frederick Street, and so in terms of removing some parking on that block on the south side between Castle Street and Cumberland Street to create 2 full traffic lanes rather than what we have now, which is parking a lane which then diverges into 2. On occasions, if the right turn there is blocked, it blocks the head as well. So we're just trying to make that Frederick Street section a bit more efficient. But in terms of that reassignment, 250 vehicles an hour, we are expecting, the model sort of predicts that we'll see traffic reassigned over lots of different routes depending on your absolute origin and absolute destination of your trip. Sort of between 10 and 30% on each of those routes. So that's sort of equivalent to only probably 1 or 2, maybe 3 maximum extra vehicles a minute on each of those movements, probably not even that. So we have sort of considered it in a holistic approach, and sort of, you know, we've looked at the key intersection and tried to introduce some better pedestrian priority there, and how we can mitigate it in terms of the traffic and improving the efficiency of some other intersections.
Okay, so hopefully that gave you a bit of an idea about how traffic will behave if that turn is removed from the system, and there are quite a few opportunities for people to continue on and get to where they need to efficiently. So Frederick Street is a pretty simple schema here. Basically, looking at the green line in the middle there is an active mode refuge, and it's pretty similar to the one that's by Vogel Street in Queen's Gardens here that you would have seen, and functions pretty well. There's some curb build-outs which are good for obviously pedestrians, but potentially cyclists, and better visibility for vehicles as well. And just, I think last time there was some concern about the potential of parking removal, particularly the residential blocks in that location, and I think obviously our principle will be to minimise parking removal where absolutely possible, but in terms of those residential blocks, it's pretty minimal either side of the road. What that removal would be, as Matt pointed to, really we're looking to get that traffic movement flow much better through Castle and Cumberland Street there. That part of Frederick Street where we can use the space available much better. So I think that's the sort of the key stuff for Frederick Street. I think Simon's going to cover this.
Yeah, just talking about the parking loss or parking reallocation. So on St Andrew Street, there could be up to 14 parks removed by the fire station. Part of the reason is those wide shoulders will help emergency vehicles access the hospital and the fire station nearby if needed. So it's an important piece of ground. With the improvements to Anzac Avenue, there'll be improved access to our St Andrew Street car park, which is approximately 2 minutes walk away, which on a typical day has between 100 and 150 spaces vacant. So there will be good availability near the hospital. And also we'll be using the wayfinding to direct people to that car park. So that site will probably become the main DCC car park near the new hospital, taking over from Frederick Street, which is currently sort of our main car park. There'll be some changes to the parking on the frontage to the hospital. That's to support an environment that's, you know, to look like the picture of the hospital, sort of friendlier, more green space, wider footpaths, mid-block crossings. So that'll be out for consultation, so we look at the feedback we get on that and what we can do, but there will be potentially 10 or 15 parks lost there as well. And then on Frederick Street, there is the paid parking lost outside the hostel in the short block between the two state highways. That's required for that piece of road to function like a state highway in the future. Further down Frederick Street, there'll be some parking loss, as Fred has mentioned, to talk about the pedestrian refuge. But most of that parking is pretty low turnover. 20% of that parking on any given week doesn't change because it's unrestricted. And 60% of that parking changes once a day. So it's not high use parking, it's predominantly residential parking. And there is a little section of parking at the corner of Harrow Street, which is currently, it's our land, but it's used by businesses to park cars on a sort of semi-permanent basis. We can put restrictions in there and reclaim some of that parking back. We also anticipate as the hospital location moves and St Andrew Street picks up the parking, there'll be more availability at Frederick Street car park. So there will be a good allocation of parking across the city. Yeah, that's me.
So just to sum up, I guess the key things we're looking to achieve with these projects, we're obviously looking to improve safety for vehicles, but particular, really raise the game around people walking, I think is critical given this change. Yeah, so improved access in general to such a key city destination. We have to cater for a diverse range of people with different abilities, and I think, as Simon's alluded to as well, there is quite a few parking opportunities within close location of the hospital, and we are very mindful of obviously retaining, as much of that as we can. But there are clearly some off-site facilities available as well within close proximity. And obviously, as I think Matt hinted, we we have a pretty effective movement function with the highway as well, and we believe that even with these changes, we can keep that.
Right,
So,
well.
sorry, just the last one. Just in terms of the next steps we'd like to get to is some public consultation in June and July, complete the business cases, both State Highway 1 and 88 by the end of this year, and then apply for funding to get into the detailed design phase, which would be predominantly 2026. And I think, between those two stages, we would work with council to get agreement around the revocation of State Highway 88 St Andrew Street being a state highway and shifting that to Frederick Street. So we'll do that through an agreement with council, and then into construction 26-27 financial year. That's what we'd hope to get to.
Okay. So we have a great range of questions. So I think we'll try and have one question per councillor so we can get through and then go around again if you've got more. I have a question first, which is, and when you showed the percentages of traffic diversion, instead of going across St Andrew Street, which is pretty high usage, I mean that's 4 cars per minute wanting to turn right onto Cumberland Street, you show 60% of those choosing other roads to the north, but 40%, which seems like quite a lot, will choose to go south and extend their journey quite a bit to move south. What confidence do you have that they will actually do that? Because, if they don't, it could mean that those other roads are up to double your expected usage.
Yeah, as I said previously, I've done extensive modelling, both pre-moving the hospital and post-moving the hospital. We cannot be absolutely sure of reassignment. Nobody knows. But in terms of travel times, anecdotally, I always use Jetty Street. I don't use St Andrew Street. The journey times are very similar between whichever of those routes you use. So if you are coming from Andersons Bay or Portobello, it is just as quick to use Jetty Street at the moment as it is to use St Andrew Street if you're doing that right turn. One of the things which we should probably point out is that obviously we are maintaining the movement across St Andrew Street into the central city, so that movement it will still be available. So it's only the right turn that we are affecting. As I say, the models do show that drivers are going to use all of those routes, and as I said, because it's a grid network, what tends to happen is you get a lot of routes with very similar journey times if there's no particular pinch points within a network, and therefore traffic tends to just use each of those somewhat equally and is spread out between them, which is what we're finding in the models themselves.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question was similar around modelling for Frederick Street, because as you say, I know, like I drive it most days, there's a lot of traffic at peak time in the morning, particularly along Frederick. So how do you imagine we're going to manage that? Because we'll have a gridlock, won't we?
Well, as I say, one of the proposals is to improve that Frederick Street section between Castle and Cumberland, and that is one of the key constraints in the moment in the network. For example, when there's a logging truck going from Port to State Highway North motorway, it only takes one logging truck to be in that right turn bay, and then other vehicles can't then get around it because of the parking that's there at the moment. So that's one of the key features of the proposal. With this removal of the right turn here, we are improving one of the alternatives. And that removal of the parking allows that ahead movement to the central city and the right turn towards the northern motorway to operate somewhat more independently, and they don't then get stuck in each other's way.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Fiso, followed by Councillors O'Malley, Walker, Van der Vis, Mayhem, Gary, Barker, Lucas and Wiley. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou, gentlemen. I do have two questions, but I'm going to ask question one for this round. My question relates to page 59, the summary of considerations. And I just wanted, I noted the Māori impact statement, which I personally don't find satisfactory. So I want to know, please, how are mana whenua to be consulted as mana whenua and not just another stakeholder?
Yeah, I'm obviously standing in for Anya today, who's the lead transport planner on that. So, yeah, difficult for me to answer the level of work that she's engaged with to date. But my understanding is she has been basically doing a great job keeping all of our partners and stakeholders up to speed with where the project's going. I would have to get back to you on that because I'm not sure of the specifics. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor O'Malley.
I have about 10 questions, but I'll just ask one. The right-hand turn at St Andrew Street is, I think, going to be a relatively controversial move because, my opinion, because when Anya first mentioned it, she said a quarter of the traffic's turning, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. So I've done a bit of citizen science, and I know it's citizen science, but there's over 100 observations in it now. Every time I go to that intersection, I count the number of cars turning right, the number of cars going straight, and it's 50% are turning right. That is a major right-hand north movement of St Andrew Street, and we are not strengthening Hanover Street for the extra traffic, and it's a difficult negotiation coming over the railway line and then heading up Anzac Ave to get to Hanover Street. And so I'm basically not really asking a question, I'm proposing that I think that because of the harbour arterial not being well designed at that end either, because we're going to go over just the bridge at Emerson's, that we are creating a whole heap of disjuncted or broken up intersections, and we're trying to put people through them. So that if we are to take the right-hand turn away from St Andrews Street, it needs to be a lot of strengthening to right-hand turning at Anzac Ave over to Hanover, because that's where they're going to want to go. And I do one personal one, which I know a lot of people do. If you're trying to get to the New World supermarket and you're coming from the north, you have to go down to St Andrews Street to get it onto it. Now I'll go down Hanover or somewhere else later, but under this meant you'd have to go all the way down to Anzac Ave and then come right, and then come back up again. So I don't know if really you've got a number for the right-hand turners there, but I'm just a bit worried about if it's gone, what's going to happen, to be honest.
Okay.
It's not a question.
Well, what's going to happen? You've got some speculation on that, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I sort of talked about it a bit before, but I mean, you're correct. It is 50-50 split. I don't know where the quarter came from. I think the quarter might have been the other two movements going the other way as well. So, but yes, you're right. It is pretty much 50-50 going Central City versus right turn to go north. Yeah, I think New World in particular is probably the disadvantage of the right turn. I think all of the routes are quite simple. The right turn, I mean, if you're coming to Newell from the north, you can, of course, use Hanover and go and come in the other entrance. If you're coming from the south, you can come over the Jetty Bridge and then obviously turn into New World as you would normally do. So there are other routes. I think we acknowledge that particular New World entrance is probably a disadvantage of the right turn. It does cause some people to reassign.
One thing that might help, are you going to strengthen the flow off Jetty Street onto the one-way north?
I mean, we haven't got any plans to do any specific signal phasing. Obviously, the SCATS controller at that location does optimise. So if it sees more traffic during that right turn, it will slightly put some more green time on. Obviously, that part of the network is also in peak times under some pressure, the Western Corridor and up towards the Princess Street 5 arm. But as I say, the number of extra vehicles is still fairly low in terms of how many more are going to be on that right turn because of the dispersal effects.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks. I've also got a bunch of questions, but I'll start with my first one. And I ask this, unlike Councillor Houlihan, as a cyclist who cycles through that route most days. It's clear, or I hope it's clear from what I'm hearing, that safety and placemaking will be central. Those two things are very separate things in my mind, and I hope they are in yours. Are there any or what weight was given to each, and are there any safety and or placemaking measures that you considered and decided not to include at this stage?
I think at this stage it's finalising those concept designs. So I think the idea is where we can target footpath widening and amenity, we will do so as part of it, particularly on State Highway 1. I think St Andrews Street from the east coming to the back of the two hospital buildings, it is a bit more of a thoroughfare through there, and people are not going to be dwelling in that location because of the way it's been designed. So I think most of that amenity will be provided by the hospital itself, but we will do some support where we can, and that does involve, looking at some of that car parking as well. Yeah. Okay. But as you know, with the GPS and the clear direction that we have, is there is a focus with the State Highway Improvements Activity class to be very much focused on a no-frills approach to what we're doing, but we want to target where we can put those improvements in place, where they're needed.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
You've talked this morning about mid-block crossings, loss of parking, wide shoulders that are going to facilitate cycling later on, a hospital frontages that need particular attention, including making them friendly, green space frontages. And you've talked about the necessity of all of these things in abundance. You've also said that there are thousands of people accessing the hospital daily, or that will be, and that there's a lot of traffic. It's clear that we need to make changes. These thousands of people are already accessing the existing hospital without the barn stance, without the wider shoulders, without removing the parking, without the mid-block crossings. Why is it that we are now having to do all of these things because the hospital has moved a bit further down the one way?
I think it's a consolidation of that pedestrian movement, which it's more dispersed in the current location where it is. With the new hospital, it's very much rooted in the St Andrew Street intersection with Cumberland Street as the two key entranceways to the hospital. So that is, I guess, a key driver.
Okay.
Councillor It's a real concentration of pedestrian movement rather than a lot of dispersal.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. So my question, well, I have several, but with an accessibility lens, I'm going to ask about the mid-block crossings. Will these be courtesy crossings, or will there be sets of traffic lights to get people across there?
So the mid-block crossing would be a signalled crossing. Yeah, so on the State Highway 1. So it would operate similarly to an intersection. You know, you get the progression of green through, you get a similar sort of service at the mid-block. It would be in coordination with intersections either side. So the pedestrians would just cross in when it's a bit of a quieter time, when those gaps created anyway, but it gives them a more dedicated place to cross. Rather than looking for gaps in State Highway traffic.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you for presenting today, and to your team, and I want to acknowledge Ian Duncan from Wakatahi in the room. My question is around access and safety. What accommodation or what reassurance can you give me around those who can't walk that couple of minutes from the car park and need to be dropped off, those with mobility issues, dropped off safely? And what difference would the bridge have made, the pedestrian bridge that's been taken out of the hospital build, accommodated in the design but taken out of the build? What difference would that have made to these pedestrian considerations?
Sorry, Councillor, can you just do that first question again? I was just thinking about that.
Reassurance around those can't walk from the car park, and I'm sure I've seen designs with mobility issues to go to the hospital.
Yeah, sure. So I think that's obviously part of the on-site transport access requirements for the hospital itself, like particularly inpatients, building site. They do have those pick-up, drop-off areas for less mobile people. Yep. The bridge, not... I just haven't seen any analysis around the impact of that, so I don't know.
Right. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the capacity of Frederick Street. So if a lot of the traffic coming from off Portsmouth Drive, they go along Thomas Burns and then along Ward Street and up and over the overbridge. And at the moment, as you go over the overbridge, you have to give way to drop down to the right. So would that be something that would be changed? And would there be work done on that intersection at Emerson's? Because obviously there'll be more volume of traffic. And then as we go up Frederick Street, I'm concerned about the stacking that's already occurring between the one-way heading north and Great King Street and up to George Street. That's impacting. I know you talked about increasing the lane space back further between the two one-ways. So I'm just concerned about that capacity issue.
I'll try and answer those. So Ward Street overbridge, that would be a matter for DCC. In terms of changing that priority, I suspect that's probably a good idea. It's been mooted previously. That's a very simple change. But again, that's a DCC road, not necessarily a state highway. Emerson's intersection, we are not proposing any changes aside from some sort of minor changes, I believe, in terms of the Anzac Avenue South and the Frederick Street approaches, in terms of just making those a bit more accommodating for larger vehicles to move safely and efficiently. In terms of the other end of Frederick Street as it meets the state highway, in terms of those queues you see going towards Great King and George Street, those are more in relation to capacity of those two intersections, the 5 Arm and the Great King Street intersection. So, you know, you do see delays, absolutely you do see delays coming back towards the state highway. That's not going to change with this proposal. Obviously, if your destination, for example, is Anderson's Bay to the 5 Arm there, just because you can't use the right turn, you'd still appear on that same link. So we're not seeing any extra traffic on that particular link of Frederick Street to the west of the state highway, because traffic would be going that direction anyway. Obviously, those are DCC roads, and we're not proposing to do any changes on those.
Okay, Councillor Wiley.
I note that this is about going out to consultation. Please tell me there's a lot more information going out to consultation than what we've received.
Yeah, completely. This is just a bit of a heads up, obviously, before we go and get those materials finalised. So we just wanted to make sure that Council was comfortable with the direction of us going to consultation, with the direction that we're putting forward here. But yeah, certainly there will be a lot of collateral that goes with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just want to, just to clearly follow up on that. When you looked at the proposed changes back in 2021-22, there was I recall there was some animation with it and things like that, talking about proposed changes. Is that going to be part of the storytelling? Because you can already see how many questions you've had around this table.
Yeah, again, probably a question for Arja rather than me at this point, but I know Boff and Miskell has been working on, how to make that as clear as possible. There has been some better concept design as part of the first stage consultation, but I think we'll follow up on that, because I'm not entirely sure what is proposed, but I expect it to be similar.
Okay, so the next round we've got Councillor Fiso, followed by Councillors O'Malley, Walker and Mayhem.
I to ask my question, which is actually a financial question. It says this report is regarding works, financial considerations. This report is regarding works being proposed by NZTA, and that there are no financial considerations. However, I see you swapping out NZF to become a local road and then the other to become an NZTA road. So I just want to ensure that you're paying for the whole lot. I'm just asking. Sorry, because it is happening 26, 27, and we are doing our long-term plan, and we won't have any money in our budget to help.
As we've discussed today, yes. Yep.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā koutou, gentlemen. I think my question is really for the acting CE, because it's about the summary of considerations again, and I do recall asking Ms. Graham about when the inclusion of Te Taki Haruru as the Māori strategic framework is actually going to be incorporated into the summary of considerations. And also, given our need, in my opinion, to eradicate or remove siloed thinking and ways of operating, why does not the social wellbeing strategy, why isn't it noted in terms of the impacts of this decision?
Sorry, won't be able to answer that for you today, Councillor, but it's a point well made. And I know when these were incorporated many years ago, it was with the intent of trying to connect a little bit more effectively. So I'll take those notes and we'll follow up on that.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been mentioned a couple of times, and that's the Ward Street overbridge. And you'd be aware that in stage, I think it's 4 of the Harbour Arterial, that the city's pushing back on really completing that because the Ward Street overbridge, in our mind, will not be able to deal with the traffic load. And this will effectively put more traffic into that direction. So I guess my question is, I think I know the answer. You don't have the budget to do the big overbridge that's required to finish at Hanover Street coming off Ward. And so we're stuck with an old 1950s bridge that's quite narrow, that has very unusual on and off ramps. How's that going to go well if we put even more traffic into it?
The Ward Street overbridge is obviously a council asset, not our asset, so it's your project. Matt has talked about the dispersal, so I think you can talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of traffic using that Ward Street, or the projected extra traffic, is pretty minor. You know, we, as I said in the previously, the level crossing intersections, the St Andrew Anzac Avenue, we are trying to, well, as part of the project, we're giving more priority to that right turn movement, which obviously is a sort of providing more capacity for that movement rather than pushing a lot more traffic onto the Ward Street route, which we know has, you know, as you said, has some difficulty in terms of the old bridge, in terms of the ramps being pretty poor in terms of current design standards. So that's the intersection that we've concentrated on, trying to move traffic in that direction onto Anzac Avenue rather than necessarily using Ward Street at this moment, given that there's you know, with the stage 4 is not being progressed currently.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks once again. Forgive me if I missed mention of it, but I didn't hear any. But you didn't mention buses in your presentation. Surely their incorporation is part of an efficient system. And secondly, angled parking. What is the safety profile of angled parking versus non-angled parking, particularly related to cyclists and walkers?
So the angled parking on Harrow Street's designed to prevent it becoming a rat run. So it's actually probably going to provide a safer environment overall. It's only probably going to result in a gain of about 5 car parks, but we think it'll be a better environment, noting that other parts of the network will be safer, particularly the rail crossing and coming down along St Andrew Street. So the only particular bus changes that will come through this project is the relocation of some of the bus stops on the state highway network closer to the Countdown supermarket. Currently we've got unused bus stops outside the New World, and we'll put some capacity outside the Countdown closer to Stewart Street.
So in terms of the hospital becoming the efficient safe space we want, what have been the discussions with the ORC to make the best use of the bus system for getting people there and back?
Again, difficult one for me standing in today for this, but I think it's in terms of what is needed in the frontage, it's really just consolidation, because almost all the bus services are obviously going into the bus hub in Great King Street, and it's, you know, one block, isn't it? And we're looking at improving that pedestrian. We're looking at, you know, the pedestrian environment will be better through those links. Yep.
Okay.
They are, but I think there's been some limited interaction because there's not a massive number of routes going on the highway.
That's also part of the discussion on mid-block crossings, so there's more points to which people can get across the state highway network.
Councillor Mayhem.
Asked and answered, ngā mihi, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm just wanting to be clear in the consultation, because in your presentation you mentioned the loss of between, I think I noted 2025 is probably closer to 30 parks. And the comment about Harris Street, that's mainly businesses, which I would suggest is not necessarily the case, knowing that there's probably close to 200 residents in that area. I just wanted to make sure that in the consultation will be very clear about the loss of car parking, because that car parking that is being lost is well utilised at the moment, and those people need to find their park somewhere else. And I'm just not sure whether that's that clear in what's been presented, if that's what the consultation's going out as.
We have looked previously at changing the parking to restricted parking in that area, and we've got some feedback from residents, so we know what the sentiment is. But it is an environment directly around a major hospital, so we have to consider restrictions and ways to make that work for the whole of the city.
What I'm asking is that it's very clear in the consultation, the loss of parking, because that's quite a significant loss around the hospital. Bearing in mind, and I noted it down, that you said in your presentation about the key would be that people will be walking to the hospital. Having taken so many people to the hospital, they're not walking, most of them, if they're patients.
Completely agree, we need to cover that in the consultation. Yep.
So, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And on that point, it was convenient that you concluded the picture of St Andrews Street, and because it's that empty every day. Final question from me is, you may not choose to answer this, but I hope you do, because I know it exists. With any reconfiguration like this anywhere, there will have to be compromises. I think we're all grown up enough to know and accept that. Can you maybe just highlight one or two and maybe suggest why they've been made? I mean, maybe for good reason.
Obviously, a key one is the removal of the right turn on St Andrew Street, because we need the time with the signal phasing, and we need the space to actually provide a proper facility there. That is clearly a trade-off, although, as Matt described, there are multiple other routes, including carry on straight through and turning at Great King Street, so there's multiple access points into the city, given the grid structure. Obviously, that parking one, as I said, look, we're not about removing parking for the sake of parking. It's got to be related to safety and access improvements, and I do think there are lots of off-site facilities within pretty close proximity, and there's some real opportunities, perhaps on the hospital sites in terms of what's finally produced. So I think we're very mindful of that trade-off, but the other the counter side is you don't do much. You know what I mean? So you have to make some of those trade-offs to make some progress.
And I'll just add to that, probably the most significant one is we can no longer put raised platforms on the state highway network, so we can't slow down traffic on the state highways. That's not aligned with the GPS.
All right, Councillor O'Malley.
And the First Minister has made it clear that he would go in and pull them back off the plans if he saw them. I have been talking to James Cagle, the NZTA's South Island Relations Manager, and the question I'd asked him, it's tangential to this, but it's not unrelated. What are the roads that go around Christchurch that are arterials that transmit? Are they state highways or local roads? And they're all state highways. So my question is, why is the Harbour Arterial a local road and not a state highway? And the answer is, well, it's not a state highway. My question is, how do we go about making that a state highway? Because I don't really want the Emerson's Bridge to be our bridge. So what's the process that we go forward to change the designation of a local road, because it is an arterial and is part of the general system and it connects two state highways together? What's the process of turning that into a state highway or asking it for it to be turned into a state highway?
Isn't that what's happening?
Hey? It's state highway to one point, and then it's state highway 1, and then it's city all the way in between the 2 points.
Yeah, well, obviously you've got to have a need for change and an evidential base behind it. I mean, there is a process in terms of a policy around what is a state highway, and if you've got a functioning state highway, one of the principles are you don't have sort of duplicate, roads forming the same function. It's look, I don't know. I think, Jim, a really strong case would have to be made for us to walk away from that north-south function as it currently is, and that works very well. So I think, the case will just have to be made, and through a business case process, I would suspect, and then there's a revocation process.
Wasn't suggesting that State Highway 1 be moved over there. I'm saying it is an arterial road specifically designed to move material off a state highway, and normally they get designated as state highways themselves.
One of the key policies is we don't duplicate the same function of a state highway, so you wouldn't have two north-south. That's one of the key things. You don't duplicate a road which is already serving that function.
So you're saying that Harbour Arterial Access activity is a duplication of an existing activity?
I'm saying it's a supporting local road in the arterial road network, and we already have our state highway running north and south and connecting to the port.
Right. Would the bit that goes on Frederick Street and to provide two conduits to the port, one from the north and one from the south, would that not qualify it as a state highway? They're not duplicating because one from southbound traffic, coming from the north.
Yes, I mean that's, if I understood the question correctly, that's why we would revoke St Andrew Street and the east-west connection. We've got the north-south, but the connection to the port, the east-west connection between the highways, because they have to be sort of continuous, would be Frederick Street. So state highways are continuous networks. So I'm not sure I fully understood your question.
Well, you talk about making the Frederick Street part of it.
Yeah. No.
My point is that bypasses are state highways in other cities, and they're specifically designed to take traffic off that state highway, and they may run parallel to a state highway, but they're called a bypass for a reason. Temuka, right? You move it off the main street, move it off to the side, and then you built the road for them. So my question is, I'm not asking whether we can be a state highway. I'm actually starting, what is the first step we have to do to lodge the request to become a state highway, as we intend to do that, because that's my intention, to ask the city to do that.
I think you could make a request for that, and that would be considered. But yeah, I mean, it has come up in other jurisdictions, and there is a process, but like I said, there is some criteria that would be assessed, and I suspect it wouldn't meet that criteria of doing it, because we don't need to.
All right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You may not be able to answer this, but you sort of mentioned a little bit about it before around the hospital parking. Have you had any communication between the powers that be as to what might be happening there? Is there any indication further? I mean, the last update I think that I saw in the paper was that they'd said by the time it's there they will have driverless cars. And there was no need for parking because of that.
Oh, sorry. It's at the end of the day, there's the current building consent number of car parks, which is obviously Health New Zealand's formal position. I've heard through the health infrastructure plan there are opportunities there to work with private providers to do other bits and pieces. So I think probably is a question for Health New Zealand to answer. I shouldn't be answering that. Yeah.
Right, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
If I can continue on Councillor O'Malley's question, just for my own personal clarity. So now is the timing, isn't it, if we want to, and this is my understanding, and I might have misunderstood, is that if we want State Highway 88 to actually effectively continue on to be the harbour arterial bypass, which I think was his question, isn't now the time that we be requesting that that's how the State Highway continues on, not just ceasing at Frederick Street? Yeah.
James would answer this far better than I would. But I just think because we already have a functional north-south connection and connection to the port, there wouldn't be any need for us to take any additional portion of road. I just don't see the case for that. From our perspective, we've got the north-south, east-west connection. I think as a council you could request it, but it would be assessed as, I would say, not meeting the criteria.
That's a fairly blunt answer. Are there any further questions? All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Councillor Vandervis, did you question? Yes. So I'll move that council notes that the NZTA is preparing to consult on its State Highway 88 project and proposed changes, which are near the Dunedin Hospital on State Highway 1. So, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Speakers to that, Councillor Vandervis.
We've been told just now that this is the point of the NZTA coming here was a bit of a heads up and to find if council is comfortable. I can't remember ever being so uncomfortable. And one of the reasons I'm so uncomfortable is because we had a very similar thing happen with NZTA coming to council in 2012 when they were talking about putting the cycleway up the one-way street system. And there we had the same words again. We're not about removing parking, was what we were promised. 2012, the one-way street cycleway, which is still underused, cost an enormous amount of money, introduced a mass of big concrete islands, which still defy reason, I believe. And we continue every year to lose $500,000 worth of parking revenue, to say nothing of losing the parking for the hospital, parking for the Otago University, and parking for the Otago Museum. This NZTA project has been, in my view, an extremely expensive, in many different ways, both financially and in terms of access and in terms of flow through the city, expensive exercise, which it seems to me is about to be duplicated with the excuse, and I believe it is just an excuse, that the thousands of people accessing the hospital daily will need to make some major changes. There are already thousands of people accessing the hospital. The hospital already has a frontage straight on to the one-way street system. And yet, this change, moving down the road a bit, is going to involve mid-block crossings on the one-way that are signalled. And signalled, of course, is a nice way of just saying stoplights are going to stop traffic dead. Barns dance. There is a claim that the getting rid of essentially the easy flow through St Andrews Street is not going to have much of an effect on the Emerson's Bridge. It's going to be massive. There's an extraordinary amount of east-west traffic going through the St Andrew Street, and as Councillor O'Malley has already a number of times suggested, that the Emerson's Bridge is simply not up to it. It doesn't do the job well now. It's hard to negotiate as it is. It's going to become really awful. Another thing to be uncomfortable about. I don't believe that the requirement to have friendly green space frontages into the hospital is something the NZTA should be using as an excuse to promote cycleways that have been underused in the past anyway, and as an excuse to limit traffic, which they claim they want to allow people to get to where they need to efficiently. In fact, if you look at the history of the NZTA and the one-way street system, quite the opposite has happened, and I believe this is going to make it that much worse. So in terms of council being comfortable, this particular councillor is extremely uncomfortable about this. I haven't been more uncomfortable about a transport proposal yet. It's massive, it's multifaceted, it's largely, in my view, not needed. And the argument that it's because there is going to be a concentration of pedestrian movement that is going to justify all of these changes, I don't think washes. We have the hospital as it is, with a similar concentration of pedestrian movement. All of this, to me, seems like an agenda to essentially slow traffic through the centre of the city. In fact, remove traffic from the centre of the city. Big mistake.
Councillor Wiley.
I just want to go back to what the meeting is about and what the agenda item is about. It's about noting that NZTA is preparing to consult on its State Highway 88 project and propose changes. I think what I'm listening to from Councillor Vandervis, and hopefully we won't have this from everybody, is the fact that actually, yeah, there is a lot of thinking or thoughts in this room about what it should be or shouldn't be. And yes, I can agree with some of those. But I think this is about making sure we get good consultation with the community on this issue, because there is going to be a lot of wider, diverse views on this issue. I can tell you the last 2 mornings, it is a lot faster going down St Andrew Street than going over the Jetty Street Bridge, for example. But we are looking at a far bigger context here. And I think the part that I really want to make sure, and like Councillor Vandervis, I've seen a lot of these NZTA submission processes go through, is it's got to make sure that they tell the story effectively. And this is why I asked about the animations and really captured what was meaningful in doing this process. Because at times, whether it's us or NZTA or others, they basically go out requesting only the bits of information they want, not what the community want to share, or it ends up having more questions being asked of it. So please put up as much information and support documents as you can, so everybody, every road user, whether it's a pedestrian, a cyclist, a motorcyclist, a heavy truck user, whatever the case is, the people in the disability community, anybody can actually understand it and have an effective means to communicate their thoughts. The key aspect is this is all about the new Dunedin Hospital. These changes wouldn't be taking place if it wasn't about the new Dunedin Hospital, and we always knew that there were going to be changes with that design, with the site of the hospital. So to me it's about let's get on and do the consultation, but let's make sure it's effective consultation.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I want to say thank you for coming and talking to us. And obviously you put a lot of work into this. I wouldn't want your job. I don't envy it. It's really difficult. I mean, it is correct. There's going to be a lot of congestion while this work's being done. And then once it is done, it's probably, still going to cause quite a bit of traffic. And it shows we need better public transport is one of the bigger things, and people to look at some other alternatives if they can. I'll give a plug here for using the train would be good from Mosgiel. Passenger rail would be great. But as the others have said before, is that this is being done to help ease traffic for the hospital. We're delighted we're getting the hospital. We don't want to put any barriers up for that. So thank you for doing that. We really appreciate that we're getting a hospital. And but I think it also highlights the importance of pushing for that second walking passage, whatever you call them, there's a certain name, air bridge, for the air bridge from the hospital. In the original design there was going to be 2 air bridges, and then I think it got down to 1 across St Andrew Street. And I think anywhere we get an opportunity we need to try to say let's try and bring that back so we get 2, because that will aid a lot of the pedestrian movements on that street for St Andrew Street if that comes back. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse my frantic typing. I wasn't going to speak, but guess who inspired me to speak? Councillor Vandevers, thank you very much. And Councillor Wiley, I don't disagree with you. We should focus on what's in front of us. But hey, sometimes when others speak, it inspires us to do so. Listen, we often talk about, I've been around this table a while, we talk about Dunedin as if it's London, Rome or Paris. It ain't. We also have a propensity during these discussions to become road designers, and road designers we ain't. We lost, in my mind, the opportunity to be ambitious on this roading system related to the new hospital build long ago, actually, as I see it. And we'll now try to, that's meant with no disrespect, we'll try to squeeze some under par placemaking ideas into this project as we progress, and I think those will not be fit for a city that proclaims or has the ambition to be one of the world's great small cities. But I'll have to live with that one, eh? In my mind, somebody who's outside a car more than inside it, from my times walking or cycling around this city, about 80% of the time, we can argue the percentage maybe a wee bit less, a bit higher, but for about 80% of the day, most of our roads in this city are like ghost streets, actually, with small levels of cars on them and next to no congestion, apart from that normal peak time congestion you would see in any normal city like Dunedin around the morning times and the early evening. And although we talk of, in terms of gloom and doom, across the world road reconfigurations and changes happen all the time, and there's much hue and cry about it from members of the public, because again, as humans, we don't have a great ability to embrace change. But guess what? In the vast majority of cases, it's embraced in about 2 or 3 months down the line. You never talk about it, and it works well. And parking, that was raised by Councillor Vandevers, and he talked about, I think, millions being lost in revenue. But what about the vast majority of parking spaces outside the centre across the city that are absolutely empty for most of the day? If you're really looking for wastage, Councillor Vandevers, your baby might be there, actually. And those concrete blocks you alluded to on the one-way system, they have a great function. They save lives. And I'm glad Mr. Spears, just staying on parking, I mentioned it earlier, he showed the picture of the St Andrews Street car park, which I do pass every day from Port Chalmers. That wasn't a false photograph, because on an average day it's about 10 or 20% full. It's $8 a day. It's a 7-minute walk to the Octagon, the centre of our city, and it will be about 1.5 minutes if you're lucky to the new hospital rebuild. So just another great example of underutilised parking in this city. We may have many problems in this town. There are many problems, and politically, parking may be a convenient thing to whip up and incense the public with. But we absolutely, in this city, in my mind, don't have a parking problem. The only problem is we have a parking distribution problem.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. And I first of all want to acknowledge the people in the room, our team and the team from Wakatahi, because it's not about they, it's you, and thank you for your expertise. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not aware of any of my colleagues that are a traffic engineer, and I defer to your expertise, and I thank you for it. I agree with Councillor Houlihan that had the second air bridge, which I believe has been accommodated in the design and the build, but is not in the funding, would have made a huge difference to this if you are saying there are 10,000 new pedestrian movements, and I find it extraordinary that air bridge is still out of the picture, and it's something that perhaps as council we need to re-lobby for, because it's certainly a lot easier to walk safely between the two buildings as a patient or a family member or someone pushing a wheelchair than on the street. Having said that, and you're going up for consultations, so and I am reassured because I know the work that Ms Benson and her team, and Mr Spears in particular, have done around the design, the ability to drop off, pick up, and the mobility parks and the awareness of that. I would just ask you to be really cognizant of that as somebody that has rocks up to the hospital to drop someone off, pick them up, get them into a clinic. You will know how important that is. And as we go through this, it's not just theoretical. And as you were talking, I was remembering the victim of that dreadful accident on the one-way who was wrapped around the wheels of a articulated truck. That tragedy a number of years ago. This is about people. This is about their safety, and I thank you for your mahi.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, just one comment on mid-block crossings. They're in sync with the green wave, and if you see the one at the university, when it activates, you miss one green wave cycle, and then it goes green, and you're back on the wave again, and that's what they would do. So, I don't know, this isn't the biggest sacrifice in life. I know this is very difficult, and I acknowledge the work that has been done by the NZTA staff and council staff working together, and I really do want to speak positively to actually how collaborative the relationship is. And I really understand in many respects that often is not we're dealing with what I would consider to be constraints of spending or funds as much as anything else. But if you, and this is for consultation, so commentary on what I think will come up in the consultation is if you are moving that right turning traffic on St Andrew Street North, then you are definitely moving it towards Hanover. Now, we often do this stuff out of context of all the other things we did, but when we one-way George Street and we moved all the north traffic to the top of Frederick, we're putting more and more traffic into the Hanover and Frederick Street sections. We are down-tuning St Andrew Street, which was the major east-west arterial of the city. We are keeping the east-west arterial activity of it, but we're removing one of its turning activities, which I think, as we acknowledge, is 50% of the traffic entering that intersection, trying to make that turn. When they move, they will move up to Hanover Street. There's no doubt that that will be the one that receives it. We now have the Harbour Arterial, which is terminating in the same region, going over a 1950s bridge that is way under capacity. And I know truck drivers on that who use that bridge saying they cannot be up there with cars. There's just not enough space. So what I'm saying is, let's go out for consultation, that's great. But we need, the feedback has to go back to the Ministry of Transport, not to Wakatahi, has to go much higher. There is an investment required here in the hundreds of millions of dollars to fix this thing up completely. We are band-aiding our way through what is a major redesign of how we move the traffic in this area to create the environment around the hospital that we all want to create. I completely agree that I again acknowledge the NZTA staff are trying to achieve that outcome as well. But by doing so, we're pushing everything up into the area around Emerson's Brewery. And we are doing nothing about a 2-block circle that needs massive amounts of infrastructure put into it if we are going to keep pushing the traffic in that direction, which I'm sure will come up in the consultation.
So are there any other speakers? Okay, so in commenting on this, there's obviously a lot of things to be considered. I'd like to thank the team for coming and presenting to us. This is the second time we've looked at these proposals, and obviously they're further advanced here. But of course, there's a lot of disquiet in this room, and there will be a lot of disquiet in the community. And working together to try and negotiate some better solutions. And, you know, we have two critical ones mentioned today. Obviously, the better overpass at Emerson's, because that intersection is quite a constriction now, and it'll be a heck of a lot worse with a lot more traffic. And also the air bridge for pedestrian safety between the two parts of the hospital, inpatients and outpatients. We only have to look at go into the current hospital and walk the corridor between inpatients and outpatients. It's a very busy corridor, and that's generally for the public because there's higher up avenues for staff. So the staff are going to have their own air bridge, and firstly, especially for patient transfer, but also for movement of staff. But similarly, I think it'll be a very useful thing for the future of that hospital to have that air bridge included from the get-go. So I don't expect that it would be that expensive. The entry points to that air bridge are being designed into the two buildings. So installing that air bridge would be a very worthwhile thing. We've got one across St Andrew Street at one side of the hospital. Let's have the other on the other side of the hospital between those two buildings. Anyway, lots to think about and consult on, and I'm sure there'll be a great interest from the public in participating in that. Thank you very much. So I'll put the motion that Council notes the preparation to consult. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded please.
Carried. Thank you. Now, I'd like to get through another one, then we'd be halfway. Or we could break for lunch instead. All right. So I move that we break for lunch for 3/4 of an hour. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. 10. Submission on the ORC Regional Public Transport Plan. Do we have Mr. McLean, Ms. Chamberlain, and Ms. Handwork? Do you have any opening comments or?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all of you for your feedback during our last meeting, and subsequently those that have feedback on email since. So the team have incorporated that feedback into this final draft. The only thing I will ask you, Mr. Mayor, is do you wish to speak or have a delegate speak to the submission?
Do I need to decide now?
It would be useful because we're going to send the letter today. It closes in a couple of days.
Yes, no, I'm happy to speak to it.
Yep, okay.
In particular for the loop bus and a range of other things.
Happy to take questions.
Great. So, questions? Councillor Fiso?
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā koutou. My question relates to page 82, the attachment B, the actual consultation document. Topic 3, B card fares increase of 25%, that is $2 to $2.50. In your expert opinions, is there any wisdom in arguing in our submission against this, given the national transition for everyone to motu move by the end of next year? Or is that not likely to happen in that time frame?
Is the question relating to the scheme motu move or just independently Dunedin's fares?
Saying in the submission, just using the plan, the signalled intention of the government or whomever to move us all public transport users to motu move by the end of 2026. So, in your expert opinion, could we incorporate that, saying this is happening, so why make the increase on a B card user? Make sense?
So as part of the document, the RPTP draft that ORC have written, they include a section on motu move where we talk about the national or the entire country moving on to this system. The fee increase is independent of the change, so it would be the same whether we were on a cash system, a B card system, or on motu move. It's less about the mechanism for delivering the fares and more about the fare itself as the revenue goes back to council.
Okay. Councillor Walker?
I'm sorry, this preempts another question I would have had, but is it not, am I correct in thinking, or am I misunderstanding that the current government has announced that that national system is now in danger of not proceeding?
It's not news that I'm aware of at the moment, but we can certainly check that with ORC.
All right. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I had this sudden thought last night that our submission is silent on the proposal for zones, and I can't remember in our previous discussion where we landed on our thinking about that.
In the discussion about zones in the previous meeting, we spoke to some questions around the room as to whether it was fair to charge people for further distances, whether it was equitable, and whether it would disincentivise public transport use. There wasn't a clear direction from the elected officials as to whether we were in favour or against that. We actually, as part of this updated submission, removed our comment on zones by itself and put it together with the fares, and that DCC supports maintaining lower fares across the region, and that's the comment as it is. More than happy to change it if there's a different view from elected officials.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I see none. Very good. Therefore, you want to move that? Okay. Councillor O'Malley has indicated willingness to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mayhem, would you like to speak to it?
Well, very briefly, because we've more or less spoken to this already before, I just want to thank staff for taking the feedback from the previous meeting and putting it into this submission. I think it really covers everything that we are wanting to say as a council. And I just want to comment one more point, is that our relationship with the ORC over public transport is an order of magnitude better than it was when I first got on the council 9 years ago. And I want to acknowledge that co-relationship and how well it's improved over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No,
Carried.
recorded, please.
Carried. Item 11, speed limit reversal list. So we have Mr. Spears, Ms. Pesco, Mr. McLean. Any opening comments?
Yes, the attached report and appendix gives information about our proposed speed changes around Abbotsford School, which are the only changes we're proposing through this, our response to the new speed setting rule 2024. Our proposal, we believe, is correct. We've looked at the rule. It's been quite hard to interpret, but it is our reading of the rule is consistent with that taken by other councils. We're proposing to retain most of the 30km/h speeds around the schools that already have permanent zones. We've talked to a number of schools. Most of them are in favour of this. A lot of them have infrastructure, and a lot of them have roading environments that aren't really conducive to going faster anyway. So if you look at, for example, around Bradford School, the mean operating speed is only 21 km/h anyway. We do understand that there is a wide range of opinion around schools and speeds, but our preference is to submit this rule, submit the changes that we've proposed, and we've spoken to Abbotsford School and we'll put some infrastructure around to support them. And then if the NZTA disagree with what we've proposed, they will let us know and then we would respond to that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for this report. In terms of the, I think you speak a wee bit in here about the way the MOT, Ministry of Transport, might interpret the rule and what we've submitted. What is the likely time to get feedback on that, and what would be the implications if we've gotten it all wrong?
Well, I can't comment on how fast they'd submit feedback, but if they wanted us to change something, they would come back to us, and the implications are we would just have to make the changes and fund the changes.
So further to that, and I'm assured, and again by reading it, that you've sort of looked at other TAs. So I'm assuming, in terms of my previous question, other TAs would be in the same position if there's consequences for us.
I would assume so.
Yes. And there are quite a few roads that we're changing. Councillor Barker.
Just looking at the financial considerations, these new questions today, when it talks about that it hasn't been budgeted for and then co-funding is available and that we'd incur costs, I see we already spent $670,000 on putting current speed limit changes in. So is there a quantum, if we pass this, is there a quantum of costs that we know about, and what is the co-funding percentage?
So with what we're proposing, we would need to roll out variable signs, electronic signs. So the cost of those signs is probably between $12,000 and $14,000 per sign plus engineering costs. And that's all we are proposing through this change. When we've spoken to Abbotsford School, they have said to protect their kids, but they'd also like to see a roundabout and raised crossings. We don't have budget for that, but through our low cost, low risk program, we do work through the schools and through our priority, so we would get there at some point. If we were to reverse the larger number of schools, you're looking at the magnitude of hundreds of thousands of dollars of infrastructure and signage changes, a lot of engineering time, and then if we would use electronic signs around more and more schools, you're looking at many more hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So it says that there's co-funding available. You were talking about using our low cost, low risk, and I thought there wasn't co-funding for that.
So the low cost, low risk that we normally use for funding improvements around the city has been removed, but NZTA has created a special low cost, low risk fund to fund speed changes.
What's the percentage on that? Is that at that 50?
51%.
Great. Councillor Gary?
So I just want to go back to Councillor Walker's question, and I was going to ask it a slightly different way. Do you have confidence that these will be accepted?
We have confidence they'll be accepted, but they may be reviewed at some later date if NZTA decides that the various RCAs around the country haven't complied with the rule, and they'll let us know.
Have any thought about comms to the community, because there's a bit of confusion out in the community in areas where just gone through a speed limit review and the signs are in place. They've been in place for a wee while now, but still fairly fresh. Everyone's just settled in to those speed limit changes, and the question is, well, are they going back to what they were from what they've read in the paper? And you would have seen the article in the ODT.
So based on what we are proposing, with the exception of Abbotsford, who we have spoken to, we would be proposing to retain all of the speed limits around the city. And so we haven't spoken to all of the schools, but we've spoken to a number of schools just to confirm that that is what they would like to see. Some schools have written to us and talked about near misses and accidents that they've seen in their environments, and that they prefer a safer speed.
I guess I was thinking about community boards actually, because that's a good vehicle to get the word out.
Yeah, by retaining the status quo, we're not communicating widely because it could actually create more confusion. But if we were to revert the speeds, we'd have to communicate strongly.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks. Just talking about the electronic variable signs, you might recall I asked a question about Waitati School had a variable sign that disappeared.
So, prior to the interim speed management plan going in, there was variable speed limit signs outside Waitati School. So these were speed limit signs that only show 40. Yeah, and so under the rule, the speed limits outside the school gate need to be 30 kilometres an hour. So these signs were no longer appropriate for the speed limit we were putting in. So the signs were removed, and under the interim speed management plan, the zone was extended, and then the static variable signs were put in for the new zone area.
Councillor O'Malley.
So just clarify, so there has been a low cost, low risk brought back, but it's only for reversing the stuff that we've done.
Yes, a special fund was created for this.
Generous of them. So you've been asked this question a number of times already, but I think just for the rest of the council to hear, a number of cities have already, or road controlling authorities have already submitted their. I know Christchurch did it last week or the week before, and we are not out of line, are we, in terms of the amount of change or the amount of not changing?
It varies based on the ISMP, the Interim Speed Management Plan, and how far other councils have gone, but we're aligned with other councils like Tauranga, Invercargill, Christchurch, amongst others.
Great. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Going back to Councillor Gary's question and paragraph 29 in our papers, can you give a little bit more clarification around the peninsula? And I know that's what Councillor Gary was alluding to, but I know through the community board and the community out there, what is the process going forward, and clear definition or clear indication on, is there the ability to change the speed limit again, or is there not? So because I know community board members of the community will want to see and hear this from the meeting.
So under the new rule, we still have the ability to change the speed limits. It's just some of the requirements around that have changed. The sections of Portobello Road are not included in the reversal list, but we would still be able to look at them, at changing them.
Councillor Gary.
I just want to make it clear that my question was not in that direction. It was to say, no, they're not on this list, because there's some confusion about it. No, they're not on this list.
So there's two types of road that we need to look at for reversals. One is the roads around schools, and one is what are called urban connectors, which is what sections of Portobello Road are. And the NZTA have been very clear that for urban connectors, there is no requirement to change those speeds if there is sort of an adjacent land use, such as schools, high pedestrian activities, shared spaces. So there is no requirement for us to change these roads, and should we want to do future changes, we can still do that.
Okay. So that is identified in clause 26, am I right? It says, yep. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really good, thank you, that we're not changing a lot of the speeds for the schools, are we? They're staying pretty much the same. I think that's a good safety measure. My question is, following on from Councillor Wiley's question around the peninsula, I know a lot of the public were quite angry about the change in that speed. Given that, and given now there's a bit more leniency around this, are our next steps to go to that community and ask them, now that there is a change, do they want us to change the speeds? Is that something we could do?
It's not something we're proposing. We're proposing just to retain the status quo. What could be done in the future is some of the length of some of the speed zones might need to be reviewed in the future, which our engineers have said they're quite open to. But so the length of the zones could be reviewed, but we're not planning to look back at the speeds.
Is it fair to say that at the time when they were changed, did you get some complaints from the residents about that?
I wasn't part of the process, so I can't comment, sorry.
Okay.
You personally, but did council get... Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Wiley.
Actually, Councillor Houlihan asked the question that, in a way, not the way I would have asked it, but asked the question, and I think the answer was provided, so I'm happy to move on.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Just before these rules changes, for the change of government, we were in the middle of a large speed management plan change, which has effectively been shelved. And we've had members of the public come to us and ask for some speed changes down near Taieri Mouth. When are we going to go back into that, now that the rule is interpreted?
So we would submit the proposed list of changes on the 1st of May, and then we have capacity then to start looking at speed changes under the new rule and what's required. And that Curry Bush section of road, we'd be starting to look at that in the next 3 to 4 weeks and what's required.
Much of that old plan, because I mean there's a lot of change in that old plan that's just sitting there. Are we picking any of it up?
We haven't had time to think about that. We will pick up aspects of it, but we've formally got on our website and said we're no longer progressing with the SMP as it was because we're unable to. But as we look through it, we'll look at what can change. But given the new requirements under the new rule, which require travel assessments and other things, it'll be a much slower process to change speeds in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Given the availability of a special fund to pay for speed limit reversals, and given the clear intent of the speed limit reversal rule to reverse speed limits, are we actually failing to respond to government direction, or are we simply dragging the chain?
We do think our approach is reasonable, and we will submit our list, and if the agency didn't agree with us, they would let us know, and the funding would still be available, so we'd be able to still access that funding for some time.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, see none. So, therefore, Councillor O'Malley moves that Council approves this submission in attachment A of this report. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. Would you like to speak to it?
Mr Mayor. Just want to thank staff for the work they've done on this. There was quite a lot of analysis of the new rule when it came out by not just our council, but a number of councils across the country, and then the Traffic Department shared their information with each other, which is why I believe you'll find that the response is relatively consistent across the country, because in fact the position is relatively consistent across the country. And it effectively comes down to the fact that the rules were not that instructive, and therefore it was relatively open to you to interpret what you were going to do. So, on the back of this, there was a substantial consultative period that went through to create these speed limits. And so we were facing effectively a central, what you could almost call arbitrary reversal. Then the rule wasn't written well enough to actually enforce it, and most councils said, well, given that we can actually follow the rule and not reverse it, we will follow the rule and not reverse it. And now we'll go back to NZTA and see if that's been accepted. I believe it will be, because I believe you'll find that that's going to happen across the country. So in many respects, this is a good example of central government and local government relationships where local government performs the role that central government can't perform, which is direct interaction with its community. There was a substantial amount of consultation went into the construction of these speed limit changes, and for a singular politician to arbitrarily reverse them across the country was a pretty outrageous thing to do, but the fact of the matter is it really hasn't worked, and most of the road controlling authorities have responded by changing very little.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. First of all, a huge thanks to staff for their mahi, a very considered approach and consistent with the rest of the country, and I couldn't agree more, Councillor O'Malley. And I recall that consultation that went on, for example, around the Otago Peninsula speed limit changes, including the schools, which was a separate bit of consultation. And it was very bespoke for the schools, and it considered what the local community thought. And of course, every situation where a school is located is different. You have the local dairy, the local park, the beach, whatever, and the time frames don't quite work with the variable model. I'm heartened to know that there's been huge consultation with Abbotsford School, and for them the change is appropriate. People in the community, however, don't like a lot of change, and that was the case with the Peninsula speed limit. And yes, it was unpopular, Councillor Houlihan, but it doesn't mean to say it wasn't the right thing to do. And can I tell you that all of that has settled down? There'll still be people who grumble about it, I'm sure. But what has happened is that it's a whole lot safer, and we've had a whole lot fewer accidents. And so if this is about keeping people safe, which I believe it is, then our staff have done an excellent job in working their way through and navigating the direction from the government to do what you're required to do by law, but doing it in a way that doesn't incur a heap of cost for us and a whole lot more change back to something we've already consulted the community about and have done what was asked. So I am very happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. There's a well-known World Bank stat that's been quoted around here many times, particularly by me, that notes that you have a 90% chance of surviving after being hit by a vehicle if it's travelling at 30 k's, and you have a less than 50% chance of surviving if you're hit by the same vehicle at 50 k's or higher. We know from decades and decades of research across the planet that higher speeds kill, and they also result, sadly, in many more living people having to go on throughout their life with severe injuries. A University of Canterbury study states there is absolutely no doubt, if you look at the evidence, that speed is a major factor in the number of deaths and injuries on New Zealand roads. It causes more injuries than alcohol and drugs, and it's estimated that 87% of current speed limits throughout New Zealand are incorrectly set. And an Auckland Transport study has found that roads where speed limits were lowered on 30th of June 2020 have experienced a 47% reduction in deaths in the 18 months following the changes, a reduction in all injury crashes of more than 25%, and greater than 15% reduction in serious injuries on these roads. The evidence is clear, councillors, so as people charged to look after our communities, let's please follow the evidence. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
I agree with all of the previous speakers, and I would like to thank the staff very much for their work that they've done on this. You may remember we did the interim speed management plan, and it was approved on the 27th of March 2023, and the changes were all aimed at improving safety for children and families while they were travelling to and from school. The new government rule came into effect in October 24, and here we are almost 2 years later from that interim speed management plan, where we heard from most of our schools and from school children around the city around safety, and as Councillor Walker pointed out, we know the difference that a car travelling at a slower speed will make a much less of an impact on a small human being's body. For me, the variable speed limits are not that great because it relies on motorists thinking about where they are and what time of the day it is, and assuming that everybody has local knowledge that they are approaching a school too. So personally, I would have much preferred that we just had the 30-kilometre speed limit around all schools all of the time. But it is what it is. And while I don't agree with the government, I'm really happy with the decision that's been made by our city in support of safety for our young people and families. Kia ora.
Any further speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just 3 points then. One of the things that sort of popped up is that many of the requests for these speed limit changes actually were not generated by staff, but were generated by the communities who asked for them, and then the staff generated the reports in response to the communities. And certainly I can think of places like Caversham School where we had to be very proactive to meet the requirements or the requests from that board for safety. So this is not, again, a set of people. I mean, sometimes it's characterised as being people with some sort of agenda shoving stuff on a community that didn't want it. It was often as not, it was in the other direction. And to Councillor Gary's point around things like the Peninsula Connection and other such areas, when they first get enacted, there often is a lot of noise and discomfort at the change. But once the safety and amenity outcomes become obvious to the communities and you go to reverse them, then there's an even bigger noise of don't take it back. And variable speed limits are outside schools do assume that the school is only in use during school hours. And I think that's the other thing to remember, and I'm more inclined to say that a permanent outside the school should reflect, in fact, of a particular status in the community as a place for children congregate and play, because often they use their playgrounds after school. So, but bottom line is, we didn't change much back. And in fact, we only changed one thing back, which kind of was a common sense change. And so I think that's a victory for local government, to be honest.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 12. The submission on proposed wastewater environmental performance standards. Want to speak? So, welcome to the chair, gentlemen, Mr. Ward, Mr. McAndrew, and Mr. Campbell. Would anyone like to make some opening comments? Mr. Ward.
Yes, kia ora, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. Thank you once again for your consideration and engagement as we work through the submission that we're presenting to you today. Just a reminder that the Taumata Arawai, the Water Services Authority, has kindly granted us an extension to submit to them tomorrow. So we very much hope the submission meets with your approval. If there are substantial changes arising from questions and answers today, I think the resolution may need to be modified to allow further work on the submission, but we'll see how that goes following the questions, and therefore happy to take questions.
Okay, questions? Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fiso is first.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā koutou. My question relates to the consultation document itself, attachment B, page 167. And aroha mai apologies, I have not focused greatly over the previous months during the workshop process and even last night's reading. So my question is about the intention to change the approach to Te Mana o Te Wai. And so, am I correct in guessing that changing it so that it's a requirement to take account of the NPS for freshwater management is a watering down of Te Mana o Te Wai? And have we canvassed this in our submission?
Kia ora. We haven't canvassed that in this submission because the changes to the kind of status and effect of Te Mana o Te Wai via the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management is, I guess, changes to that are through separate legislative process like the Resource Management Act and National Policy Statement amendments. The proposed wastewater standards would just give reflect those requirements that live elsewhere, so it's sort of out of scope of this consultation, if I may.
Okay, yes.
We did comment on Te Mana o Te Wai in the local water well done legislative submission, and where we said that even though the government was planning on reversing it, we weren't planning on ignoring it. So it has been addressed in a previous submission.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
I do like the renaming to local water well done, but I know what you meant. I have a couple of questions, and forgive me if I've got my numbers mixed up here because they're in my notes I made while reading it. In point 9 we talk about the standardised based approach, and which inspired me, as it often does, to go and research other jurisdictions across the world, and of course I picked on the UK. And from my reading of the papers I could find is that since the standardised approach in the UK was initiated, so I could ask you to respond to this, it says the frequency and duration of these spills have increased, raising concerns about environmental and public health. So is there a risk here that a standardised approach might not have the desired effect? So you're looking quizzically, so I know it's an awkward question. I'm just saying, it's not, is it the panacea that it suggests? It's an easier question.
That's probably something worthy of debate rather than just a succinct answer here. Councillor Walker, I think probably what might sit behind the change in performance in that jurisdiction is wider system performance leading to a change in discharge characteristics, not necessarily the standards itself, would be my response.
Let's move away from that question. I knew it would be difficult. So my second point is where I need some clarification around. Point 13 says the underlying all this is the move to try and get efficiency, cost-saving benefits, etc. My question would be, can we somehow, in the submission, and maybe you've done it at point 18, try and express we don't want this done at the expense of environmental, cultural and community values? So the question is that the reticence you do express in point 18? And if not, can we try and just make sure that comes through?
Yes, I believe it is. If it needs to be augmented or amplified, I'll look to my colleagues to clarify that.
Could I make a request that comes through a bit more strongly? And I don't know if anybody disagrees, but I don't think we should risk those things solely for efficiency and cost savings.
I wonder if it, sorry to cut you off, Councillor, I wonder if it could be brought forward in the submission to at least echo or amplify that point, if that would be a modest editorial change.
It's related to that. So, related to that, it's my understanding again that there will be a second round of consultation. Is that right?
No, that's not correct, and that's a key point we've proposed to make in the submission, which is that we consider the proposals are at an early stage of development, and therefore it would be very appropriate at sort of the DCCs we're proposing. Top line submission point is that Te Matarawa should go away, do some further development, and come back for a second round of consultation once the proposals are at a more developed stage. As we understand it, that's not currently the plan, and why we're suggesting it's a strong submission point.
Thank you for that, because I've written down here, thankfully there is a second round of consultation, so thank you for the clarification of that. So is it right in my reading of a lot of this is it seems like it's sort of a fait accompli?
I wouldn't be as strong as to say that. However, I guess you can glean from the notion that there won't be there's not proposed further consultation, that at least there is a direction of thrust. But we are strongly asserting that further consultation is required. Whether that will be listened to, can't guarantee.
Needs to be seen. Councillor O'Malley. Okay. Councillor Barker.
I'm just asking about on page 108, it talks about there's 4 wastewater environmental performance standards, and then there's a proposed standard for the beneficial reuse of biosolids, but I can't see that in our submission, and I was just wondering, because we're looking at biosolid solutions and have got money in the budget to do that, were we happy with what was in the consultation document, so we didn't need to add anything in on it? Would that be correct?
Yes, broadly that is correct. We didn't have any particular submission points that we felt were needed to make on that proposal, and so just have stayed silent on it.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Has the Te Mata Arawai South Island Relationships Manager had anything to do with you during the development of this policy? Mr. Cadogan.
We mentioned in the summary of considerations at the end of the report that some staff have participated in sort of webinars and online workshops, which were partly facilitated by Tim Cadogan in his role as I think it's local government liaison officer. So in that capacity, yes, but and not in any sort of direct DCC Te Mata Arawai only consultation where Tim Cadogan was involved. We had at a much earlier stage in previous year been involved in providing some information to Te Mata Arawai about our activities to help them kind of in their sort of research to form up these proposals, but that was in some months ago now.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. When I think of Tahuna and I think of the discharge to sea, what effect, as we go through this, what effect potentially is there to Tahuna?
We believe that the Tahuna discharge would broadly comply with the standards. Potentially might argue it'd be feasible that we could reduce the effluent quality or make the quality worse and still comply with the future standards. So in that sense, it doesn't necessarily impact the consentability of the Tahuna plant as such. In terms of how a consenting process would work in future when we come to reconsent Tahuna, there's a couple of questions we've asked in the submission, because it's currently unclear whether we'd still need to apply for a consent for the aspects of the current consent that are not covered by the standards, so we may end up in a kind of dual submission process, which wouldn't simplify this process. So broadly, quality-wise and treatment performance-wise, we believe we comply with the standards, but there's some further information needed around what a consenting process would look like in future.
So someone mentioned to me, they said, and again I'm interested to know if this is, how much of this is fact, that should Tahuna not comply going forward or at some point, and I understand what you've just said, but they said the amount of land required for discharge down the line would be essentially a space or a size greater than the Otago Peninsula. And I'm just trying to get my head around that with the rest of Dunedin, but also around the rest of the country.
We haven't fully done that analysis, Councillor. The amount of land intuitively would be significant. It depends on the assimilative capacity of the land to receive the discharge. But Mr. McAndrew's point, The Water Services Authority, Taumata Arawai, have been so far very complimentary about our treatment plant, the way in which we treat and the method of discharge, and particularly the level of treatment offered currently. And as Mr McAndrew noted, we may well find that we currently exceed the required discharge characteristics under any new consenting regime.
Okay. Yes.
So I guess the work that was begun in 2008 or 2009 around upgrading Te Hunu has really benefited where we're at today, in the sense of, especially through this process.
It's a great example, Councillor, of investing in Three Waters infrastructure.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Just carrying on the same line, is it not the case that previously there have been extensive investigations into the capacity of disposal to land for us, and that the result of those investigations was that in general our coastal soils are totally inappropriate for disposal of waste, solid waste and liquid to land?
Yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with the specific work that you're referring to, but the work we're currently doing is looking at how you might potentially transform the state of the biosolids to facilitate things that you may not have been able to do in the past. So can we treat the biosolids to improve the characteristics and quality of it, which may open up additional avenues to us?
Okay. Yes. Yeah. How would the proposals for overflows and bypasses work for us in our lawyer's head situation?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The proposals as they're currently set out in the consultation document would mean that discharges like the lawyer's head discharge, which occurs when the system capacity is exceeded due to heavy rainfall, and therefore the lawyer's head outfall discharges some wastewater from Te Hunu wastewater treatment plant that's bypassed aspects of the treatment process. That would make those types of discharges a controlled activity under the Resource Management Act, which means upon application consent is guaranteed, but a number of matters would be controlled by the consent. So the consent conditions would require us to do a lot of things, particularly around monitoring and reporting, and having risk management plans in place which demonstrate how the work we would do to manage and ideally reduce the risk over time of that discharge. So sorry, to come back to the question, the effect of these proposals as they're currently set out on that discharge would be that they would give a consenting pathway for us to sort of authorise that discharge.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I see no further questions. Councillor O'Malley, do you want to? Question, yes.
The 35-year consent period did strike me as being particularly long. I noticed that on point 32 you kind of put in a caveat there that if standards change, you'd be expecting that those consents would be effectively affected by it. Is that correct?
Oh, apologies, could you repeat the question one more time?
We've got the 35-year consent period, and it's point 32, page 119 on ours, and you make the point, I'm just clarifying that this is the point you've made, that recommends that the standards also provide for drivers for continuous improvement to be built into the consent. So, because 35 years seems an awfully long time to consent a piece of technology and have it running and saying, oh yeah, it's good, right to the end. So in that particular point, you're saying that even though the consent would stand, you expect some sort of mechanism to say that that plant could be told to upgrade all the way through?
More or less, yes. What we're trying to achieve with that submission point is that to strike a balance between, on the one hand, a 35-year consent term is a good outcome for a system provider in terms of, planning and funding long-term infrastructure, but on the other hand, circumstances in the external world change, technology improves, and so forth, and so on. With a sort of different hat on, we're concerned that it kind of wouldn't want to see a sort of set and forget for 35 years kind of scenario. So what we're suggesting is that 35-year consent terms provide a good degree of planning certainty, but they should be balanced with conditions within the consent that would, provide an incentive to not set and forget, if I can say it in that loose way again.
No, that is the answer. I mean, 1990 is a long time ago, and that's 35 years ago. I'm ready to move it.
Okay, thank you. So we have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Gilbert, would you like to speak to it?
Just again, fairly brief. Thank you for coming with these very technical submissions. This is effectively a mechanism to try to standardise and in doing so set up national standards to bring about consistency across the country, and with that consistency comes a certain level of efficiency, although not massive, to be honest. The issue really would be that some of these standards probably are going to be a bit relaxed from what we were before, so we're actually going to see a slight step backwards in terms of standards, and that's why the commentary around Tahuna potentially being in excess of the existing standards is because we've set it to a certain level and the government has moved it back. Those are expected to change from government to government, but the concept of national standards, I think, is a very good efficiency concept, and it means you get consistency across the whole of the motu.
Yes, and I think in the situation where we have a very good quality wastewater treatment plant, we certainly don't want to be relaxing our standards just because the bar we have to jump is set lower. We might as well maintain our standards, especially since they're going on to public beaches. So, any other speakers? Councillor Vandervis.
On the point of having a consistent standard across the country, it's a nice to have, but if you think about all the small towns and smaller cities around the country that simply can't afford because they don't have the scale available to meet these standards, you've got a situation where a lot of those communities are simply unable to afford the same standard of water that you can get in a bigger city. And I think close to home, we've got the comparison between Balclutha and Dunedin. Balclutha has a small number of people on a fairly far-flung, sort of spread out system. And to expect that community to meet the same standards that we're able to achieve here with our greater density and much greater numbers and ability to pay, to me is impractical. It's a nice ideal, but I don't think it actually addresses the practicalities of water, especially in smaller communities. And it's one of the things that's driving us as a city council to put enormously long pipelines from our water supply system out to the various villages and towns that are around Dunedin when they aren't able to pay what it would cost to give that standard of water. So I think it's a major problem. Highlighting the so-called equity of it is one thing, but to ignore the equity of cost, or the lack of equity in cost, I think is a all too regular problem here.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Just to pick up on what Councillor Vandervis was, to me at least, intimating, that there are small areas that can't actually afford it, and absolutely I can understand his reasoning. I'm reminded of two things. One, regions grow, and so what are smaller towns now won't necessarily be smaller towns later, and there is no better time to do it than now. You listen to any contractor, they always say the cheapest day to do it was yesterday. It's never going to get cheaper, easier, better, etc. So for that reason, I'm very happy to second it. I'd also just like to, and I regularly do this to the Three Waters team and Mr. Ward in particular, I'm fascinated by how such a technical topic can be made so understandable to somebody like me who has never delved into pipes and waters and engineering and all that sort of stuff. So a big thank you to the team for making it so understandable, for having our backs, and for, yes, having a laudable future-focused approach in their thinking. So, thank you.
No further speakers. Councillor Malik.
I think the thing about setting standards and then executing the standards are two actual different events. One is you set the standard, and then the whole of Three Waters reform has been, once the standard's been set, how can people meet them? So that's a different issue. It follows on from the standards. And the fact of the matter is, if you keep saying I want 4% rate rises year after year after year after year, and you promise that, then you will have under-delivered in your Three Waters over the course of 30 or 40 years. And that's where most of these councils are actually in trouble. Not so much on scale, but historical underinvestment. And yes, there probably will be a requirement for the government to come in at some point, but again, that is another issue. The issue here is the standards. It is good to see the standards put in place. They are a little relaxed than they should be, but that doesn't really particularly surprise me. But it's been the whole change that's been brought about with Three Waters has been brought about by the formation of Taumata Arowai. If there had not been a standards body put in place to enforce councils to get their act together, they would have remained not getting their act together. So in many respects, this is just simply a response to that. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll put the motion. You can see it on the screen behind me. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 13, update on Bath Street. Engagement and design. Mr McLean. Just Mr McLean. Okay, any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just unfortunately, Dr Hazelton can't be with us today, so I'll do my very best to answer any detailed questions, but I may have to come back to you if there are any that I can't answer today. Happy to take questions.
Questions, Councillor Ulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Prior to this meeting, I submitted questions around the cost of the crossing and the other parts with that. I also asked questions around whether it can be broken down and we could have a rainbow crossing without all the extra parts. And but it became evident that procurement involves quite a process, and I wondered, but you may not be able to answer this, but for the public watching, and also I'm interested myself because I don't know a huge amount of the process we have to go through, but are you able to talk a little bit about the process that you have to go through for procurement so that people might be able to understand a bit more why some of those costs are so high when councils have to do them? Because all councils, I'm sure, have the same problem. You might not be able to answer that.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I'll give a very brief overview of our procurement program, but Mr Coleman would probably be best placed to answer that next time you see him. But it's our procurement process. I wouldn't call it a problem. I think it's a really robust procurement process that's really important for the public sector to have. So we follow really strict guidelines. We run open market tender processes, often on a two-envelope process, often where you consider the quality of the response before you consider the price. So what's going to give the best product for the community, and then you look at price. So you're not necessarily, but that's just one procurement method. So, so I'd hesitate to call it a problem. The costs involved in this has been given as an estimate because we haven't gone to detailed design yet. One of the biggest costs of any courtesy crossing is the civil work that you have to do. So to make it safe and accessible, we do curb build-outs, drop curbs for mobility purposes, and then prepare the subsurface. So the painting, if you like, is one of the smaller costs of it. It's the physical civil works that you do. So I asked the transport team yesterday what the difference in a standard pride flag crossing would be, and you'd look at around about a 30 to 35% lower cost. So you'll see that brings it down, but it's still quite a bit of cost in doing those curb protrusions and curb build-outs.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. And Mr McLean, just checking, you talked about the pride flag style crossing, whether that's the correct term for it, not sure. My understanding is that the Pride community were consulted, and that was not their preferred option. Can you just kind of clarify where the community sits on that, please?
Yep, thank you. So staff have worked closely with the Rainbow community, and they made it clear that they wanted something uniquely Ōtepoti, and not the what I'd call the typical or the standard Pride flag crossing, and one that incorporated mana whenua narrative and values into that thing. So that's what our design team and our artists, the mana whenua artists, worked on to come up with the original design. That original design, I understand, caused some of the disability community some concerns. So we're working closely with them as well and refining that design. So we're not in a position to bring that design back just yet. But the point of referencing it in here is if we could have incorporated it into the Bath Street project in the budget envelope, we would have, but we're not able to do that. So we are committed to doing the Rainbow Crossing, but it'll be done at a later date. But we will, in line with the resolution, bring a detailed design of the Rainbow Crossing back as soon as possible in 2025.
So from your understanding of the consultation that took place, the preference would be to wait for their preferred or the preferred option rather than sort of charge ahead with the Pride flag version.
Yes, that's my understanding. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks very much. I'm concerned about the reduced scope of the works on Bath Street compared to what was presented to us in December. So there were much more elaborate designs. They were on page 77 and 78 of our December papers. And for me, it's around the narrative that was presented to us from the mana whenua community. I'm concerned that with the new design that we've been given, a lot of the story that was behind the pitch around the eels, the tuna, the riparian plantings, all of the design for Bath Street, I feel like the story is lost and that we're disrespecting mana whenua in the way that the scope of the design has, it's taken out all of the wonderful narrative that was, yeah. Is this just because of the budget?
Yes, yep. So you set us a budget by resolution and we can't go over that, so we priced out the original design, which is the design that, we hoped to achieve, but the price came back from the contractor as too high, so we've had to reduce that scope back to what you have in front of you now.
Okay. We'll go round. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just picking up on when you say the Rainbow Crossing, but there's two Rainbow Crossings in that design. So I did send an email asking about if we were to just do Bath Street to Lower Stewart Street, were we able to get a price on that? Because some people have talked about having a give a little or something just so that we don't have to muck around and get something.
Yep, so it's my understanding is that the two pieces of artwork work together. So I haven't had any discussions with the artists on if that were to be just halved, but we can't give you a price until we've got a detailed design to actually get priced.
So my next question is just around, it says that note staff will now develop a detailed design for Bath Street in consultation with, that was with the relevant stakeholders, and we talk about that there's been communication with the Pride community, and I just wonder, what do you know, because I appreciate that you're not the person that possibly did the work, how those relevant stakeholders and Pride community members were chosen? Was there a public process for them to put themselves forward, or how did that work?
I will come back to you and confirm it. I know that originally the the person that approached council a number of years ago. There was a group, I think, that's just sort of self-formed and was led by him. But I'll find out the detail, but I don't believe it was a public process. And the disability community have gone through, yes.
Great. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Most of my questions have been asked and answered, but I guess my fundamental question comes down to the resolution that was in December and the resolution that you referred to from before I was on council, and council clearly wanting the rainbow crossing installed. And if I look at the December resolution, that was the clear intent of that, and I would have thought that looking at the design would have started with the inclusion of the rainbow crossing and then fitted the other things within it, because it now comes down to my real concern is you're going to come back to us in the future with the rainbow crossing design and there is no budget, so how are we going to be able to incorporate it going forward?
Yeah, thank you. So the Bath Street surface work is the priority, obviously, because we've had to do the Three Waters work. The rainbow crossing from the original council's original resolution was to look for infrastructure opportunities to then install one. So we chose Bath Street because it was an obvious one. I've talked with the transport team and they believe they can deliver the rainbow crossings within the pending budget approval, of course, in next financial year, without any additional budget, and that confirmation last night. So,
okay, Councillor Wiley, and then I've got Councillors Walker, Gary, Benson Pope, Van der Vis and Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I wasn't going to ask a question until you started talking about the cost of doing a crossing and all the work that had to go around it. So that is whether it's a normal zebra crossing or a rainbow crossing, the prep work is pretty much the same. So if there was that work in play. So what I'm trying to get from and looking at the numbers and numbers have been bandied around everywhere. What is the cost as such for a non-zebra crossing? So because and the reason I ask that is because when we look at the crossing costs in our paper, it's articulating the way you described it was about how you have to change the curbing, the slopes, the gradients, make it fully accessible. But that's got to be the cost whether we're doing a zebra crossing or a rainbow crossing, correct?
Yeah, there's a big part of the cost is the civils that you do. Yep, regardless of what you paint on top. Yep. What I will say though is this particular design of, well, it's changing, is not your standard striped, even if it were a black and white one, which is I think far simpler for the paint applicator to do in terms of the stencils. So there will be a little bit of cost difference in the style that we go with, but the bulk of the work is in the civils.
Okay, I'm also conscious of the narrative that's out in the public when they see the numbers, and they are basically interpreting the cost of a rainbow crossing is dramatically higher than a zebra crossing. And whether that's the way our papers are presented or not, but that's the impression I'm getting reading different commentary. But again, that's I'm sorry I'm not quite articulating what I was saying, but I'm sort of frustrated by that narrative when the cost of the crossing, regardless of what the colour paint is on the road, a lot of it's about civil infrastructure.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people don't understand is there's a lot of work has to go on for most construction projects. What I will say though, this is an update on Bath Street, and it's definitely being sort of sidetracked by the rainbow crossing. So we will bring a rainbow crossing detailed design report back. But we're mindful that we're about to start the surface works for Bath Street, of which the Rainbow Crossing will not be delivered as part of the Bath Street project, and we're starting that within the next week or so. So we really just wanted to bring that and confirm that that's the design of the Bath Street, the pavers and that sort of thing that we're going to be going with. But we will bring a report back on the Rainbow Crossing, and we will deliver on your resolution to install it in Bath Street. It just won't be part of the Bath Street project. It'll be George Street, Bath Street, just as part of Transport's work program next financial year, pending budget sign-off.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Hopefully, the final question on the crossing, which represents the diverse people who live in the city. Thankfully, can we? And I think you've answered this, but I'll ask it for the record. Can the rainbow community and cis woke people like myself be reassured that there is full commitment, as per previous council resolutions, to the installation at some point hence, in the not too distant future, the installation of a rainbow crossing?
Yes. So point E of your last motion was council confirming the installation of a rainbow crossing or crossings in Bath Street / George Street, subject to budget. So it doesn't say subject to the Bath Street budget, just say subject to budget, and we can accommodate it within Transport's draft budget for 25-26. So yes, we can deliver on your resolution.
Yes, it's fine. And second question, and it speaks to Councillor Mayhem's previous question around Bath Street as such and that street. And I've never read a paper with the word descoping, the word we've never really seen actually, but it's throughout this report. I'm just, and this is not an attack on any staff, but I just want to get a clear understanding of what staff think descoping means. I have my own view. I'll give you a star for 10. I read it as the strategic abandonment or weakening of objectives. So I just want to, that word is clear in this. I just want to get the understanding from staff what that really means.
So in terms of this project, the team had it designed up as this is what we'd really, really like to achieve, but we needed to do an indicative design to get it priced to see if it could fit within the budget envelope. So we did that. It came in the indicative price, because it wasn't a detailed design, but the indicative price came back as much higher than the budget set by resolution. So we've detuned it, descoped it, and pulled back. So reduced the amount of paved area, made a number of changes, and to bring the cost of it down.
And of course, you could only work within the budget that we resolved to give you.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to check a couple of things that I've understood. I wanted to check I understood that the disability community supported the Rainbow Crossing in principle, had some concerns, but is that, Councillor Mayhem's nodding her head, thank you. My question is around the de-scoping, and it's around the reduction of the paved areas in relation to the experience that the disability community will have. And I remember at the time when we made decisions about the design concept, that was something we talked about. How will that reduction impact on the disability community?
Well, they've been involved in and updated throughout the design thing, so I don't think it'll negatively impact them. The change in the paved area as such. So we've still, there are still accessibility requirements, so we just change the way we provide for that. But yeah, they have been involved. Yep.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I'm looking at the current design proposal and the two pink areas labelled Rainbow Crossing, and I understand what you're saying about delivery of whatever design we may see and approve in due course under next financial year's budgets, but can I assume that the substrate work to prepare those areas marked in pink on said map on my screen is going to be done as part of the Bath Street work, or is that going to arrive with the design in due course?
The bits on Bath Street, so there's a big chunk of the Rainbow Crossing, I'd say the main crossing is on George Street, so that subsurface work won't be done.
Right, but that's the one you said Transport are going to accelerate and do in the next financial year.
Oh, it's less of a case of acceleration. It's a crossing area that needs to be upgraded anyway.
So the surface and below work there will be in hand. What about at the other end?
It's my understanding, and I'll just have a quick pull that over, that will be done at the same the preparation of the surface will be done at the same time as the Bath Street project, because it links up those two curb build-outs on Stewart Street footpath. So you can it sort of comes around each corner into Stewart Street.
Councillor Vanders.
Mr McLean, you've said that you're only able to work within the budget that Council voted for, and Council voted for a $1.5 million surface treatments budget, which I hasten to add I voted against. Now you're talking about adding rainbow costs from another transportation budget in addition to this 1.5 million. And in addition to that, you also have over $250,000 worth of bespoke pavers left over, supposedly from George Street. How is it that this $1.5 million budget was so far out of whack? I mean, even with the addition of $250,000 worth of pavers left over, you're still not able to do it. Why is that?
So I'll answer the first part of your question. Is you have asked us to install a rainbow crossing. There's now several resolutions on the books asking staff to install one, so we will deliver that. The opportunity to deliver one at Bath Street was investigated and it didn't fit within the budget, so we'll deliver it through our other transport budgets because you've asked us to. So that's that part, so that doesn't affect the 1.5 million. The pavers, yes, we took some pavers that were spare pavers from George Street, but I think you'd appreciate that laying pavers there's a big cost in that as well. So it's more expensive than laying asphalt, for example. But if you go back and look at the original debate when you were setting the budget for Bath Street, there was a lot of sentiment around the table that staff had to do everything they could to get the very, very best outcome for the look and feel of Bath Street for the budget that you set. So we could have just asphalted the lot, but we would have let you down then because we wouldn't have done everything we could to maximise the value add to Bath Street. So the building owners, the business owners in there are really happy with the design that we've come up with, and it'll really enhance that area, and it'll tie it through into the work through in George Street. So,
okay. From the perspective of someone paying for it, and that's the people that I'm trying to represent, we've got the $1.5 million that we agreed to for the whole surface treatments job. You've got more than $250,000 worth of bespoke pavers left over from George Street, and in addition to that, you've now got costs for rainbow crossings coming from another budget. Is this whole thing looking like more like a $2 million rather than a 1.5?
No, I'll go back to the rainbow crossing. So you've got two different jobs. You've asked us to do Bath Street, and you've asked us to do a rainbow crossing. So they're now two separate jobs. We looked at the opportunity of seeing if we could fit it into that thing, and we couldn't. So we need to crack on and deliver Bath Street as per your resolution, and we need to crack on and deliver the rainbow crossing as per several of your resolutions. So there are two different jobs, so you need to separate them out.
Okay, I realise that you need to separate them out. In terms of the original $1.5 million budget, though, is it true that we have really quite a considerably, rainbow crossings aside, quite a considerable increase in that budget with $250,000 worth of pavers from the leftover George Street.
But you've approved the use of the stock pavers for use on the Bar Street project at no cost to it. So the CFO can probably update us on how that impacts the cost and get credited against the George Street project, because Councillor Weatherall quite rightly raised that recently.
But I would just add as well, we have reported to Council that as a result of the George Street work, we needed to retain some of those pavers for maintenance, and we're just using some of them to help get a better look for Bath Street. So they're not $250,000 of pavers that are just sitting there. They're there. They were purchased for a purpose.
And you resolved that we could use them at no cost to the Bath Street project.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a point of order, because I do believe there has been an accusation of deliberately buying pavers for no reason, and I think that the staff have indicated that that wasn't the case, and I'd like it to be withdrawn that they bought it for no reason and it's wasteful.
Well, I've never suggested that they were bought for no reason. What I have suggested is that $265,000 worth of excess pavers, now taking up a great deal of storage space and out on the Tyree, indicates that there was a problem, either in terms of reducing the scope of George Street, which I believe was probably...
Look, normally when a point of order is raised, Your Worship, you speak.
Now, just back up the truck here. And so I didn't get that there was an accusation made. I was get that there was a question asked, which was subsequently answered. So I won't uphold the point of order. And I'd sooner you're finished with your questions, Councillor Vandervis, correct? So we'll move on to Councillor Hurlan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel terrible asking more questions of Mr. McLean, who has had a really hard go here. But I have got a couple of questions. Following on from Councillor Wiley's question, I thought that was actually a good question around the average cost of a normal pedestrian crossing. Is that 80 to 100k? Roundabout?
I couldn't tell you. We can come back, because roads are all various widths and various conditions and traffic volumes and uses. So Ms. Benson sitting here, we will try and come up with something that's useful for you and come back to you on that average cost of a zebra, non-zebra crossing.
When you mentioned that the crossing will come over onto George Street, were you referring to the eels that will come out onto George Street, or is it the crossing?
No, that design's been canned.
Has it?
It's been adjusted, and I haven't seen it because we haven't finished working with the disability and rainbow community to finalise an indicative design. So I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know what it looks like. But it's different. It's going to be somewhat different to the original one that you saw.
So we don't know yet if the eels are still there or not?
I don't know.
And was one of the concerns from the disability community that with the very bright colours of the eels dashing out, that people might feel a bit dazed and confused? Was that a concern, or?
Apparently not.
No. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas, followed by Councillor Mayhem, and then I think we're done.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, I just got a little bit concerned when you said that the surface treatments were about to start imminently, and our resolutions back in December was that that the parking changes would come to the parking subcommittee first, and I note that doesn't meet till June the 27th, so that's like 2 months away. And you've talked about the building owners being happy. It's the tenants that we will often hear from, as well as the building owners. I mean, people like Age Concern, I'm sure the cafes that operate in Bar Street. So I'm just want to make sure that we're not too far down the track as we have been before the parking has been sorted out.
Yes, thank you. That's a point well made. I know that there's a loss of 2 parks in Bath Street, and that'll be mitigated by, there's a coach park outside the Civic Centre that's not well used, so that's going to be turned into parking. So not right in Bath Street. The last stakeholder engagement session evening that we had, which was March. Age Concern were there. They were happy. The tenants were there, and one of the major landlords was there as well. Yep.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Mr McLean, the Rainbow Crossing sat outside of the project, and even in our December papers it said only if the budget would allow. Was that correct?
Yeah, I think it would have said that, yep.
It also said that the use of the George Street tiles were going to be in the design in December also. So it was always, it's not a recent reduction in price, it was always that we were going to use some of those George Street tiles in keeping with the narrative and the design of the entire redeveloped George Street.
Yes, yep.
And I just have one more question about the change to the design now and the narrative from Mana Whenua. Has someone gone back to speak with Mana Whenua and the designers about where we're at now, and are they happy with the fact that their designs have pretty much been reversed?
Yes, so staff worked really closely. So for the cultural narrative embedded in the street with Okaha, I wouldn't say they're happy with the complete reversal. The original design had a more fulsome narrative, but they are comfortable with where we've landed, acknowledging that we had a pretty tight budget to work with in a really tricky environment.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to go back to the report in December 2024, and it was just Deputy Mayor Lucas bringing up the parking, and at that time I highlighted it and said to offset these losses, the Transport team proposed changing the existing coach park outside the DCC building, which is actually outside the eyesight, and I did a post to all of the tourism operators and got quite a lot of comments in response, and I said that I would keep them up to date with when the consultation came out about that. And I'm extremely concerned that there's been a March stakeholder engagement session talking about parking, and the tourism operators who use the park outside the eyesight may not have been included in that. Is that correct?
I would have to see who was invited. It wasn't a stakeholder evening on parking changes per se, it was on the design, and Age Concern raised the parks, and then we talked to them about the proposed changes on George Street.
So flagging up what Deputy Mayor Lucas has said about the parking and the next parking in June and the imminent design of this area, is it possible to not touch those parks outside the eyesight until that consultation has been done?
Well, we won't be able to change any parking until it's been through proper process anyway. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, in the process of things, when did Council approve the cultural narrative? Because I don't remember that being part of the initial agreement to have a rainbow crossing, that we also agreed to multicoloured eels on the road. When did that come about?
December papers.
Councillor.
So the idea behind incorporating Mana Whenua narrative and values into the rainbow crossing came about through engagement with the rainbow community and Mana Whenua. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Barker.
Do we have a policy? I feel that we do have a policy about incorporating Mana Whenua designs into infrastructure. Was that passed, or is it just through Te Taki Haruru? I thought there actually was something that made sure that we did incorporate Mana Whenua and design in any infrastructure.
I might defer to Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Councillor. I think prior to there being Te Taki Haruru, there was the art and infrastructure policy, which was a way that Council had previously incorporated Mana Whenua design in infrastructure projects. That now, as part of Te Taki Haruru, is sort of folded in on each other.
So there is
there is a policy.
Right. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
If I can go back to Councillor Barker's early question about the parking and the consultation about the ones outside the Civic Centre, in the report on page 173 and point 12, it talks there about that being consulted on in May. So my question is, can we ensure that the tourism operators are involved in that consultation? Because obviously it hasn't started yet, but it just needs to be picked up so that it's wider than just the immediate landlords, tenants in this area that we just pick up, especially those tourism operators.
Yes, and it would be part of it anyway. So they probably haven't been consulted over the Bath Street design, but given that that's a coach park, or there's some changes proposed to a coach park, they would certainly, the coach operators would certainly be involved in that process.
Well, some of them are the tourism operators who will use that. They operate like little minivans, but might not necessarily be picked up as coaches. It's just the coaches.
Sorry. Yep. Yeah, I see Ms. Benson's over there taking notes, so we'll ensure that.
Okay. Look, I can't believe we've exhausted questions, but it appears. Councillor Mayhew has indicated a willingness to move.
Yes, I'd like to move this.
Councillor Walker wants to second that.
Mr Mayor, might I just speak, because Glenn's not here today. I actually took minutes from the engagement with the designers and the Disabilities Issues Group, so maybe I could just...
Well, you get 10 minutes to speak to
okay.
the motion, so that should be
most...
sufficient, and 5 minutes at the end. That should be more than sufficient. I would just remind the meeting, we're scheduled to finish at 4:30, and we're not quite halfway through yet.
Sure.
So we might be here at 8 o'clock tonight. So, Councillor Mayhem, you can lead the way with your discourse.
Thank you. So, first of all, I'd just like to say, with the meeting on the 18th of December with the Disabilities Issues Group and the Queer Street people and the city staff and designers, there was some conversation around compromise, and it was agreed that a simplified design, maybe with directional lines that go with the flow, or a simple colour border strip following along one edge that might give contrast or clarity for any low vision people and less distraction for others, because it's understood that the design was an attractive nuisance to the neurodiverse, and that some children might perceive that there was a playground within the patterns being so attractive. But we saw that there was a series of opportunities to solve the problem in an exciting way, and there was very much support from the disabilities group in general around the Rainbow Crossing design. So there was a council resolution in 2021 and a vote was passed that somewhere in the remaining works of the city upgrades that a Rainbow Crossing would be included. The petition that had been presented by the owners of Wolf Bar was more than 5 years ago, and they've come regularly to speak to staff and to councillors. There have been several meetings with the queer community, and there was a desire that, although the original request was for the crossing to be on Stewart Street, but that would not happen within the next few years, it was hoped that it would be incorporated into the Bath Street design if it could be fitted within the budget, and a strong preference to do that sooner than later. Not a traditional crossing, as we've heard, but something toi Māori that was uniquely Ōtepoti Dunedin, and that was the objective, also to include mana whenua principles. The design references the weaving of the eel trap and the overall narrative, also bringing together the colours of the progressive pride flag, showing the intertwining of the diverse strands of the rainbow community, binding them together to bring strength. The tuna, the eel, for self-determination, forging their pathway and their fluidity, a little like gender. The images we were first shown were merely indicative of the weaving, the netting, the flaxes, all incorporated into the designs of Bath Street, and they were just examples of what the crossing might look like. I'm here at this table because I want to uplift people, our vulnerable especially. One of the things that we hear again and again from our youth and our LGBTQ+ community is they need to feel safe in our city. A rainbow crossing, it may seem like a small thing, but the desire is very much to raise identity and belonging for our minority communities, and their safety needs prioritising. If we want to attract people to the city for amazing events, as I've often heard around this table, we have to be good at looking after the diverse people that live here. If you want to know why people leave the city, it's because it's a hostile place to live if you are different. It's not about being woke, it's about being respectful of all of our residents. I am not happy with the narrative in the media around this. The budget for Bath Street was a separate budget item to the planned George Street side of the crossing. It's disingenuous to say how much it was going to cost when we've heard from Mr McLean that the paint on the crossing will only be $80,000 to $100,000. The total price is around the drop curds, the roading maintenance, the resurfacing, all of those things. The surface will be an asphalt pad, smooth with paint on it. Hopefully it'll be able to be achieved over the summer, maybe even within this year. Yes, it's a special paint and it will be durable, it will endure traffic. The updated designs are yet to be completed or presented. But on that matter, I think we have a duty of care to our mana whenua artists who have been really affected by the pushback on this. It was not acceptable. I feel really sorry for the designers, and I was upset in the December meeting in the way that the group disseminated the design and were very vocal about what they liked and didn't like. I think this has had an impact on our mana whenua relationship. In fact, I think we've been very disrespectful in the way the narrative was told and the way the design has been altered. I think there's an opportunity here for conversation around understanding and acceptance in our community, and I'm looking forward to this. I think we need to continue to always do better. I think as an organisation we should have already come out and made a media statement and done more to protect our queer community who worry all the time about their psychological safety. This is not a very tolerant city, and this applies to all of our communities. A careful conversation needs to be had around visibility and acceptance with a proactive approach to managing our communications of any negativity in the community. This is significant. There are no sites in Dunedin that show queer people built into the city form.
Point of order. This is way off track. What the councillor is talking about here has got nothing to do with this report or with what we're about to vote on. So I would suggest, Mr Mayor, that the councillor gets pulled back in to stay on point.
I disagree, Mr Mayor, because it was
Yep, look.
the design of Bath Street.
That's quite a big... Sorry. Look, I think... I don't want to adjourn, I want to keep going because we've got very, time is marching on. But look, I think, this item is all about the Bath Street and why the rainbow crossing is a critical part of it. And so I think I won't uphold the point of order, but I'd ask that you just, cut it short. We've heard most of this discourse already over many times in this chamber. So I think a very truncated version would suffice for us. Thank you.
As I was saying, there is nothing in Dunedin that shows queer people built into the city form. This is claiming space for our people, inclusive, safe and accessible city for all. Ōtepoti has the second highest population of LGBTQIA plus in the nation, and 2/3 of our disability community also identify as such. Yet, queer youth and Dunedin have the worst suicide stats in the nation. Visibility is really important. No one should have to worry about safety, and I'm concerned about the rise in transphobia led by our current government. There will be a rainbow crossing, and hopefully by the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can hear the passion in the previous speaker, and what I will say is I support a rainbow crossing myself. I saw it in action in Queenstown where we had, during Pride Week, we had a plane was painted pink, and we made the whole city pink. It was amazing. And the result of that was so positive. We had lots and lots of people pour into I think it was during Winter Festival week, and I'm going back, it was a while ago, but it was absolutely fantastic, and economically it had huge benefits for the city. But what Dudley came and talked to us about, one of the owners from Wolf, years ago, and Councillor Mayhem is correct about that, it was a long time ago, was the fact that a rainbow crossing made people who are in the LGBT community feel wanted, safe, and it gave them a message that they're welcome in our city and they're welcome in their own home. And that to me really was a great reason to have one, and I've got no issue with having that. However, I do have an issue with the eels pouring out all over multicoloured onto the street, and if people don't like me saying that, then sorry, but
Councillor, we've already heard about that.
I'm
that
just
design is
saying,
finished.
I think it's gone too far. We're getting ridiculous with this. We've got to stop. We need common sense. The costs are going out of this world for eels to tear out over the street. It is too much. And the public, are laughing at us. It's embarrassing. We've got to stop. To have these narratives, I think it's great, but they need to be within reason. This multicoloured eel thing everywhere is too much. Point of order.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, Councillor is finished. We're moving on to the next speaker, Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I would like to thank staff who have made the tough decisions to achieve the soon-to-be-completed Bath Street upgrade within budget. From what I have seen, the impressive finish is going to portray value well beyond the modest budget set by Council. We are forecasting double rate increases, and here we are listening to the grievances some councillors have over the exclusion of possible rainbow crossings. Rainbow crossings are one thing, rainbow murals are another. The proposed design had no resemblance of any crossing I have ever encountered, and the estimated cost of $279,000 was nothing short of a joke. We need to take a grip and get back to the real world. I will never vote for a white, rainbow or tartan crossing that costs anything like $250,000. The previous council voted to allow a playground on George Street, and I am hoping this council will learn and vote against creating another monstrosity within our CBD. Murals are for buildings, not road surfaces. Simple crossings with rainbow stripes are common, and that is all that's required if the rainbow community wishes to be represented by the odd road crossing. Back to Bath Street, I'm happy to vote for this upgrade report, and once again, thank you so much for keeping in budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, anyone else? Yes, Councillor Gary? I didn't see you.
I'm just taking that all in. And I just am gobsmacked at the disrespect shown to members of our community. And it would have been good if some more of you had attended the Social Wellbeing Strategy Workshop last night or the Aratoi Strategy Workshop last night and heard from a diverse range of the community. And perhaps you wouldn't be saying the things that you are. One of the things asked for last night was an inclusive, welcoming, diverse city, recognition of diversity. And I am, for one, absolutely fed up with this othering that goes on around this table. It is shocking. The staff have done an excellent job on the Bath Street project, given we asked them to work within a budget. They've done that. Am I disappointed about the things that can't be done? Yes. However, they have done the best that they could within the budget and found a way to deliver the rainbow crossing as well. Just want to remind you, for those who don't turn up to the Youth Council meetings when you're invited, that Youth Council have said to us and have demanded from us actually that we stand up, step up and speak out about these very issues, for example, for the rainbow community. and, might I add, for the disability community. And I want to shout out to the Kaitahu artists, who, by the way, were watching and are probably watching today. And there'll be members of the rainbow community watching as well. And I can only imagine that those artists were devastated by the way we spoke about them. And one of the things in the Aratoi workshop was the arts and culture community asking us as a council to support artists, to encourage artists. We're very happy to promote the city as a cultural city, but then we talk about artists in the way we did in December. It was appalling. So please think about how you talk about people's children, their siblings, and their friends. It's absolutely appalling, and you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and kia ora to the previous speaker. I feel the passion and sit and stand alongside you in your thoughts. I'm going to focus on the street itself and not speak about the Rainbow Crossing. And I'll start by thanking the staff, of course, Dr. Hazelton in particular, and thanks to the mixed group of business and building owners on Bath Street for their patience, and of course to the wonderful people at the Swan who amazingly kept consistent coffee going through a long refit. Don't know how they managed that. I will, in fact, I seconded this, so I'll support it, but like the state highway discussion around the hospital earlier, I think this is another fantastic opportunity lost. And it's not an opportunity lost by staff. This one's on the elected membership, who decided, democratically of course, not to fund this at the higher level way back when, I don't know when it was, and to me displays the sort of outcome you get when your appetite to make Otapoti, Dunedin, one of the world's great small cities, wanes due to the forces of austerity. And the Rainbow Crossing aside, I think we all agree it needed refinement, and we've got assurance from staff that it'll reappear in some form at some point. Hence, the reduction in the amount of paving, of planting, of artistic lighting, etc., that would at least match it with the very classy and nationally recognised George Street project, leaves you with the sort of thing you can witness across the Motu and farther afield when your only motivation is short-term cost cutting on austerity. And I imagine we're going to hear me saying a lot of this similarly as we move through the 9-year plan process. What we get is a sort of unambitious, the sort of thing unambitious people dream of, minimal cost, bland, dated, outmoded, and I guess just plain. This sort of street can be witnessed in many centres the world over, but certainly not in those forward-thinking cities that offer something extra or a reason to live there, a differential, something that makes them the talk of other towns and cities. For a few bucks more in the overall scheme of things, we could have given our talented staff the opportunity to create a truly unique corner of our city next to our beloved Octagon, the sort of street that would be the go-to place in Lonely Planets and travel blogs. But no, we have decided to remain boring and bland. So I guess well done, councillors.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to express my thanks to the mover and also to Councillor Gary for her contribution to the debate. Also acknowledge the staff for delivering what we asked. And I guess, as I've said before, every decision we make, especially in terms of money, because the society worships money, we have, it's a test of our values. And as Councillor Gary said, the overwhelming sentiment for the strategic workshop, social wellbeing strategy workshop attendance participants yesterday last night, was they wanted us to be people-centred. And, you know, for colleagues to use terms like monstrosity, and also people are laughing at us. Well, for me, I don't care if people are laughing at us if we are making people-centred decisions. That is acknowledging the needs and requirements of the disability community, but also, as I always say, this is and always will be Māori land. And as far as endorsing, supporting, resourcing mana whenua and mana whenua artists, then we have to challenge our own values and move it alongside and share power, because we took that power as a society unjustly.
Councillor Barker.
First of all, for the paper, great to see the staff keeping in the budget in good consultation. However, I do want to talk about the cultural narrative and the information that was sent out. I think councillors were sent this as well, talks about the cultural narrative, and I am quite horrified by what people have said about the cultural narrative, because here it is very clear. It's on the historic shoreline and close to Ngā Moana e Rua, an original waterway and Mahika Kai site which held significant stocks of kaimoana and endemic plant species. And it talks about the DCC designers working collaboratively with mana whenua to reflect the cultural narrative and incorporate the values in the pathway to and from the sea. It also says at the bottom of this, I've only got a few minutes to read it, you might be surprised that tuna, aka eels, still move beneath our feet. During filming of the stormwater brick barrels in George Street, they were seen swimming up the pipes, demonstrating that humans aren't the only residents enjoying everything the CBD has to offer. So here, eels are, in fact, a cultural narrative and a current narrative of what is beneath us. But the key thing I want to talk about is, if we're going to talk money, the $1.23 billion that students Otago University brings into our economy. And we have in the ODT recently Grace Togneria, fourth year law student, who wrote about how she feels and about how the importance of what we do in the city. And she says, as residents of Ōtepoti, we also have a role in uplifting these students. Symbols on campus and throughout the city serve as quietly powerful reassurances for students navigating the challenges of university life. For instance, the pole on campus and the waharoa and the octagon are more than just cultural markers. They signal belonging, safety and support, especially for those who may feel whakama, which is embarrassed or ashamed. These symbols, alongside governance and leadership efforts, contribute to a changing institutional culture that prioritises students' health and fosters an environment where students feel happy and their whānau feel good sending their tamariki to study here. The redesign of George Street strengthens the link between the university and the wider city. Students walk this route daily, encountering cultural touchstones, affirming their community place. Looking at how much more time I've got left. Creating this sense of connection takes goodwill and effort. Senior leadership is showing this at the moment, and as a student I am grateful. By embracing these symbols and the values they represent and creating and expanding safe spaces, we help students overcome the taniwha whakama, transforming uncertainty into confidence and isolation into a shared experience of belonging. So we need to make sure that we have those narratives and have people feeling that sense of belonging in our city. It's not just the people around the table, and young people are not represented here, and that is why Grace's words are so important for us to listen to today.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you to the staff for the report on Bath Street, and thank you for all the questions they answered, Mr McLean. I'm going to be short and sweet because most have summed it up. I look forward to walking across a rainbow crossing in Dunedin sometime very soon, and to me I'd love to see it before the end of this year.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
When Dudley came to speak 5 years ago, I took him aside afterwards and said, welcome to the new rules of NZTA, and that's actually what happened to that intersection. I'm looking forward to seeing this being built and painted as well, and I would say that often it's not some of the best tourist sites that people go and see. Usually came out and when they first came out, the community really fought against them upon arrival, and I think you'll find this will be the same thing here. This will actually be something that people will go and see because it is unique. It's got a particular commentary around Ōtepoti. It's about how we are engaging and trying to come forward together as two cultures, as recognising the LGBTQ community as well. So, you know, a lot of argy-bargy in my opinion for about 0.001% of the city's budget.
Okay, I think we've covered all speakers. Your right of reply, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with Councillor O'Malley pointing out this will be an attraction for tauiwi, that's visitors from out of town. Councillor Wiley, I'm not going to be walking across the crossing. I want to dance on it during a Pride Week while we close off the street for a Pride Week march. Councillor Barker was right about the cultural narrative from our December papers. Yes, Bath Street was the historical shoreline. I'm sorry that Dr Hazelton is unwell and could not be here today. I am an ally for our Takitapui, our LGBTQIA plus community. I want to apologise to our Kaitahu artists if they're listening and watching today. Please don't be discouraged by what has been said around this table. That's just the opinions of a few people. As Councillor Gary said, if you've ever attended our youth council, you'll know that safety within the city is one of the most important things to them. And I sit here because I want an inclusive, welcoming, diverse and safe community for all of our residents. I'm not even going to speak to what Councillor Weatherall said, but for Councillor Houlihan, if you'd read your December papers, the mana whenua values and...
That's a false allegation. I read the papers. And you keep saying that. It's absolutely untrue.
Look,
I wanted to apologise.
I'll
rule on the
retract
point of order.
I'll retract that.
Yes, please. Thank you. Press on and, you know, let's stick with the point.
So I'd just like to focus, carrying on from what Councillor Barker said, the mana whenua values embedded into the project were about a space that provided shelter and safety for all tangata, a space that embraced creativity, diversity and community, representing past mana whenua histories and mahi kakai. This is a cultural practice and a knowledge of gathering food and its resources. So the Rainbow Crossing design, it was like a net for the tuna, the eels to swim down Bath Street and into the net. To me, it makes perfect sense if you'd read the overriding narrative encompassing the concept from the ocean to the river, and that was presented through the graphic use of aramoana and paitiki patterns within the streetscape. There was a focus on the tuna because they inhabited the waterways around Dunedin, and they are a tonga, as we heard. The tuna narrative also embraces important concepts that relate to queer identity and mana whenua values. The designs on the project noted the elements of the tuna's life cycle and the importance of our riparian environments as having synergies with the queer identity and the importance of spaces to safely express identity, just as having a healthy waterway and riparian environments are key to the survival of the tuna. Visible expressions of identity and representation are important to the safety and inclusion of our community within the broader Dunedin community. So I'll be looking forward to the end of the year when the Rainbow Crossing is here. Thank you, everybody.
So I'll put the motion that Council notes the update on Bath Street engagement and design. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. 14. Ms Moran. Move is coming to the chair. Firstly, we'll have any questions. Are there any? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just one brief question. Point 11, it just it talks about phase 1 that's now underway with initial meetings already held with some key stakeholders. Just interested to know who they were.
There's quite a number of them. It included Business South, who actually declined in the end, but university, senior staff, some councillors, and that's I can't be too specific. I'm not sure who else they saw, but they've also been seeing people online since they were here in person.
Councillor Barker.
Just looking at 8F, where it talks about strategic direction setting. I'm just wondering how it lines up with the economic development strategy refresh. I guess given if we're putting an agency in and it's got focus areas, priorities and mandate, how those two things will align?
It's hard to say without knowing what the outcome of the refresh will be, but as it's more of a refresh, they're basing it on the current strategy. Yeah.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 180, we've got that staff were advised to revise the approach. Who were you advised by?
The chair of the Economic Development Committee, Councillor Wiley.
And the associated costs that were deemed prohibitive, can you give us an idea of what is deemed prohibitive, how much those costs were?
Councillor, I will answer this. I was advised what the costs were and from Ernst & Young, and they were way out of scope of what we had discussed at the previous, when this had originally come to the table, and the CEO then looked at other options, and this is what came back.
Why can we not know the costs of this proposed scope, given that there can be no commercial sensitivity since it's not going to go ahead anyway?
Probably for that same reason, because we haven't proceeded and we didn't basically go through all the levels, but I can tell you the number was eye-watering and I wasn't going to put council through that.
As a councillor, I want to be put through it because I want to know what you and some others deem to be prohibitive. If we're going to make decisions on costs and we're not allowed to know what those costs are, then I have a real problem.
Sorry, Councillor, I'll answer that question. Councillor, it was in excess of $100,000, and the key thing being was, I recall back at the meeting where I put this motion forward, we were to spend less than $100,000.
In excess of 100,000 and less than 150? So it could have been $1 million. It doesn't help.
Okay, we're in a bind here now. Well, I mean, clearly he wants to know a number, so it's either the number or not. So I don't know that we can resolve that here. We can be backwards and forwards for some time. And
would you like me to seek some advice, which won't be today, on what we can release with regard to that question?
Yes, let's do that.
Right.
Let's just leave that question on the table.
Thank you.
And find out, because there could be elements of commercial sensitivity based on the scope.
Thanks.
So we'll leave it there, but we'll readdress it. Are you happy with that? Well,
actually, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
To me, there's some fundamental issues here. One of them is there's a tendency for councillors to, when they're not happy with something, to want a review, and that's fine. But if we aren't able to know what these reviews are likely to cost, then the requests for reviews are going to keep coming, and we've seen quite a few of them already. I believe that it's in the councils, maybe non-public, but I think it's also in the public interest to know how much these reviews cost. I don't expect that Ernst & Young will be much different from any of the other Deloittes or anyone else, and that for that number not to be in this item, it makes it difficult for me to know which way to vote for it.
Okay, so in terms of, we'll come back and address that question at a different stage, but we need to move on at this point. Councillor Houlihan, do you have
Thank you.
some question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I ask, you mentioned before there were some councillors involved in this. Are you able to say who they were?
Chair and Deputy Chair of
Chair and
Economic Development.
Thank you very much. Will there be a time when the whole council will get to have a say around this, or get to be part of it somehow? Just because it is.
Sorry.
Microphone.
Just that obviously a review of economic development could have, huge impacts, and I'm just wondering if we will get to have any involvement. That's all. Thank you.
I understand that will be part of the 4th and 5th of June, as in the...
It says it in 8B.
Right. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Ms Moran. Okay, so as for the motion itself, the council notes this report. Councillor Wiley has indicated a willingness to move, seconded by Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, essentially it's a pretty straightforward report, and I think that when we look at the process we've gone through with it, and taking in paragraphs 5 and 6 of our papers, the key thing being was when the CEO found another company that could provide another approach and process to do this, that actually it worked as a very effective way to continue the work and my governance are very good in this space. So I'm happy to move this.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
It's not a lot of pages, which I'm grateful for, but I don't see it as anything like a straightforward report. It's probably unprecedented in my memory anyway, that council asks for something, staff go ahead and do it, and then a member of the council decides on the basis of a number that we're not allowed to know that it's too expensive and they want to do it another cheaper way. Now, I'm all for things being done another cheaper way, but if we aren't allowed to know what it costs, and the suggestion is that it was at this stage more than $150,000.
More than 100.
There was, when I suggested it might be less than 150, I wasn't able to get any confirmation, which...
look, let's not split hairs. It's more than 100. All
right, so my point is nothing like straightforward. None of the answers that I've had from Councillor Wiley are anything like straightforward. In the absence of straightforward, I'm going to have to abstain for voting for this, because there's quite frankly nothing here that would give me certainty in being able to vote one way or the other.
Any other speakers? I said Councillor Gary.
Just want to remind colleagues that of the original resolution, which says that we're consulting with stakeholders with a refresh of the previously commissioned 2018 Martin Jenkins report as part of the Enterprise Dunedin review. And so this is a light touch, and one that I voted against, as I've explained, and I've explained why, but it is happening, and so it isn't a full-blown review. So just wanting to remind you all of that, and just to say that I considered the consultants to be very professional and well experienced in the background to undertake this.
All right, Councillor Malley.
It's just a commentary around process. I mean, it's quite common when any committee is considering something that's under the committee that the chair and the deputy chair are involved before the rest of the council are involved. I'm very happy with Councillor Wiley's behaviour over this.
Yep. All right, any other speakers? No, you want to reply, Councillor? No. I'll put... oh, sorry, have a drink of water. I'll put the motion. The council notes the report. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstention?
Abstention recorded, please.
Thank you. Item 15. Grants Subcommittee, External Representatives. noting the, well, we'll see the motion on the screen in a minute. Do we have any questions for Ms Moran? Councillor Benson-Pope. Any questions for Ms Moran? Any questions for Ms Moran? I see none. Thank you. So, Councillor Benson-Pope, would you like to speak to this?
Seems sensible and logical.
Yep. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Gary?
Just briefly to say these are good people who do an excellent job of representing the community, and they will do an excellent job continuing that until such time as we're ready to go out to the community again.
I see no other speakers. Do you want to write a reply, Councillor Benson-Pope? Put the motion that we extend the term of the current representatives. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 16. Hearings Committee recommendations on waste management and minimisation plan. Councillor Fiso, you have a question? Or? Yes. Yes, and Councillor O'Malley, it's got here, I've got a note that you want to speak to the report. Or
just briefly, my actually first question was of staff is why was I the author, but then I found out it's because it's the committee that is actually presenting the paper, not the staff.
Do you want to make an introduction to this, or do we want Mr McLean to do that?
I think I don't really.
Oh, yeah, thank you. All I was going to say is Mr Henderson is on his way, so just amuse yourself around the table for a few moments. But no, so maybe we could start, and if maybe between the two of us, we might be able to.
So the waste minimisation management plan must be reviewed, I think, every 4 years, and this was a review. But it's a relatively extensive one. I mean, I think every time we've done it, it's been a minor rewrite rather than just a minimum review. And I think that's because the whole process is developing and moving forward. We've come a long way with our waste minimisation plans over the years, and I wanted to compliment staff on this was a case where there was another oversight group that was put in place during the plan being developed. And I think it came with the right result, which was the oversight group was saying to the staff, this is where the council is going and this is what the council will want to see. And the staff worked on that. And so by the time this came out as a public document for consultation, it had been so well consulted with in the pre-consultation environment that there was only 3 submitters, and they're all from the Waikouaiti coast, speaking on one coast. Other than that, nobody else even turned up to the speaking submissions. There was only a handful of writtens, and that's not because no one was paying attention. It was because, in fact, it had been so well prepared that there was almost no requirement for consultation, and the pre-consultation environment had created the final document straight away.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for us, Mr McLean? Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, my question was going to be exactly that, Councillor O'Malley. Was there anything new that came through that process that surprised the committee?
Not so much anything new that came through the process that surprised the committee, but rather one of the emphasis is on developing community activities and community capacity. And we've been having activities in the city that have been moving towards that. So I think that what this plan did was it solidified that relationship and put it into a plan shape. And so I think there's some quite exciting things in this plan going forward. And there was the emphasis potentially on developing new industries, which is light in the plan, but certainly something I'll be interested in moving forward with later.
One thing I noted, and I'd be interested in hearing any feedback, I saw nothing really mentioned about the University of the Polytech in the sense of that I saw as I was reading through it. Am I obviously wrong in that? And can you highlight?
While it's called a plan, it's actually a strategy, which is kind of ironic because of its name. And so probably the university is not captured necessarily in specifics, but I'll let staff answer that one because it's a tougher question. It's really about, to the extent to which the waste minimisation in the university area shows up in the plan.
Certainly. We have got. I'm actually going to. Do you mind if I open my plan and just refer to it? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we've got Councillor Walker in the meantime.
not for you. And I think it's been partly answered, and sorry for you guys coming halfway through, because Councillor O'Malley was speaking on your behalf, and I think he answered it, but I presume there's no stress from you guys in terms of only receiving 16 written submissions and 3 people speaking to it. Is that sort of normal? So I think you talked a wee bit of... Yeah, so you don't have any stress around those numbers?
Thank you, Councillor. I guess I'd just make the comment that I'd like to think that reflected the fact that there had been good engagement in putting the plan together.
That's what he said.
Okay, I've got a quick question on page 203 of the attachment A, which is the pie charts of the composition of waste and landfill at Green Island 2022, where they high the diversion potential items in order of size, volume, are listed in that table. And I'm just wondering how are we getting on with that now, because obviously the ones of the greatest volume are all highly able to be diverted now, I think. So I just want to know how is progress going on that list, please, now that we have all the bins and so forth.
Too early to make a definitive comment, but I would say that we're very pleased with the results so far with the organic collection. We're probably going to push for about 14,000 tonnes of food and green waste this first year. Our expectation was maybe around 12,000 tonnes, so we're actually over what we anticipated. We believe there's another, once we have the organics processing in place at Green Island, there's another third that we could add on to that for commercial food waste and stuff like that. So we're hoping to be able to push up towards the late teens, pushing towards 20,000 tonnes of food and green waste, which is a significant amount of that waste that's identified in that. And there's graphs and pie graphs here.
Great, thank you. That was my question. Now, Councillor Walker's question. No, we're still working on that. Councillor Fiso, you have a question.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou. My question relates to page 13 of the plan at attachment A, or page 207 of the order papers. And there's, I just found the second question under the Treaty of Waitangi, the second sentence, very confusing. I eventually, after I read about 3 times, I got what it meant, but is it possible to have a minor rewrite so that Te Aotearoa and Tino Rakatira Taka are interconnected more closely in the sentence?
Thank you, Councillor. I will actually pass that one to Lee, because I believe that content didn't actually come from our team. It came from... correct me if I'm wrong, did it come from the Maori Partnerships team? Or yeah, it did. Yeah. So we didn't actually draft that piece of the... we can pass that back and ask them to have a look at it.
No Rakatira Taka and Te Aotearoa as a taonga, as the greatest, one of the greatest taonga, is very close, because I had to read it and I think, what is the taonga they're talking about? So.
I thought you were going to answer the earlier question. We have a question from Councillor Vandervis.
Given that green waste and other waste is gone up from 12 to 14,000, you're thinking it might go to 20,000 tonnes. Does that indicate that people are composting less, or where does this extra come from?
So the original figures we had, our guesstimates were based on knowing that between 30 to 40% of the black bags we collected was food or garden waste of some form or shape. So it was a guess based on previous waste audits. I I don't think anybody is composting less. I think we're actually just lucky, or people are using the service well, and we're collecting slightly more than we had anticipated to get.
How can you be collecting so much more if it's not being... I mean, obviously we're not generating a lot more green waste or food waste. If you're collecting so much more, where was it going previously? Surely it has to be people just not bothering composting and stuffing it in a bin because it's easier.
Yeah, I haven't got any evidence to actually prove either way, but I'd suggest that people that did have private waste bins that we didn't have any data for are now using the council service and separating their food and green waste. Yeah, it's anecdotal, but that's what I'd suggest is what's occurring. We're having more success than we anticipated with that.
And given that the change has gone from 12 to 14,000 tonnes already, estimated was 12 and is now getting to 14, given that people are now on the new system, where's the extra 6,000 tonnes anticipated to be coming from when you said you're anticipating getting to 20,000?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, just a reminder, those are estimates at this point in time. The other, maybe third on top of that I'm talking about is because we're not collecting, taking commercial food waste from food premises or anything like that at the moment. We're only doing domestic collections. So when we actually have a composting facility at Green Island, we'll be able to, the commercial collectors will be able to start offering commercial collections for that material as well.
So that might be the extra 6,000 tonnes you're talking about?
Yeah, and very approximate figures, yeah.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Part B of the resolution is about approving a review of the waste minimisation grants for 26-27. So I'm just wondering how you propose doing that, or is it dovetailing them with the overall grants review, or what's the plan for that?
Thank you, Councillor. I guess I'll answer on behalf. There came from the hearings panel. The idea was because the waste minimisation grants are externally funded, they're central government funded, not rates funding, is that it actually probably needs to be a separate process to the overall grants review and kept as a separate entity.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, I hear Ms Mackenzie's answer, and I can't remember the question now, so whoever asked the question might need to repeat it. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, so the question was around the university and the polytechnic tertiary area in the plan, and I haven't added a lot of really specific actions for that particular area because I guess we've recently improved the services in the area, and the other actions in the plan are so that they're written so that we can apply them to all areas of the city, but they should improve the tertiary area as well. And we've started doing regular surveys every 3 or 4 months of the student area. Our team goes out and surveys the area to spot any issues that there are, so that we can work out what the main issues are in the tertiary area, so that the actions that we choose to implement are more targeted rather than it being anecdotal. We can be like, it's actually the build-up of waste on private land that's the biggest issue, so we need to find a way of addressing that, as opposed to, it's easy to think of something and it might not actually be the main cause of mess in the area. So we're just trying to make more informed, targeted actions.
So if I might ask a question to follow up, and I note, and thank you for referring to the Sophia Charter, and I just wanted to check that what you've just described dovetails really nicely into the Charter work.
That's true, yes, it does. It's definitely tied in and part of the reason that we're doing the surveying. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we've covered all questions. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you for that answer. The other part is and again it can be, Councillor O'Malley could answer also, is around the fact of has there been scope, or did we see scope through this where, for example, Polytech students or other smart minds around the tertiary community can actually come to council and see their projects incubated, developed to assist with our waste minimisation plan going forward?
It's probably what would come under the review of the grants. And that is the point of the review of the grants, is to make sure that the grants are aligned with the aspirations of the council and the government's intention of what use of the Waste Minimisation Fund. So I think that's where it would come.
Okay. I think we've covered it now. Thank you. That was it. So that's questions. Councillor O'Malley has indicated willingness to move. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Mayhem. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I just want to say that these plans take a lot of work to put together, and they have to come back on a cyclical manner, so it's quite a burden on staff to do it, and I want to thank Lee and Catherine especially to the amount of work they put into it and listen to us. I think it's a very fulsome document, and it's well written, and to be honest, it took over 12 months of community pre-consultation to do the consultation, and I think that's why it turned out to be the document it did, and it's also why so few turned up at the end, because they'd already, in their mind, completed the consultation and were happy with the document. So I just want to congratulate staff.
Excellent. Councillor Gary.
Yes, look, I just wanted to mention that I took a photograph of the referencing of the Sophia Charter and sent it to Elspeth and Bede Cristani ahead of our next meeting, and they were delighted to know that the Sophia Charter was referenced, and I know they will be very pleased to learn about all of that extra work that you have been undertaking, Ms Mackenzie, and your colleagues. So thank you for the work, and that work will continue with the Sophia Charter as well.
Okay. Councillor Vandervis.
I hear some fairly astounding statements around this table, but Councillor O'Malley has taken the cake for the recent one, saying, and I think I've got this quote right, that this plan was so well prepared that there was no reason for consultation.
No submissions.
Point of order. Oh my God.
Sorry.
You
No
know I didn't say
submissions.
that. Your Worship,
Yes,
you know
sir.
it's not what I said.
Yes, I know. You said no submissions. Well, few submissions, only 3 submissions. There was consultation, but only a few submitters.
There was
At the end.
consultation, certainly, and there was over 26,000 accounts that saw the content. But at the end of the day, we've got 16 written submissions and 3 submitters, all of whom I think were from Waikawaiti. Did I hear that correctly, Councillor
One
Martin?
coast. Yeah.
To me, a document that has such wide-ranging implications and affects so many people, to have so few submitters doesn't suggest to me that it was that the reason for it was that it was so incredibly well prepared or pre-consulted. It simply suggests to me that it flew under most people's radar, and that they felt that there was nothing that they could do that was going to change anything anyway. Let's be careful not to congratulate ourselves on having done a perfect consultation job when you get so little in the way of feedback.
Any further speakers? No? Anything further to say?
We'll need a right of reply.
Yes.
To be honest, Councillor, I don't know why you always look for the darkest solution, the darkest interpretation of everything that was out there. There was an FTE put on this. There was an.
No, Councillor.
I'm speaking. Honestly, in all honesty, we are losing our discipline in this room some days. The point is, a full-time person was put on consulting with the people who were interested in this for over a year. They didn't fly under the radar. They were interviewed and talked to in substantial amounts, including industry, including community groups. Everybody that is mentioned and thought of in this plan was communicated with and influenced this plan. That is why they didn't turn up to the consultation document. It is an incredible product of very good pre-consultation and setting up to make sure the community is well involved. And I do not appreciate you casting aspersions on the team and the council because you didn't engage, and now this is the first time you're seeing it, and you can't believe that we might have engaged properly with our community. Well, that is shame on you, sir.
Anyway, with that, we'll put the motion. We can see it there on the screen behind me. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
Thank you. Item 17. We have Ms Moran back to the desk, Mr Hendra and Ms Sutton. Fireworks. Councillor Fisa, you have the first question. There may be an introduction prior, but yes, we have opening comments from Mr Hendra. Yes?
I take the report as read. Within the report, we didn't mention that we estimate about 2,000 to 3,000 people attend the New Year's Eve celebrations in the Octagon. But open to questions.
Okay. First question, Councillor Fisa.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koutou. Particularly, this question is particularly for Mr Hendra and Ms Sutton. Regarding the summary of considerations on page 248, the Māori impact statement, no known impacts. Have mana whenua been consulted for this through Te Taki Haruru? Because my understanding is that mana whenua position in the past has been against fireworks due to the negative impacts on Te Aotearoa.
Not that I'm aware of, mana whenua have not been engaged on this matter.
Next question, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have to say, I grew up here. I'd never heard of Robin Hood Park. How did you? So the
question.
My question is, why is there a proposal to move it from the Octagon to there? Like, because the Octagon's always so popular. I'm just wondering. We've got.
Yep.
Yes. Just wondered if you could expand on that.
Councillor, we've got the question. We'll have an answer, please.
Thank you.
So the reason why we have suggested shifting it from the Octagon, currently there's scrim around the Octagon, so it's a safety hazard, and there was an incident a number of years ago as well. So from a risk perspective, the proposal is to go somewhere else.
Okay, I have a quick question. There's 2,000 to 3,000 people in the Octagon that have been watching a light show in the building. If we have fireworks from Robin Hood Park right over the central city, how many people do you think would then participate by looking at those fireworks, given that they can all be looking at their front, back, or windows, or yards, or street, whatever? Do you have a guesstimate for that?
Indirectly, but directly answering your question, so I'll let Dan answer the numbers question. But what I will say is that when we post, we put an event page on our Facebook page during New Year's for the New Year's celebration in the Octagon. Post the event, we received 125 comments on the event. 95% of those comments were negative, pertaining to the light show. That's why we're here today. When we had the Chinese Cultural Festival celebration, the same thing happened. Many of the comments were extremely positive regarding the fireworks, however, were extremely negative regarding our New Year's celebration and the lack of fireworks. So there are a lot of people in that Octagon, and there's a portion of them who do not feel that the light show meet their expectations, which is why we're here today. I'll throw to Daniel to talk about the numbers.
Given the location being a higher vantage point than previous fireworks displays, and the notion from the contractor to increase the shell size to therefore increase the height, we believe that this would be seen substantially by tens of thousands of residents.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Speaking of which, was any consideration given to sighting the fireworks on a barge in the middle of the harbour?
I know historically that did happen, Councillor, but we didn't consider that in this instance. We looked at something that was low risk and had a city-wide appeal rather than on the harbour, which had some other risks associated around wind and that kind of thing. It's an option, though.
Yes, I think.
Well, in terms of location, if we were to go with fireworks, it would seem to me that the strategic location in the harbour would be easily viewed by a hell of a lot more people than something coming out of Robin Hood Park in the middle of the town belt.
Subsequent to that, would having it at which would add more to the festival in the Octagon, do you think, New Year's Eve party, as it were? Robin Hood Park, which would be most visible and which would add the most to the Octagon celebration?
We believe this would be the Robin Hood Park vantage point. However, if requested, we could look into the alternative.
Very good. Councillor Walker, followed by Councillors Gary, Barker, Ackland, Weatherall and O'Malley.
Thank you,
Wiley.
Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And the previous comment, I'd rather stick him in the Gulf of Mexico, but that's another point. I have a few questions here that's meant with no disrespect to, and I respect why you've bought this paper. So, and I've written down some points here, and I hope they equate to the paper because they're my own notes. So, point 7, B and C, don't those points in themselves maybe suggest a reason why we should avoid fireworks? It's just that I think it's danger.
Point 7B around the Fallow Street car park, is that?
I think the threat to environment. Let me just go back. Sorry.
Microphone, sorry.
7B, just,
Microphone.
potential for damage, blah, blah, blah.
Councillor, we can't hear you. People
Just
at home can't
potential
hear
for damage, etc., which won't be mitigated fully at the suggested location, I suspect.
The contractor has scoped out the Robin Hood Park and he believes that there's a low risk to damage of buildings. Obviously there's the observatory, but he's taken that into note.
Thank you. I'll move on to point 8. Robin Hood Park, of course, is in our iconic town belt and it's next to the Beverley Bay Observatory. Those of us who sat on the recent town belt hearings will be aware that they came and submitted absolutely perplexed and blown away by even the suggestion of having streetlights, and now we're suggesting having explosions next to just any commentary about that location and the value of the Beverley Bay Observatory in the context of having... No, you don't have to comment if you don't.
Oh, we can make a comment. We didn't consider the harbour, and that is a viable location. However, when looking at locations, we scanned the city. Robin Hood Park came up as the most viable location in terms of risk to wildlife, risk to people, and risk to buildings. So we had a pyrotechnics expert come and do a site visit of numerous sites with our team, and that one was the one that was selected in terms of being lower risk, but also the bonus being visibility across the city. And I think, you know, for those elderly and people who may have a disability, that's a really lovely thing for them to enjoy on New Year's.
Yep, and no argument there, but no analysis of the reputational risk of having it in an iconic town belt. No. Okay. And in terms of point 9, you say larger shells, and I will speak later today on the trauma this brings to wildlife and pets. So larger shells surely equal larger trauma potentially for those things that might be affected by fireworks.
I believe there is some larger noise associated with larger pyrotechnics.
Point 13, the options, advantages. New location presents a low-risk option. For who? So it's not a low-risk option for pets and wildlife, surely.
Question? Yeah. We don't think it's a high-risk option for pets because it's a very controlled environment with strict safety all around it, and you know it's a noted time to the community. Where there's more risk is where personal people are buying Guy Fawkes fireworks and letting them off on beaches on many occasions and wildlife locations, but we would consider this to be a strictly governed area with safety standards, advance notice to the community, proper exclusion zones, proper barriers, and we've reached out to the pyrotechnics expert to understand the ecological impact from an environmental emissions perspective. And there's been a lot of advancements in pyrotechnics around eco-friendly fireworks that are biodegradable and cardboard casings and cleaner compositions to reduce the harm to the environment. I'm not saying it's completely reduced, but there have been some advances in the pyrotechnics field taking all of the emissions and environmental impacts into account.
I've got other questions. I'll stop now.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and thanks for all the work on this. I know it's a no-win situation. So my question is around global best practice. What are the trends around fireworks? I mean, a number of years ago, you didn't think twice about fireworks. I love fireworks, but what is the global best practice now?
We, in looking at this, we did an audit of New Zealand cities. So currently at New Year's Eve, 13 New Zealand cities, including Timaru, Christchurch, the Catlins, Queenstown, Nelson, Picton, Taupo, Palmerston North, Tauranga, Napier, Bay of Islands, Wellington and Auckland are all committed to fireworks at this point in time. I know that some of them do less fireworks in combination with laser shows and light shows than previously. Globally, we haven't done any extensive reviews in regard to trends.
Do you have a sense of that at all?
I would assume that there's still a high demand for this type of celebration across the New Year period globally. Yeah.
We did look to our sister city, Edinburgh, to understand what they might do, and they have one of the largest fireworks displays.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
The Midwinter Carnival, is it true that when it was in the Octagon it had 10,000 people attending?
They did have a lot. I don't know those numbers. That was pre my time at council.
Okay, I think we might have to read the ODT for that one. The next one is around it says there are no financial implications. The cost for a new citywide fireworks display can be accommodated in the current budget as part of the refreshed festivals and events plan. Is that part of the $800,000 that is in the draft budget currently?
Correct. We would be using a portion of that budget to enhance a number of our events.
My next question is just around when you were reviewing other cities, did you look at our sister city Shanghai? I see that 803 county level or above cities in China had banned fireworks and firecrackers, so I just wondered if you looked at Shanghai to see that, if they did that.
We didn't look directly at Shanghai. I'm aware that in China they have put bans in place for fireworks. This is something that's historical. I think they started it 40 odd years ago because of the saturation of fireworks. My understanding is a lot of festivals had fireworks the whole year round, so that was a saturation, and obviously there was some issues around pollution and noise and public safety and such.
All right. Question, Councillor Ackland.
Thank you. When it comes to fireworks, I'll be very clear. I think they are very, very dangerous in the wrong hands, i.e. every Joe Bloggs. But in situations like this, people love them. And my question, I've got two questions really. The first one is the location that you've sought. The safety aspect of that, and I see there's 150 metres one way, 100 metres another way. Is that enough if there is a wind blowing so as that the debris from the fireworks don't actually go out of that area?
Sorry, Councillor Barker was talking. My understanding through talking to the contractor is yes, that's the safety exclusion zone that would be adequate for a display of the size.
Great, that's a good thing. And then many years ago, and Councillor Lucas will probably remember this, there was a massive fireworks display on the harbour, which you would have watched from the Edgar Centre. Yeah, and we've been playing before it. But anyway, the The fireworks display, which was quite lengthy that particular time, it was synced up with music that was broadcast, I think, through a radio station or something. So everybody in the city could see what was going on, and in line with Councillor Benson Pope's comments about the harbour. Maybe that is the right place, I don't know. But this wasn't the basin, this was right out in the middle of the harbour on a barge. Would there be music aligned with this that would be broadcast so as that people, whether they be in the Octagon and hear it through the sound system there, or whether they be elsewhere, would align with all of that?
That wasn't our intention, so this would be separate, would have some MC who would be noting about the fireworks. It celebrates, and then would be doing a small kind of wind-up with some live music after that.
That's not my point. I'm talking about the fireworks being synced to music.
And you're talking through a broadcast type situation where you could tune into it, is that?
Yeah, and in this day and age it'd be a lot easier to do than what it was 25 years ago. Yeah.
I mean, I think that would be a lovely touch for those folks who can't get outside because of a number of factors, disability, small children, whatever it might be. Yeah.
And just on that note, we do sync up the music for Chinese New Year. So it is doable. Yep, so we could look into that.
Okay. Councillor Weatherall.
Asked and answered, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
How long does this display last for?
About 6 minutes.
So not days or weeks. So when you compare it to street lighting and an observatory, it's not quite the same impact on the observatory, right? Thanks. Visibility, 150 metres up already. No, how many metres up is the park? It's got to be about 100 metres because it's 200 to Mount Grand. So you've got 100 metres elevation plus 150 metres that the rockets themselves can go, which would take you to 250 metres, which I'd point out is higher than Mount Grand. So therefore, it's about choosing the base actually. By going up on the hill, you do get yourself an extra 100 metres of elevation, which would give you some. Thanks. And the fireworks ban in China, I imagine, is mostly a ban on private use of fireworks as opposed to municipal bans of municipal fireworks?
I believe it is a combination, but mostly on public use of fireworks.
It's about 5 to 6 minutes long. When a thunderstorm rolls through and you get thunder and lightning, would they be in the order of 5 to 10 minutes long as well, I would think, would you not? To environmental impact and noise.
Definitely not storm experts, but you're probably right there. I think the key message here is that this is a very controlled environment, and there is advance notification of this event occurring. When compared to something like Guy Fawkes, where fireworks are procured by individuals and let off throughout the year at a certain time, wherever they want, however they want, there's perceivably more risk to animals at that point in time than a controlled environment with an exclusion zone and advance notification.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. One of the successes of the Octagon at present is the 9 p.m. family-friendly countdown. Where does that get positioned with this?
There's been a lot of discussion amongst staff around the family-friendly element of New Year's Eve, and we'd like to really work on scoping that out more than currently is. So this would mean that it would be unaffected by what's happening there, but in future years we have been discussing this concept of an earlier family-friendly event, possibly away from the alcohol zone in town, somewhere else, just not for this year. But we are really keen on creating an earlier event for families because we are a family-friendly city, and in other countries you do see that, combined with fireworks.
And just on that note, the history is just in the last 2 years, I believe, we've started focusing on creating a more family-friendly activity earlier in the night with a specific kids countdown in the last 2 years that have been really well received, and it's just great to see so many younger kids out celebrating with the communities.
So the key thing that I was getting at, so there would be no 9 a.m. fireworks? 9 p.m., sorry. 9 p.m. fireworks.
We have not budgeted for 9 p.m. fireworks. when we start to scope out these events into the future and enhance them, perhaps maybe we'll look at that amongst other things. But what we are keen on is this idea of having an earlier countdown event for children and families.
And the experience I had last year was, it seemed like it was better, the family event was better attended than the midnight event.
I think overall they were both pretty popular, but there were definitely quite a lot of young kids out having a great celebration. Yep.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, I was lucky enough to be in Bergen in Norway for New Year's, where they have a huge fireworks display. It goes quite literally all night. It was still going at 9 o'clock in the morning because people were coming in. There was a big thing for the city and then people coming in with their own stuff. My point is, it went for a long time. They were mostly cardboardy type ones. The state of the place the following morning was a disaster. So 2 questions. One, have we given consideration to how we're going to be cleaning up? I realise it's not an all-night event, I get that, but how we're cleaning it up, number one. Number two, have the emergency services been consulted? Forgive me if I've missed it, I couldn't see it in there, but have the emergency services been consulted?
So we work closely with the contractor who clears up the immediacy of the area on any waste. He scopes that as part of his role and responsibility. Regarding contacting emergency services, that's kind of our business as usual. We host numerous regular meetings with emergency services for all events all year round, and this is just part of that conversation, as we do for Chinese New Year, which includes the fireworks there.
So I assume then that they're comfortable with it being in Robin Hood Park, etc., and any fire risk that might create in the Greenbelt?
We haven't talked specifically around Robin Hood Park, but we have discussed with them fireworks as a general kind of concern over the summer period, and there are fireworks bans in place at key times of the year that we're aware of. And again, we work closely with the contractor who works closely with the emergency services to mitigate any of this. For Chinese New Year, I believe we had some kind of water tank around the back of Toitu in the railway station for this year as part of our mitigation.
And my final question is, was it just a binary kind of conversation as to a light show or fireworks? What other things were considered, for example, for New Year's, and particularly when we're talking about trying to create events for people to come to? I'm not sure a 6-minute fireworks thing is going to drag people to town, so is there something we could build around?
Currently, we do build events around that, so that's really just the surprise and delight moment, right? So the 6 minutes isn't the whole event. There's a whole program of events leading up to that, but we're always looking at ways that we can keep our content fresh and having lots of robust discussions as a team. So when it came to New Year's, we've talked about building projection, which we're currently doing. It's quite an expensive undertaking for what you get for the money. We could do bigger and better, but it would cost more. We've talked about laser light shows, and I've asked the team to cost out some of those options. Again, to do a laser light show is really, really expensive, and at that time of the year with multiple festivals and New Year's celebrations on at bigger centres than ours, it's really hard to get a contractor to do that kind of work, because we're not a big proposition to them compared to things like Rhythm and Vines, who are all using lasers and that kind of thing in their music. What are they called? Music festivals. And we've also looked at, we heard about some conjecture around drones being deployed as part of the New Year celebration. Again, that's a really challenging thing. There's a lot of risk with drones, actually comparative to fireworks. It takes a huge exclusion zone, and there is aviation regulation around drones, so you can't actually have them in built-up areas, because if a drone falls on someone, that can be really dangerous. We are having drones again in our Matariki celebration coming up shortly, and we know that the community loved the drone display. I think that's, what else did we discuss? Anything else?
Just like to comment on the drones there. So they're absolutely not only, they're a great display in itself, as Sian mentioned, they do come at a higher risk in the sense of the wind. It's a lower wind tolerance, I believe, about 20k compared to 30k fireworks versus drones, and they are only doable in certain areas. So with the Matariki show last year, we did map out various locations and working with an international contractor on that, given the kind of newness of drones. And originally the scope was to look to do it on the waterfront, but they highly recommended against that due to the wind around our harbour, hence the Logan Park location. And as Jan said, doing it within the CBD is a no-go.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before any increase of $40,000 or $45,000, what is the budget for New Year's Eve for 2025?
Can you give me a couple of minutes?
Okay. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā korua. I'm just raising, given the fact that we've taken resolutions on Palestine and the genocide that's being conducted there by Israel using drones, what discussions have you staff had about the optics of using drones in a celebration here?
We haven't had any specific conversations about the optics of using drones, but we did clear the Matariki specific celebration with Te Pai, and we outlined the plans in that forum, but no broader conversations around optics.
Okay. And Mr. Hendra is still looking for an answer. Are there any further questions, or we have an answer?
Just one about, speaking of Te Pai Māori, and Councillor Fiso asked about the Māori impact statement, and I do believe that I had felt like I'd known that mana whenua were not necessarily in favour of fireworks. So I wonder, had there been any engagement with Te Pai Māori or with our own Māori team within council around this?
I think that question was asked earlier, and no, not at this stage.
I'd just like to give an update on the earlier question. It's about 120,000 for the entirety of the event.
How does that compare with what we spent on Matariki?
I'll have to get back to you.
Right. Are there any further questions from anyone? Okay, so Mr. Henry, you'll come back at some later date, yes, as opposed to now? Okay, I think that covers all our questions, and Councillor Ackland has indicated a willingness to move the motion that we have, and Councillor Barker has indicated a subsequent motion should that first one fail. Is that right?
Well, I just wonder about the timing, because I emailed mine earlier today. So had you indicated that you wanted to, but had indicated before the meeting or before I sent my email to the Mayor?
Before the meeting.
Oh, before the meeting. Yep. Okay.
Yep. So I would like to move option 1.
Can I just ask clarification, please, Councillor, on the resolution, because it actually doesn't make sense. The recommendation is decides if it'd like to reinstate fireworks or continue. Oh, so it's not the recommendation at the top of the report.
That's right. I'm not saying the recommendation. I'm saying go to option 1, which is what I'm moving.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Any seconder? Councillor Benson Pope. Okay. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Very briefly, because I know that you're on a tight clock. I think most of it has really been covered off in questions, to be honest. But firstly, the first thing I would say is that no matter how sensitive people can be when it comes to fireworks with safety factors and the risk to animals and the like, when they're managed properly, I think that's as good as you're going to get in this sort of thing. And fireworks to the multitudes are very, very popular. which is quite clear based on the number of festivals across New Zealand, and we know across the world, that feature fireworks. And I think the thing that makes them even better is when they are synced with music. That's obviously up to the operators as to how they go about that. 6 minutes or thereabouts is not very long when it comes to excessive noise, and this particular location is, I think, stunning because, as Councillor O'Malley has drilled into, basically wherever you are in the city, you're going to get to see them. The elevation is ideal. With what's happening in the Octagon, and I think the answer was a couple of thousand people or so gravitate to the Octagon for New Year's Eve. In the past, I think there used to be more like 10,000, but so whatever's going on there, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, to be able to cater for the folk in the Octagon as part of this, not only for the folk that are in the Octagon, I think is a really big win. And so, as I said, I wasn't going to go on for too long. I honestly think that to bring the fireworks back after 3 years of a lot of bad comments about other performances, etc., the time is right to do it again. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support this, and should this fail, I would like to move that staff investigate a reimagination of New Year's Eve 25-26, including a Hogmanay style event, and report back with costed options by the 30th of July 2025. First of all, I love watching fireworks. I think they're amazing, and I've asked and I've listened to many people's thoughts in an ever-changing world, and as chair of Te Aotearoa, the environment strategy, I've come to the conclusion that I cannot support fireworks in the wildlife capital of New Zealand. There's a number of reasons: the fire risk, the effects on wildlife, the effects on people's pets, noise pollution, mana whenua, views on fireworks, etc. I did a post online and received quite a lot of feedback, and Meta AI helpfully summarised it as: most commentators opposed fireworks due to environmental concerns, animal disturbance and safety risks, suggesting alternative celebrations like drone shows, lantern festivals or local entertainment. Some propose unique Dunedin theme events or collaborations with local talent. A few still support fireworks, but with controlled public displays. I also don't want to support having fireworks in Robin Hood Park, as I support keeping our central city and Octagon vibrant in the heart of New Year's Eve. It's of note that the home of fireworks, China, has been banning fireworks due to a number of concerns. By 2018, 803 county level or above cities nationwide have banned fireworks and firecrackers. We also see some bans in the USA and Netherlands. I've also got mixed feelings about the projections on the heritage buildings, which just a smaller audience can see and which costs a lot. We've had mixed feedback about that. We also see that we're investing $120,000 in an event which about 2,000 to 3,000 people attend. And I think we need to do better. So I asked about the Midwinter Carnival, which I happen to know because I used to be on the trust, used to get 10,000 people in the Octagon. And that's what happens when you have a good, high-quality event in the Octagon. I think we need to look again at the why. Why are we doing New Year's Eve celebrations and what do we want to achieve? I think we need to reimagine New Year's Eve. I don't believe we need to copy other cities and centres with Me Too fireworks. I think we need to create something uniquely ourselves. That's the key focus of our new events plan and advice that we were given in expert workshops. That's also part of this report, if we look, which says creating wider appeal for residents to stay in Dunedin, not just 6 minutes, but plus for visitors to be attracted to Dunedin, which is a leading ecotourism destination. Fireworks not on brand. Having been to quite a number of Octagon New Year's Eve celebrations, I think that our strength lies in the family-friendly atmosphere amidst the wonderful heritage setting. We know over 50% of visitors come to Dunedin for heritage, and a strong part of our heritage comes from our Scottish heritage, which leads me to an idea discussed between Councillor Fiso and Councillor Gilbert and I this morning about going the whole hog with a Hogmanay, because that is part of our cultural heritage. Again, so I was thinking about imagining, we talked about actually a Scottish tattoo, doing an Edinburgh tattoo, might be a bit big, the Octagon with mass pipe bands, or even people talked about having the lone piper on top of a high building piping in the new year. quite like the bit about tall dark men, first footing with gifts of salt, coal, shortbread, whiskey and fruitcake, in our community singing Auld Lang Syne together, bars and restaurants creating Scottish themed delicacies, displays of Scottish dancing. We should reimagine our New Year's Eve. Thus, I do want to support a new approach to our New Year's Eve celebrations, not just doing the same with fireworks on top. That's why I would like staff to come back with some new ideas and some costings for a new, refreshed New Year's Eve. This is expensive at $120,000, and I think when I say bang for buck, I'm not talking about fireworks. We've agreed in our draft budget to put $800,000 into better events and festivals for 25-26, and I believe that should start soon, and we should look at a new and inspired event. So should this fail, I would like to put that motion forward.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan, followed by Councillors Walker, Lucas, Weatherall and Lafisa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support this motion. The only thing I really do think, as a person with kids, the kids love to watch the fireworks, and I agree with not having. I'm not a supporter of fireworks in a private home. I think there's so many risks around them. But where they're in a supervised public event, families go out looking for them. I know we did as kids. Certainly around Guy Fawkes, we went. I think there used to be a big bonfire in Brighton, and I can certainly remember that quite vividly, although I may have got the location wrong, but I think it was Brighton. I love the fireworks personally. I think they're great. And when they're supervised, I think you're lowering the risk of, injuring animals or anything, because it's when you're in your private home that the dogs and things get upset. So if having a large public event helps prevent a lot of people trying to do their own, I think, which is also lowers the risk, the safety, hazards around private people trying to do it. My concern around this, though, is that the Robin Hood Park, I personally would love to see it stay in the Octagon. I do support the fireworks. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I once had the pleasure, back in the early 80s, go figure, of attending a New Year's fireworks display in New Orleans, actually. So you can imagine the size of that display. But as Councillor Gilbert alluded to earlier, the next day the streets were absolutely horrific. And the front pages of the Miami, whatever it was called, the Miami Times, who knows, was full of stories of people complaining about traumatized pets. And it was the first time in my, I guess, younger adult life that I started hating these things. Miss Sutton, and I have no disrespect to the staff, of course, but she did list a number of New Zealand cities committed to fireworks, but others doing something absolutely doesn't mean we have to go and follow and do it. And she also mentioned Edinburgh, which I think is a really unfair comparison. It's where I used to live, it's where I went to university, and for over 25 years, Edinburgh has arguably hosted one of the world's largest New Year street parties. I attended many in the 80s, some of which I can't remember actually, which at times has been the largest crowd in the world. The 2019 three-day event drew 75,000 people from 80 different countries for that street party alone. In terms of fireworks, for us, I see this as backward thinking, actually, from a city that proudly, I've mentioned this 3 times today, touts its strategic goal to become one of the world's great small cities, and not forgetting the wildlife capital of New Zealand. In my view, fireworks need to be consigned to where they belong, and they belong in history. And they need to be replaced with contemporary, less antisocial alternatives. If we do decide to dial backwards and proceed with this, what about our zero carbon waste goals? What about microplastic pollution? What about human mental health? And I can only think of my Syrian family who came here from a war-torn country and have talked to me about how they feel during fireworks in this city. What about pet trauma? What about water pollution? What about fire risk? And what about the wildlife implications? And what about some councillors recently calling on us as a city, and I think quite rightly, to stay on brand? I'm confused. Unless on brand means copying what 99.9% of the rest of the world does, or that on brand means that in the wildlife capital of New Zealand we defile, ravage and contaminate our town belt. And finally, I do find it a wee bit ironic that some around this table and a number of folks in the public realm castigate us as a council when we spend money on supposed nice-to-haves, but are happy for us to literally explode their rates money and watch that money go up in 6 minutes of smoke. An ephemeral and short-lived blast for us humans is absolutely not worth the environmental, reputational and financial costs. I hate this suggestion. I will not support it, but I will happily second the subsequent motion if this fails. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Ackland for reminding me of the fears and the sleepless nights that I had as the manager responsible as we had the fireworks celebration as we turned into the century, and showing my age, remembering Y2K and wondering whether everything was going to operate come after midnight. So you can imagine the stress whether the fireworks would go off. So you've brought all that back. So I'd love a good fireworks, but where's our point of difference? I'm with Councillor Barker. Let's do something to celebrate what Dunedin is about, and whether that be we're known for celebrating Matariki and having a lesser celebration at New Year, because at Matariki it's dark early, the family, if we want to, as Councillor Barker said, so many people come to Dunedin because we are a family-friendly city. So why do we not just come up with something that's different from everybody else? And with 120,000 in that budget, I'm sure that our staff can come up with a real celebration that people want to be here for. We see all the cars driving out of Dunedin come the holiday off to Central, where there's plenty of fireworks if people want fireworks. But let's have a point of difference.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thankfully, this item has appeared on the agenda following public feedback. We need to listen to what the public want. And from those I have spoken to, the majority clearly wish to have fireworks reinstated for New Year's Eve celebrations. With the cost of fireworks being around the same as projection displays, this is a no contest vote. Of course animals do not like fireworks, but organised displays don't happen often. My dog has a strong dislike to the sound of fireworks, just like his dislike of the noise created from Anzac Day commemorations. However, I'm sure there would be huge pushback if Anzac Day firearm displays were replaced by projected displays. So I say, bring back the fireworks. I'm just not 100 around the use of Robin Hood Park. Perhaps a launching barge strategically placed in the harbour basin may still enable a view from the Octagon down Lower Stewart Street, as well as improving the spectacle from around the entire harbour. I'm all for it. Thank you.
Councillor Fiesel.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I too will not be supporting this motion. In 2000, at the turn of the millennium, I and my whānau excitedly attended the barge fireworks display, and then later, maybe 2007, as community organisations, we collaborated with the DCC to start, maybe we did ourselves, I can't remember, but we started to bring our whakaaro and thoughts and energy about Matariki and also Waitangi Day. We've done that for a number of years. What my point is that we, in 2007 or 6, we brought down at our own cost or fundraised costs a the Huata whānau from Ngāti Kahungunu, who had made it their mission to put Matariki as a public holiday on the agenda, on the national agenda, and also did a roadshow with fireworks. Then we subsequently learned that it wasn't, the use of fireworks was not a position that mana whenua were happy with, given their need to reclaim tino taka over Te Aotearoa. So that's why I won't be supporting the use of fireworks. And in terms of, again, trying to erase our siloed and compartmentalised thinking, I just think back to our debates earlier today about speed and health and safety. Now, we can say that we've reduced the number of deaths on the roads, but I just want to record my aroha to the family of Dr. Jan Burrard, who was killed in 1998 because he was a cyclist and outside the UBS. So we can say we've reduced numbers, but nevertheless, one whānau that's impacted by our lack of safety is one whānau, and that should give us reason to morally and ethically consider what we do going forward. And the same for me, as far as I can see, again, if we erase our compartmentalised thinking, the same with the safety.
Point of order. What's this got to do with fireworks, sorry?
I'm just coming to that. So the family and of the man who lost his eye the last time we did fireworks in the Octagon, their lives are profoundly changed forever. And again, one family, one person that suffers, same as our homelessness or unhoused people, one person is enough for us to think about our actions and policies. And I just want to make another comment about fireworks in relation to Minister Seymour's outrageously horrible comments criticising MPP, Ministry of Pacific Peoples, their use of a budget for a farewell of food, culturally appropriate for farewelling the CE, and his comments incited two men to try to enter the MPP, to threaten and physically attack MPP people. They didn't get through, but he made those on the basis of Guy Fawkes Day, and so I just think we should be really careful about our approaches and thinking.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I love a good fireworks. I've organised events in my past life with fireworks, and they were very much on point at that time. However, I sense that global best practice or a sensitivity is different now to what it was then. And for me, it doesn't fit with our branding as wildlife capital of New Zealand. It doesn't fit with us being a resettlement city for former refugees, and it doesn't fit with Mana Whenua's views. However, I want to remind colleagues as to why we're even discussing this. Staff have brought back feedback they've had from the public, and they have asked for some direction. So this obviously is no criticism of staff having gone to the trouble of writing the report and giving us the information. I thank them for that so we can consider it. I had an interesting experience recently which is related to this, and bear with me on this. I was organising the lighting up of some buildings in the city as part of a campaign called Spark the Night, and it's a global campaign to raise awareness around Parkinson's. And I was struck by, I came in to take photographs to load onto the global site, and I was struck by the impact of seeing the stadium lit up in blue it actually moved me to tears. And seeing the cathedral lit up in blue, and there was Toitu as well. And I suddenly started to look around the city at all of the buildings that have the ability to be lit up, and presumably with modern technology, the idea of a light show. And I had a very clear memory of a number of years ago in Oamaru watching a light show against the heritage buildings, and a friend of mine who was a choreographer was dancing to A Lady in Red, and it was projected, her dancing was projected onto the building, and I've never forgotten it. It had that amount of impact. I'm not going to suggest to the staff what kind of event they should organise for New Year's Eve. I'm not going to support this because of the firework element, but what I'm going to say is the mention of a tattoo, you may not be aware that some years ago Councillor Neville Peat did a lot of research into that, and when he went with the Mayor to Edinburgh, that research was continued, so that might be a bit of information that's useful. But I know that you've got extraordinary expertise amongst the team, and I'm sure you'll come up with something really creative, so I'm not about to tell you what you should do in place of fireworks, but I won't be supporting the fireworks.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, I have been to a number of public fireworks displays, and I think people are getting confused about fireworks bans and public fireworks. So there's fireworks bans in Connecticut, but massive public fireworks displays. And the local casino does an enormous one, and it is actually quite literally synced into the local radio station, and it works really, really well. And thousands of people come from all over the state to see it. In terms of wildlife, do you really think that 6 minutes of explosions is going to wipe out the wildlife population? I mean, seriously. I understand all night would be. I mean, I'd imagine if you set these off all night, the streets will be covered in burnt out cardboard and look filthy in the morning. This is a 6 minute display. Why? And frankly, I would not come into the Octagon to listen to a piper pipe to me in at midnight. And honestly, we're all talking about, another thing we talk about always, you're not taking into account other people's effects. With an Irish surname, Scottish Presbyterian only means multi-generational exclusion from society. And I don't mean that, I'm not making that up. It's only my generation that has been allowed to actually be a part of this city. So to be honest, if we want to talk about bringing up PTSD and other things in the background, you can do it with everybody. Every action you do, you will find somebody out there who is going to be offended by what you did. But seriously, it's 6 minutes long. It's going to be up there. You'll be able to see it from the Octagon. The stuff, if it lands, will be landing largely in the bush. And I know, oh my God, it'll be landing next to the Waka Waka. But the fact of the matter is, it's 6 minutes long. It's acute, short term. If this was chronic, if we were doing this every night, I would agree. You are damaging wildlife. I don't think you'll be able to find a 6 minute event that can actually be shown up later, as much as 4 days later, you'll be able to show that that event occurred. You wouldn't be able to see it. The wildlife that we are talking about don't live in the town belt. I would not do this down on the beach. So I think it's fun. Levity. Bringing in the new year. A spirit of happiness. Seriously, folks. So I'm voting for this.
Councillor. Councillor Gilbert.
Point of order. I just Councillor Houlihan saying some common sense, which actually brings the others and other speakers into disrepute.
Yeah, look, I did caution the councillor, please.
Thank you. I apologise for my joyous outburst.
Yeah, look, we don't need additional comments, and I mean, you're not the only one today. Let's not have extraneous comments coming while someone else is speaking. Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Well, after that, I know I'm not going to be getting a joyous outburst because I'm going to go the complete other way. I understand the attraction of fireworks. I have very fond memories growing up in Christchurch, going to the QE2 Park and watching the organised displays. I also have fond memories of surviving the 80s and Catherine wheels, Tom Thumbs, double happies, pohas, the fountains. And I realise we're not talking about having them ourselves. I get that. My point is, I have fond memories of fireworks. Memories. But I also have fond memories, or not fond memories, I also recall the fires that were involved, as unintended consequences take place when fireworks land on roofs, in bushes, in piles of leaves, and wherever they land, they can start fires in our town belt. Brilliant idea. I also recall our pets whimpering, hiding, and generally not being themselves for at least the following day. I realise we're also, as Councillor O'Malley pointed out a couple of times, we're only talking about 6 minutes, but 6 minutes can do a lot of psychological damage. Speaking of which, mention was made earlier on about the potential impact of a drone display. Well, I would compare a 6-minute explosive display against a drone, a display of drones any day. Bring it back to slightly lighter sides. I do think, I understand that, as Ms Sutton said, that this is intended to be the climactic event of the celebration, and I do get that. But why can't we do one, as Councillor Barker, I believe, said, that celebrates us, that celebrates who we are, rather than, a few weeks afterwards having, unless it changes, having a fireworks display to celebrate the Chinese New Year, which does celebrate the Chinese culture, because it is, as was pointed out by somebody, that it was the Chinese that invented fireworks. So that's grand. Why don't we do one that celebrates us? I mean, I do like the idea of a tattoo maybe first week in January or something, because last time it was in Wellington in 2016, it sold out 4 nights, 240,000 tickets. It's a reason to go to a city. A 6-minute fireworks isn't really a reason to go to a city. So I think we can build something far more exciting than 6 minutes of pop and fizz myself. So I won't be supporting this, but I'm happy to support the subsequential should it get there.
Councillor Wiley.
I won't be supporting this. You know what, we already have fireworks. Don't we have Chinese New Year and a great fireworks display? So I think, celebrating what we do have is highly important. I doubt anybody that's already got plans to go to Queenstown, the Catlins or Timaru will change their plans to stay in Dunedin if we have fireworks. And I also look at the fact, and I raised the issue about the kid-friendly 9 p.m. Celebrations. At one point we're saying actually we want a family-friendly New Year's Eve celebrations, but sorry, you guys aren't, it's too light outside, or we can't do fireworks for you. We're only going to do that at midnight. I think the key thing that I liked about the New Year's Eve celebrations this past year was the fact that actually it was similar at 9 and at midnight. Not that I was there at midnight, I saw the photos the next day. But the key thing being is I will be supporting the subsequential motion. Thank you.
Look, I'll just say a couple of things. I was in the Octagon actually this year and at midnight, and the number one thing that people talked to me about was reinstating the fireworks. They're very keen to have the fireworks. And I noticed that I also went to Chinese New Year, and similarly a lot of people there asked about fireworks in the Octagon for New Year. So it is very much something that people are interested in. And they find it exciting, and it illuminates the sky. And certainly the audience at Chinese New Year were very much waiting for the fireworks with bated breath. They waited absolutely for that minute. Interestingly, Edinburgh, a spokesman for the Unique Assembly, which organises the Hogmanay Festival and on behalf of the City of Edinburgh, said its fireworks display was amongst the best in the world, including Sydney, Rio, London, New York and Beijing. So they're very proud of their fireworks, and that does attract a lot of people to their Hogmanay Festival. So there's if we're talking about copying Hogmanay, fireworks is very much part of it. I myself do enjoy fireworks, but I've certainly given up long since having fireworks at home. And I think it's the fireworks at home that does affect pets in particular. because the fireworks, the noise and everything else is so loud. It's over an extended period of time, and it's much closer to them than a large display high in the sky over 6 minutes. It's a lot of fun, and people do really enjoy and appreciate it. So I will be supporting this. Are there any further speakers? Okay, we'll take the vote. Oh, right of reply, Councillor Ackland, yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Do I go through everybody or do I summarise? I'll summarise. The first thing I'd say about Hogmanay, Hogmanay style New Year's Eve has happened in Dunedin before, and really it's very boring. When it comes to pipe bands and in particular big pipe bands, I love it, absolutely love it. But most people I talk to hate it. Most people I speak to about bagpipes just can't stand them. So I don't really see the point in getting too carried away with it, unless you're going to have a full band with John Farnham's You're the Voice and all that sort of stuff going on. The comment about kids, on New Year's Eve, kids stay up late, even young kids. And if parents want them to see the fireworks at midnight, because you can't do it at 9 o'clock, Councillor Wiley, because it's daylight, then they can have a nap first and then get them up to see the fireworks. That's up to the parents. Councillor Walker talked about don't copy the rest of the world, but yet wants to copy the rest of the world when it comes to things like footpaths and stuff. So, when we're talking about a 6-minute performance of something that the majority of people that have commented in relation to what we're doing in for New Year's Eve for the city, I think that it's really, really quite sad and totally unfair of people to say because it doesn't fit with this group or that group, or because I had great memories when I was a kid, but by golly, my dog is going to get really upset. Sorry, I think that's being really disingenuous to the majority of people who are saying that what they want is fireworks to be a part of, not to be the whole thing, to be a part of this particular celebration night. I also think that if the majority of this council don't want fireworks to be part of New Year's Eve, then you should ban them completely for every event, and then that would be fair, wouldn't it? But if you only let some use them and others not, well, I don't think that's very fair at all. So, global best practice, as I get down to the fact that the public have asked for this, and we, I think, should be doing the best that we can to accommodate that. The Mayor said when he was in the Octagon on New Year's Eve, the majority of comments he got was, where are the fireworks? And I think that the location that the staff have come up with is fantastic. As Councillor O'Malley said, our wildlife are not up at that park in the main, they are at other parts of the city. And for responsible pet owners, knowing that at midnight for 6 minutes there's going to be a few bangs, a bit like a thunderstorm coming through, make sure your pets are inside. Look after them. Because after that 6 minutes is up, they're quite safe to go back outside or do whatever they do. So, but again, I get back to the fact that this is not New Year's Eve in terms of its performance or the evening. It is just one part of it, but it's a huge big bang at the end, really, and it's not so much the noise, it is more about the lights that come from the fireworks, and if it's done with music synced up either to the sound system or both to the sound system in the Octagon and to any other place that people want to take their boom boxes to and so on and so forth to watch it, then it's a wonderful event.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert,
No.
Councillor Houlihan,
Yes.
Councillor Lefiso,
No.
Councillor Lucas,
No.
Councillor Mayhem,
No.
Councillor O'Malley,
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis,
No.
Councillor Walker, Councillor Weatherall,
Aye.
Councillor Wiley,
No.
Mayor Raddick,
Aye.
lost 9-6.
So, yes, I move that we extend the meeting greater than 6 hours. Do we have a second for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas, all in favour say aye. Against? Carried. We'll have a break, yes. We'll get the subsequent motion up on the screen, but we'll take 5 minutes. So I move that we take a recess for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem, all in favour say aye. I presume no one's against. We'll just wait for the cameras. We have the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Barker. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Walker, would you like to speak to it?
Very briefly, because I spoke all about it before, I just talked about the fact that I think we need to reimagine what we're doing for New Year's Eve, and I would like us to do that for the reasons that we talked about, as better appeal for residents to actually stay in Dunedin, that we differentiate ourselves, that we stick to our branding, that we look at doing something new that will be family friendly and retain people in the city and create that very special atmosphere in the Octagon, and hopefully attract back the 10,000 people that used to happen in the past.
Righto, Councillor Walker. Yep.
No, just not much to add to that, other than just reiterating the point that just continuing the work we've been doing, the amazing team here have been doing recently of moving us to being really on brand and focusing on what Dunedin can do well, whether it's big, small, in between. I don't really care, but I think it's the power we have, it's the difference we can trade on. So just on brand, and keep it truly Dunedin. I'm not paid the big bucks to decide what it is, but I'm sure these guys behind me will come up with something that is better than exploding bombs. Thank you.
Were you waving? Yep. Councillor Gary.
The bit in, I'll support this. I'm not hugely excited about the Hogmanay part, but I'd like to see a fairly wide open possibility, because I know the team have extraordinary expertise. They'll come up with something. I know it's not going to be easy, but I look forward to see what they're going to come up with. And I take Councillor Walker's point around being on brand. I think we are trying to really focus on that as a council for the city for the future, and we are very clear about our branding as the wildlife capital of New Zealand, and so as one of the key points. So I do think that is important as we go forward. But I've got huge faith in the team to come up with something, and I look forward to hearing what that might be, with all the challenges that involves.
Okay, that gives us 3-4. Is there anyone against? Okay, so Councillor Ackland.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Because it basically flies in the face of the discussion we've just had before. But when we talk about on brand, well, our brand now surely is diversity. Lots of different groups that live in this city. And if we're going to have Hogmanay, that's just picking on the Scottish thing. So I don't think that's on brand at all. Supporting staff. Staff just came to us with a very, very specific presentation and a lot of evidence to say the community want this, and we voted against it. That's not supporting staff. When it comes to reimagining things, staff are doing that all the time. They are reinventing things all the time. And when it comes to certain things to be a part of an event like New Year's Eve, lots of things can be wrapped around it. You can have bagpipes, but you don't need them for very long. You can have a kids thing. You don't need it for very long. You just need it at the right time of the night. We probably need a headliner from out of town somewhere. How we get that, I'm not sure, but I know staff would know. It all comes down to a cost. But I think that this is really a slap in the face to staff who are already doing a great job, to tell them to go and reimagine it and come back with other ideas, which of course will cost a lot more money and consume a lot more staff time.
Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I didn't even know what Hogmanay was in regards to a celebration. I had to Google it. And then when I did Google it, what do I see? Fireworks. You're just going to look it up and there's fireworks everywhere. So, and then the people that are proposing this Hogmanay celebration, which I've just learned about today, I say they're opposed to fireworks. So I've got the pip. They're all party poopers, and I will not be supporting this motion.
Councillor Rebelli.
And I'm going to follow up from Councillor Ackland. Yes, the staff actually have done what we instructed them to do, and we've just voted it down. So, so we're going to send them off again. Are they going to be confident that we'll be voting yes next time either? I mean, seriously, the staff came up with a proposition. So when you say, I trust staff to do it, well, apparently you don't, because you just voted them down. And I'm thinking with the Hogmanay thing as well. I mean, frankly, if we're going to reimagine the city, then we can't keep going back to 150 years to the Phillip Lang, to be honest. You know, when I got here in 1980 the first time, I was like, what is this? To be honest, I was like, what is this worship of the past? And it's still here. This might have its name from Dunedin, but I don't feel like I'm in a Scottish city. I'm in a New Zealand city. And honestly, I'd sooner have the fireworks than reinventing the old thing that have reflected only one group got ahead and the rest didn't.
All right, look, that's 3 for and 3 against, I think. I'll just make a very brief comment that this motion doesn't presuppose what the outcome will be. It just says, including Hogmanay, could be anything. So, I mean, it's just basically going back to the drawing board and not having fireworks. So, I think at this stage we'll just take the division. What a reply.
I just want to, staff were not instructed to come to us with the celebration event options. As they said, they had between 100 and 200 negative comments on Facebook, and plus verbal comments, which was talking about that, about the fireworks. So that is why this report, I believe, was written, and brought to council was looking at those options. And this is after we added an extra $800,000 in the draft budget. So talking about spending an extra $40,000 to $45,000 out of that $800,000 to do this. So those are not necessarily related. What we're talking about is spending $120,000 on an event in the city that currently 2,000 to 3,000 people attend. I believe we can do better, and I would like the event reimagined. The Hogmanay is just a suggestion. I am not wedded to it. It's a starting point. It came from people giving me feedback from discussions that we had with councillors this morning. As perhaps a little starting point and reflection of our Scottish heritage. We do celebrate a lot of diversity in the city, and it would be a good idea to continue doing this, as we have Chinese New Year, we have the St Andrew's Day celebrations, we have Matariki. It's just a starting point. Not wedded to it, but I would like to see an exciting reimagined event that people in Dunedin are proud of and that represents them and creates excitement and joy and fun.
Okay, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Yes.
Carried 9-5.
Okay. Moving on. We're going to be here a while. Heritage Fund. Yes, here. Sorry. We wanted to move.
We had a request to move the next two items round because of staff. Sorry, Mark.
Right.
Is that okay?
So the alcohol ban.
Just as
That should be
chair
super quick.
of Heritage Fund, I have to leave at 5:15 in 10 minutes, and I'd quite like to be here for this item.
That's next.
All right. Well, that's the next one. We'll go with that. We'll stick here the very, but hopefully there's not too many questions for the Heritage Fund report, and we can just get through it. So, Mr. Ward, Mr. Maudsley, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā korua. It's kind of not in the meat of the report, but again, the summary of considerations. Impact on Māori, page 255. It says opportunities to support mana whenua heritage projects, and mata waka, are ongoing. Briefly, what are examples of such opportunities?
Yeah, we've recently completed the Heritage Action Plan, and as part of that we engaged with Ōkaha on behalf of mana whenua to talk about options to recognise and potentially support places of significance to mana whenua.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Councillor, you're going to move it? And there is a seconder? Councillor Benson Pope, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Try and be quick. I just want to say that it is a privilege and an honour on behalf of the council to lead the team to support building owners to save and repair buildings and sites. And before Mark goes, I just want to say thanks go to the Heritage Advisor, Heather Bockup, and Team Leader Advisory Services, Mark Maudsley. I know they've been swamped with work and we've been getting substantially more applications, quite a huge number, and that speaks highly to the efforts communicating with the building owners and sharing the help and services that Council has to offer. Their depth of knowledge and pragmatic focus is a huge asset to our city, and I thank them deeply for making our role as the committee a whole lot easier. Also a shout out to the members of the Heritage Fund, Councillor Benson Pope, Heritage New Zealand Sarah Gallagher and Susie Farminer, and Southern Heritage Trust Joe Gaylor for their time, expertise and thoughtful consideration of the applications, which we do 4 times a year. When you look at the report, you'll see a myriad of building types, from castles to churches, famous artists' residents to prisons, stately homes to banks and businesses. Some of these are being repurposed, such as the Loan and Mercantile building, to social housing, retaining their heritage frames while becoming bustling places for people to enjoy. Many are small repairs to make homes livable and warm and save their heritage fabric. Some are part of tourism and community projects, such as Cargill's Castle and the Dunedin Prison. All of them contribute to public good, looking after our heritage heirlooms. As a Heritage Action Plan vision states, Ōripori is a Dunedin that treasures its heritage as a living inheritance from its past and a legacy for future generations. Our mission is for Dunedin to be a city where historic buildings are valued, where historic buildings are conserved and restored, maintained and strengthened and reused rather than replaced. The Heritage Fund is a vital part of helping the city attain that vision and mission. When we look at the grants that we gave out, or we gave 44, 10 were for repairs and repaints to make the city more beautiful, one might say, 9 roofs, including 3 slate, 7 double glazing, 4 earthquake strengthening or seismic strengthening, 4 engineer reports, 3 restoration works, 2 facades, 2 towers, a chimney, a castle stabilisation, not Larnac Castle, Cargill's Castle, and 1 prison courtyard restoration. These are hugely valuable to the city. You can see that the fund was very oversubscribed and there is a lot of amazing work. So the biggest shout out goes to all those long suffering people who own heritage buildings and who are wonderfully committed to restoring those buildings, heritage reuse, making warm, safe, dry homes, and trying to make sure that we have heritage reuse and respect our heritage. So thank you, everyone.
Councillor Gary.
Just very briefly, we depend very much on the expertise that we have in our city, and I see Mr Maudsley sitting over there, but I want to, because Councillor Barker mentioned Susie Farminer, at the moment Susie is winging her way to the UK to undertake a course on tile restoration. It's a very specific area of historic restoration. She will come back in about a year with extraordinary skills that will contribute to this city, and it just speaks to the expertise we have here and will have here when she returns.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. Oh, Councillor Bisbard.
Just very briefly, in response in particular, in addition to the list of grants and support that the chairperson read out, for Councillor Lafisa's information, we have supported relatively recently some waka excavations at Sandymount, for example, and so the door is open for other than just colonial buildings. And in terms of the list, the variety of work that's been supported, you can see that is enormous. It's been a very valuable initiative over the years. I think the funding is probably about right at the moment, even though it's constantly oversubscribed. Should, as part of the 9-year plan, generosity move councillors, more would always be welcome and it would be well used. But no, I'm not asking or suggesting that at the moment. But it's an interesting process being involved and ensuring that appropriate restoration happens when people often can't afford to do it all properly themselves.
Great. There's no one who wants to speak against. Great. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. 19. Request to lift the alcohol ban in Lower Octagon.
I'll move.
Sorry. Who's coming to the chair? Mr. Hendra. And Ms. Moran and Ms. Sutton. Now, are there any questions? I see no questions. Thank you.
I've already moved it.
So, sorry.
It's already been seconded.
Who was the seconder? Sorry. Moved by Councillor Ackland. Who was the seconder? Councillor O'Malley. Okay. Thank you very much.
What have I got? 5 minutes?
One. Would you like to speak to it?
All I'm going to say is it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's between midday and 7. It's basically a daytime thing. It's all about capacity. Our licensed premises don't have the capacity, and we need to have a place for people to be able to go prior to the game and really get into the hype of the event. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else to speak. Put the motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Road closures. Mr. McLean.
Yes.
Mr. West
Yes.
will answer any questions. Are there any questions? I see none. We have a mover and a seconder. Got that in. Okay, do you want to speak to it? No. Any comments? No. I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Notice of motion. Revocation of resolution. Councillor Houlihan, would you like to speak to the motion?
Right, thank you. I'm here talking today on the, obviously, it's a shame it's at the end of the day when we're all really tired and now it's like, oh. But I'd like to acknowledge Kristen Gibson and Joe Miller for coming today and speaking at Public Forum. And I'd also like to acknowledge Rachel Elder, who's had years of experience in South Dunedin and was quite instrumental in pushing for this as well. So now I, at the time, voted to initially thought that, okay, I could see a benefit in having some more money with this from a commercial rate. Now, but since that decision, it's become very clear to me anyway that I don't think we had enough information to make the decision that we did. I don't think there was enough transparency around it. I think we, unfortunately, I don't think we wanted to do this, but I think by our actions, we've actually broken relationships and we now need to do some repairing. And that's why I have put this motion forward. I think we need to also get a perspective, because some people are talking like as if we're going to be losing millions and millions of dollars. I mean, that's just not the case. And the costs will be, and from what I can see and from the people I've talked to, quite minimal of what we would gain from this. The groups, the community groups that have been, let's firstly go way back and look at what's been happening here. The community groups have wanted this South Dunedin Library for over 30 years. It's been coming for a very, very long time. And what's happened with this process, it's finally happening, which is wonderful for them. And what's happened is that the community groups and the people in South Dunedin have been very much a part of this consultation and of the whole journey and process to get to the point where we are today. And that to the point they've told me they've co-designed a lot of this. They feel like this is their space. This is a place they can call their own. And they say that with quite a bit of pride as well. And what has happened is that up to this point, they felt like they were in a partnership. And when we made the vote, myself included, to lease the area to a commercial tenant, they felt like they were let down, that they were completely blindsided by the decision. And as Joe Miller said today, why didn't we talk to them about it? Why did we do it in public excluded? Why didn't we involve them in this process? They've been with us every step of the way to talk to them and say, hey, this is our situation. Our costs have ballooned. We're concerned about it. What do you think if we did this? None of that happened. And I personally think we let them down. There's been a lot of talk about promises. And no promises were actually made. However, what did happen is that because the South Dunedin community groups were so involved with everything that, on this process and this journey, I'll just read you from the workshops that were advertised by council staff around this whole process. I'll just put it, here we go. Right, here we go, I've got it right up here. So, for example, invitation to South Dunedin Library and Community Complex, Hui, Wednesday 26 June 2024, 1 to 2 p.m. You are warmly invited to join the upcoming community Hui on how the upper level of the new South Dunedin Library and Community Complex can be best used to benefit the community. So that's me directly quoting from the ad that the DCC, our own council, put out and sent around the community groups, the South Dunedin Community Group Network and South Dunedin people. And they're invited to come to this hui to talk solely about what they want to do with the upstairs part of the South Dunedin Library. Now let's get it clear. These groups are not asking to have the whole upstairs part. They're happy to have a smaller section of it, and they will pay rent. So for people who are planning to tell us there's going to be all this money we're going to lose, I'm going to say right now, I don't think that's true. Show us the evidence of that, because I don't believe that is true. These community groups are wanting a small part of that area at the top of the South Dunedin Library, and they're prepared to pay some rent. They can't pay market rent, but they will pay a subsidised rent. The rest of that top floor can be rented out. So we're still going to get a commercial rent for the rest of that top floor, and it's large. That area is really big. So the way I see it is it's a win-win. What we're faced with if we don't do this, we've had threats of protests, so we could be faced with a situation that on the opening day of the library, I've been told by certain people in that community that they would rather stand outside and picket than step foot in the door. They said, we don't want a bar of it if you won't let us have the community hub that we felt. Now they felt they were promised, and I'll use that word promise because they've been on this journey for so long, and the fact that they came and spent time in numerous workshops, not just this one, but solely talking about what they could do with that top floor on the library, is that I actually think they have a good argument, a really good case to argue that it did surmount to a promise. While the word promise wasn't, used, I think legally even it could be challenged that they could clearly, because of the actions of council staff who were doing their job and the right thing to consult, and the amount of information they were given around it and involvement with that they could come to the conclusion that they thought there was a promise that they will get space in that top floor. So let's look at the facts here, is that we are talking about community groups of grey power, of the South Dunedin Community Network, and another thing that Joe Miller said to me, and to others, I know she's mentioned it here in the public forum, is that she was asked to come and speak to us by other multicultural, multi-ethnic groups that didn't feel confident or didn't want to come and front publicly like this because it's not their culture. But they said, look, we're pleased, would you come and speak for us? We had thought, because we've been to these hui's, that this will be a place for us as well to come and meet. And as Joe said this morning, what it will do is bring all those different groups together. We're talking about South Dunedin. They're one of the most vulnerable areas, communities in our city. And what the hub will do, and the library, obviously, both areas, will also, and cross our fingers this doesn't happen, but we are very aware there's a high risk of flood in South Dunedin, and it's at risk. We're looking at huge costs to help mitigate some of the problems there, and we are investing in infrastructure. But this library, and we are building it, will be also a safe place for people to come if there is, and I hate to say it, but flooding or high water risk. So it is an area where the community can gather as well. And it's more than a library for all these people. And I think we have to ask ourselves, do we want to see the people using it and the benefits we get from our communities being our communities using these facilities, and the investment we get by putting community money into our community groups? We get huge benefits as a city. We can't pick up the cost of the many volunteer hours that these community groups do.
Thank you. Well done. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take anywhere near as long. However, 20 odd years ago, I supported the South Dunedin Library, and it was a hot potato back then. And unfortunately, the bulk of council didn't follow that through, and nothing eventuated. A few years ago, I supported the South Dunedin Library again, because that's when we decided that we were going to change the location and build it in the Wolfden and Russell site, along with a second floor, whereby it was made very, very clear, and I mean very, very clear, that one of the floors, whichever one we didn't want to use for the library and hub, was going to be rented out to help cover the huge cost of paying for, not just for the building, but for the operational costs going forward. Councillor Houlihan seems to think that it's rats and mice, but it's not. It is millions. Over a very short period of time, commercial rent will become millions. And we are not allowed to talk about exact numbers here today because we're in public, so I'm not going to quote those numbers. But the reality is the cost to run this facility is huge. It appears, based on the information that we've had from the folk that spoke to us earlier today, and of course from Joe at another time, it appears that assumptions have been misconstrued as promises. Well, they weren't promises, and we were even told that they weren't promises. We were told that they assumed they were going to have the facility for whatever they could afford. And the reality is, one of the groups doesn't pay any rent at all because council owns the building they're in, and another one pays very, very little because there's a very generous building owner in the South Dunedin area. So the reality is, for community groups to take on this brand new space for basically no rent, or very, very little, to the extent that it wouldn't make any difference whether they didn't pay at all or paid the amount that they could afford, is crazy. It's a brand new facility. It's a big facility, and it's something that I'm sure that a particular organisation could use that would well and truly fit with the South Dunedin area and with the people of South Dunedin, whereby they are already working with them from where they are now. And that's just one particular place. The bottom line here is if somebody said to me, would you like to lease a Ferrari for $100 a week? I'd say yes.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And firstly, I've got Councillor Barker's notes here as she had to leave, and which was duplicating a lot of what I was going to say. So firstly, regarding availability of community space in South Dunedin, of other community meeting rooms. I've talked to a number of the community space providers in Dunedin, and they are extremely concerned about the council providing more community space, where many of these are struggling to get use and payment for their spaces to ensure that they can continue to stay and maintain their spaces. There is already 14 community buildings with a range available, including churches, community halls, and a new space to come in the old railway buildings. All rely on leasing their spaces for income. The example given that we've seen before is of a Dunedin co-working space for community groups as a useful case study. However, I understand, that's Sophie, that they are already finding it hard to manage under current circumstances and competition for community leasees. If council creates more free or low-cost community spaces, it creates issues for the spaces already struggling, which is why I find it hard to support extra space, which creates pressures on current spaces and organisations. Of the approximate space on the ground floor, assuming the 1,035 square metres in the plans that we saw earlier, it shows 3 community meeting rooms equaling 132 square metres, over 10% of the space, plus a 17 square metre recording studio, 70 square metres of makerspace, 50 square metres of community space. So altogether that's 269 square metres, which is approximately a quarter of the downstairs space, is available for community meeting rooms. It is obvious that we need to have much better project oversight and planning when doing major and expensive projects. For the South Dunedin Library, we've heard there's a breakdown in communication between the community expectations and the council law's expectations. We know we've made decisions in confidential meetings as they involve commercial discretion. We need to be better at communicating the why of those decisions. However, there seems to have been quite a challenge around communications with the community. Also issues when we're given 2 working days to read reports with $22 million implications and make fast decisions with deadlines. Plus, I was entirely shocked to find that the total operation costs would be $2.8 million annually. We got this information a year later after I specifically asked for it. We need to do a lot better in both capital project management and reporting, plus community engagement and communication. We're hearing that community felt promises have been made, expectations have been raised. However, it seems many councillors felt very clearly that by buying the new site, we were able to offset costs by commercially renting a...
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want through, Mr Chair, to clarify through process. Are we allowed to read out other people's submissions if they're not here? I just didn't know that was an opportunity for me when I'm not here at council meetings to read out, get somebody to read out what I think. It's just a question. I'm not sure. Maybe Dave.
But I don't know anything. I've not read anything to that effect in standing orders, and
most of as she has written this more eloquently than my draft notes, that I had done the same thing on the meterage, calculated the 14 other facilities in the area. I'll carry on. In my own notes, I'll move to in 1987.
I'm not going to take a recess.
In 1987, at the time of amalgamation, there were promises to the people of the St Kilda Borough that there would be a new library in South Dunedin, and that is what I voted for. I voted for a new South Dunedin library. I've subsequently met with Jo Miller after she came and talked to us here and had coffee with her, and we compared what we were both given, and she had her plans and what she thought was completely different, and I can see where the disconnect has come from, and we've talked that through. In November, I specifically questioned staff about what had been promised to the community, and I was told on more than one occasion that meeting that council had not promised anything. And I agree, we need to be better at our communication. And at that November meeting, and I went back to my notes and I had underlined, staff pleaded, and that was my words, for us to leave staff to communicate the decision with the community. And unfortunately, this is another area where it appears to have broken down. Councillor Houlihan talks about a meeting last year on the 26th of June. I'd look to see why I didn't attend. And I, along with other members around here, were sitting in the grant subcommittee. That's the first time I even knew that happened. And I think that's another breakdown, is that councillors did not know that these hui's were happening. We've heard from community groups that they wouldn't pay market rent. They wouldn't pay for the utilities. And this is about, we've heard from so many ratepayers about we have to look at how we spend our money and being the best use of the ratepayers' money and not keep on increasing our rates. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Right. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. It's later in the day. I've got to wear my glasses now. What was presented to us in June 23 was for a two-storey building with the library upstairs and the ground floor to be leased for retail at market rents appropriate to street level, street frontage, to help offset the running costs, the not insubstantial running costs. We spent much time discussing this, going through options and looking at artists' impressions, an image of one of which then appeared in the ODT in August of that year. That was what we were presented, that was what we accepted, that was what we voted on, and that was what we agreed to go to the public with. At no point has this table been shy about the desire and need to defray the running costs, now estimated to be nearly $3 million, or by my calculations, approximately 1.25% on rates across the city, almost double the initial estimate I remember being given. Through conversations, emails and presentations by members of the public and residents of South Dunedin, it has become glaringly obvious that, for whatever reasons, the image that they have is completely different to the one that we were presented and agreed to. How the divergent opinions have come about, or as Gibson said in the public forum this morning, the disconnect between what the community is being presented and what is happening in the background, are probably not something for investigating in this forum, and I understand the community desire for the second floor. However, had that been the option we were presented, including the running costs, I believe the vote would have been drastically different and we might still be waiting for any progress on the library. In my opinion, the reasons for leasing a floor are still sound and the correct reasoning, and it may be that there is a community-focused outfit out there that would look to lease part or all of a floor for working with and providing for the community. As far as I can see, there are only two things that have changed since our previous votes. The expected running costs have increased to the nearly $3 million, and we're now in an election year.
Right. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this motion, and full respect to the councillor for changing her mind. Nothing wrong as elected members to vote one way and decide that maybe you haven't done the right thing. So respect for that. When I originally moved this motion to accommodate the South Dunedin Community Network in part of the new South Dunedin Library, I said, and I'll quote because I copy and pasted it, I think it's unfortunate this is the last item in a long process. I'm disappointed we don't have all councillors here, and I wish we were in public. Well, we're not all here again, and again it's the last item of the day, but at least we are this time in public. And I'll repeat much of what I said for those of you who weren't here at the previous vote, what I said at that time. Really? Essentially, the South Dunedin Community Network, you should all know, is keen on the idea of taking a central position in the upper floor of the new South D complex. Their current premises, as you probably know, provides essential community rooms, which continue to be accessed by a multitude of diverse and very important groups. With a very full calendar of bookings, and a lot of that work is done with people who are the least able in society to be able to look after themselves. So the Mahi is of a very special and incredibly important time. However, the premises do limit the scope of their work. On the second floor of the new library space, they can see the network continuing to do the mahi they do now, they can do there. Running room bookings for community groups, hosting regular stakeholder meetings, and of course planning community activities such as hui, and of course the well-known and well-attended South Dunedin Street Festival. Further, being in a central position on the second floor would allow the group to flourish sustainably, and plan for possibilities to extend their mahi to the wider community. As Kirsten said when she was here earlier, there were no promises. They were clear on that. But there was an implicit understanding that they would be part of the bill moving forward. And I think there is a very subtle difference there. And of course, a difference that's easy that could easily be lost in translation. They only require 150 square metres. And that's 150 square metres would be a space that they are happy to pay, and again that was made clear, a community rent for. So they're not freeloading in any way. The rest of the very large building will then still be open to commercial lease arrangements. In essence, there's no better win-win here for us as a council. The money we would make at an extra 150 square metres going on a commercial lease will be less than negligible. Let's not nickel and dime our place-based communities, doing incredible mahi for the most vulnerable people in our community. If we don't look after the well-being of our most vulnerable, we might as well get rid of museums, swimming pools, libraries, and the multitude of other things. Thankfully, we subsidise as ratepayers and a council. And if we didn't do that, we'd be a mighty poorer city. Let's not continue to undermine, we've already started doing it, massively the relationship we have with the South Dunedin community. Let's do the right thing, councillors, and overturn this extremely mean-spirited resolution.
Look, I've heard 3 no's and 2 yeses. I propose to take another yes, so it's Councillor Benson Pope, and then put it to the vote by division, okay? Unless there's any objections to that, and basically close the motion. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that Councillor Walker, I'm pleased that Councillor Hula has put this on the order paper, because I was unable to be at the original meeting. I had another commitment, and I think Council made the wrong decision. I remember as I left the meeting, I said, I'm sure everyone, I'm not sure, I won't say to whom, I'm sure that good reason and good sense will prevail. Well, it didn't. And I'll come back to that in a moment. We talk a lot here about the demographic of South Dunedin. We know how low the incomes are. We know the issues with age. We know the issues with mobility access and the rest of it. And yes, they have had undertakings about a library in South Dunedin for a very long time. But it seems to me this comes down to what the expectation was of what exactly that was. And I think that's where the problem is. And I don't think there can be any doubt whatsoever that a library included a full community complex, a hub for that community. And I'll start with the Otago Daily Times on the 4th of August 2023 said, the combined library and community complex is expected to open by mid-25. Combined library and community complex. And on the 19th of January, the ODT once again said, councillors will be asked next week to endorse the next stage of work towards the new South Dunedin community complex, including a library to be built from 27 to 2019. So, you know, for those people who read the paper, and most do, and that community certainly does, they had a clear expectation. And the best one of all is this. I've printed it, the size it comes up when you open it on, guess what? The DCC's own website. And for those of you who can't see from across the room, it says South Dunedin Library and Community Complex. and the DCC is building a new library and community complex in the heart of South Dunedin, and then sings the praises of everything that's going to be in it. So I'll be supporting this. We made it quite clear to the community that this wasn't just a library. We never said we were going to lease it, half of it commercially. What's been suggested aligns with what Councillor Walker originally moved, that there's some sort of mixed model come back to us that will get some income off what they can't possibly use, but let's not mess it around with that community. It's been messed around with for long enough, especially over this issue in recent times, and there can be no doubt there was a clear expectation created by what we said as an organisation about what was going to go in that site.
All right, look, I'll make one very brief comment before I hand it back to Councillor Hurland, because this is not about losing money. It's not about promises. There were none. It's not about the price either. It's about fiscal responsibility and communication. The people need to know what that space is worth, and that includes councillors, council staff, and the general public. But in a commercial basis means, the building owner decides what the rent is. That we as the building owner get to decide what the rent should be, but we also as the building owner can set the rent at a market price and give grants to make up the difference as we see fit. We have a grants budget and we have a grants committee. But people need to be aware of what that space is worth. It is costing a lot of money, and it is there for the range of uses that we have talked about. Back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think people don't seem to realise we're only talking about a small space on the top floor, not the whole floor, and there will still be a commercial rent coming from the rest of the area. And the small area that these community groups would use, they will pay something for. They will pay some money. So the cost that everybody's talking about is going to be minimal. So I'm not sure why everybody's getting themselves very het up over this. I can say from seeing the work that community organisations do, and particularly this South Dunedin Community Network, they do numerous volunteer hours. They get some grant money from us, and yes, so that is a cost. But the benefit the council gets from these community groups is huge. We've talked about in the comments that others have made, they've talked about promise. They've never hidden the fact that there was no promise, that the promises were not made. The point I made is that the expectations were so high, and the invites that I read out were clear as anything, that they were there. Council staff went and met with them and talked about what they'd like to do with the top floor of the library. How much more clearer can it be? I can't understand.
Point of order. Isn't this a right of reply, not an address?
This is my right of reply.
This is right of
You're
reply,
supposed to be replying to what other people have said.
I will.
allowed to also use
No, you're not. No.
That's not new. That's what I've said, as long as I don't bring in new information and
No.
you've taken out my time. I can go on.
Look.
I am rebutting actually things that.
Your microphone's not even on.
Microphone.
Is this fair? That's interrupted my whole thing. I haven't brought in new information, and I am rebutting stuff that everybody else has said. So you raised the issue of the cost, and I've rebutted that.
I think, Councillor, in their reply, the mover must confine themselves to answering previous speakers and not introducing any new matters.
Yes, and I didn't bring in new matters.
Yeah, but they're repeating matters you've already introduced.
Yes, which you're allowed to do in a rebuttal.
But you're not here to rebut yourself or to, answering previous speakers, okay?
Yes, and I was, because I was responding to what others said. Oh, okay. Are we going to get...
What I'm hearing is a repetition of what has already been said. If you've got some specific points to rebut the three people who have said no, then please make them. But unless you've got those, then we'll just go to the vote.
Right. Okay, so, all right, what I will say is that I hope people will support this, because do we want to have protests on the street on the day of the opening? I don't. And I really hope that we can move forward with this and build these relationships back again.
Thank you. Take it by division, please.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Microphone, sorry.
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
It's lost 7-5.
Thank you. Now, that is our last. Now I move that council move into non-public. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor O'Malley. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Now we've got several items to discuss in non-public, people.